Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 7 of the series. Chapter 498 Trio Flame Wave. As Lin Zhen said that, several men on the front and the back quickly approached Lin Ziyu. These people were different from ordinary warriors. They were very fast. Especially in this slightly gloomy alley, they looked like black shadows. And what made Lin Ziyu find even more unbelievable was that these guys seemed to be able to conceal their aura. If it was not daytime, even if they were close to Lin Ziyu might not have noticed them. But Lin Ziyu didn't hesitate anymore. When they were about to reach him, Lin Ziyu stretched his right hand directly behind his back and pulled out the dark-edged spear wrapped in white cloth from his back. Dang dang dang. With the spear in his hand, Lin Ziyu hit the men's weapon across and made a clear sound. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziyu didn't hesitate to use his skills directly, and the spear that he pierced out transformed into hundreds in an instant. The men who were going to chop off Lin Ziyu's head were suddenly shocked. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ziyu to swing the spear so fast, and it was as if 100 people were stabbing them with a spear at the same time. Ah! A man was caught off guard and Lin Ziyu's spear stabbed him dozens of times. He looked like a larger caliber bullet had turned him into a sieve. What? Lin Zhen's complacent expression became extremely nasty when he saw this scene. He had no idea that Lin Ziyu would be so strong. The look in his eyes changed. In the next moment, with a violent wave of his right hand, a short, dark, sharp object pierced Lin Ziyu. Dang! But at the same time, a white light flashed in front of Lin Ziyu, and he found that his hidden weapon had been knocked into the wall next to it, and the sharp hidden weapon was directly embedded in the wall. Lin Zhen's eyes widened, and before he could react, Luou's figure appeared in front of him. She was expressionless, holding her long sword about to pierce through his head. Dang! At this critical moment, Lin Zhen reacted, and with a wave of his right hand, he blocked Luou's sword. Looking carefully, Lin Zhen actually carried a steel claw in his hand. This was not an ordinary steel claw. It was made of special materials, and its hardness and sharpness were not comparable to ordinary weapons. Otherwise, Luou's long sword would have penetrated the palm of his resisting hand. Who exactly are you? Lin Zhen said, staring at Luou. Although he had just guessed that Luou was also from the underground world, he had not expected that Luou's strength was so terrifying. He was a rank 6 warrior, but before he could see Luou's movements clearly, she almost sliced his head off with a sword. Luou did not answer him and continued to attack him with a long sword. As Luou continued to swing the long sword, and there seemed to be a faint white light on it. Dang dang dang. Lin Zhen frantically blocked Luou's attacks with his hands with steel claws. But Luou's offensive was too strong, and there was a terrifying sword aura on this long sword bursting out, making quite a few holes appear on his clothes instantly. Kill him, however. Lin Zhen was a rank 6 warrior after all, and he was someone from the underground world who often lived at the edge of the knife. He has rich combat experience. At this time, Luou couldn't kill him. As long as Lin Ziyu was killed first, Luou would definitely lose her cool. Then, he would have more opportunities. Hearing Lin Zhen's roar, all the other members of the Tiger Mercenary group attacked Lin Ziyu. Gold skill trio flame wave. At this time, one of the muscular men jumped high, holding a huge saber in both hands and slashing towards Lin Ziyu from top to bottom. At this moment, the saber burst out with fiery red flames, then formed a huge crescent-like shape, rushing towards Lin Ziyu. A total of 3 huge crescent-like flames charged towards Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu looked up and saw this scene. The expression on his face could not help but change. This thing looked really terrifying. But to Lin Ziyu, it still didn't pose any threat. The long spear in Lin Ziyu's hand drew an arc, scaring all those around him who wanted to attack Lin Ziyu to retreat. Staring at the flames that rushed through the air, Lin Ziyu said indifferently, "Just gold skill, huh?" As soon as he spoke, the spear in his hand suddenly pointed towards the air, and a large number of flames were released from the spear in an instant. Flames burst out directly from the spearhead of the dark edge spear and instantly turned into flaming birds. The appearance of the flaming birds made the dark alley suddenly become unusually dazzling, and these hundreds of flaming birds rushed towards the sky and all gathered together, forming a huge flaming phoenix. What is going on? The temperature around became extremely high at this time, and those tin-covered houses seemed to burn red because of the increased temperature. The 3 flame slashes all hit the flaming phoenix body. But the flaming phoenix seemed unbothered as it rushed towards the man who released the skills in the air. The man saw that his trio flame wave was completely blocked by the flaming phoenix that appeared, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. But now there was no other way. This huge flaming phoenix was already charging toward him. The temperature of the flaming phoenix was too high. If it hits him, his body would probably melt. Go to hell, the man roared loudly at this time, and all the sore strength in his body was mobilized. At the next moment, the sword in both hands slashed out again. A huge sword aura burst out as if it was about to cut the flaming phoenix in half. But what he didn't expect was that the terrifying sword aura hit the flaming phoenix that charged over. Although it seemed to split in half instantly, at the next moment, the flaming phoenix gathered together again. It hit his body directly, drowning his whole body in flames. Chapter 499 Combination Skill. Chapter 499 Combination Skill. Boom! In the next moment, as the flaming phoenix slowly disappeared in the air, a skeleton that was a little charred fell directly from the air. After all, he was a rank 5 warrior and his body has gone through training, so the flaming phoenix did not annihilate him completely. At this time, the people around saw such a horrible scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This was really terrifying. One of their powerful comrades just died like this, and he turned into a skeleton in an instant. Those who wanted to attack Lindu, although they were still surrounding Lindu at this time, they didn't dare to attack him again. Dang dang dang. At the same time, Luou was still fighting with Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen saw the shocking scene from the corner of his eyes, but Luou's offensive was too fierce. If it weren't for his rich experience in combat, he would have died under Luou's longsword. But even if he resisted Luou's offensive, because of the sword aura bursting from Luou's longsword, many wounds had appeared on his arm and blood began to drip. What are you guys doing? Kill him for me, Lin Zhen roared. In the next moment, when resisting Luou's attack, his body suddenly retreated back, his hands maintaining a weird posture. Before Luou attacked again, he let out a loud roar. Diamond skill, the tiger comes out. As he roared, the sore strength in his body seemed to be mobilized at this time, covering his body completely. His sore strength appeared in a faint blue light, like a sphere. But it was a bit different. Lin Zhen applied force on his right leg, and the ground under his feet was stamped with cracks by the tremendous force. His body exploded at an extremely terrifying speed like a gust of wind, and he instantly appeared in front of Luou. And at this time, a terrifying murderous aura burst out of Lin Zhen's body, causing the pupils in Luou's eyes to shrink. Dang dang dang. As soon as Luou, who reacted very quickly, held the long sword to block, she felt a powerful force. Lin Zhen was like a tiger coming out of its cage and launched a terrifying attack. He swung his claws and knocked out Luou's long sword from her hand. Tear! Lin Zhen's sharp claws scratched on Luou's arm, creating a hole in her clothing, and fresh blood sputtered out on the arm. How dare you! Lindu, who was on the other side, saw this scene. His eyes became red. There was a strong murderous intent in his heart. He was about to rush to Lin Zhen and penetrate his head with the dark edge spear, trying to flee. Those men who surrounded Lindu also had their sore strength burst out at this time, and their sore strength seemed very weird. They were all fused together. The light blue sore strength materialized, and it actually formed the shape of 4 huge tigers. There was a tiger in each of Lindu's 4 directions, staring at him. When Lindu rushed forward, one of the ferocious tigers transformed by sore strength directly rushed towards Lindu. Boom! Lindu wanted to help Luou kill Lin Zhen, but at this time he was hit by the tiger and flew back. Damn it! Lindu's body spun in the air. Then he landed firmly on the ground. Taking a closer look, Lindu found that the source strength bursting from the bodies of these warriors had turned into 4 violent tigers, slowly approaching him in 4 directions. Moreover, the tigers transformed from these source strengths even possessed powerful strength. What is this? Could it be combination skill? Ha ha ha. This is the combination skill of our tyrannical mercenary group. Go to hell. One of the men shouted suddenly. At this moment, these 4 giant tigers rushed onto Lin Zia's body. Go to hell at the same time. Lin Zhen, who was on the other side, saw that Luou was injured and her right hand was covering the wound on her left hand. It seemed that she had lost her strength, and his gaze turned ferocious as he rubbed the steel claws of both hands and rushed to Luou. He wanted to use his claws to tear Luou's body into pieces. Although it was a pity to kill Luou, a rare beauty, there was no other way, because he clearly felt that Luou was different from ordinary people and certainly from the underground world. This kind of person must not stay alive. Boom! But when he was about to tear Luou into pieces with his claw, Luou suddenly raised her head. Her right hand that was covering her wound grabbed his wrist directly. Click, as Luou used force. Lin Zhen's wrist was twisted directly, making a clear sound. Ah! Even after he had experienced many injuries and pain, he still couldn't help wailing at this moment, because of the intense pain. All the power he had gathered at this moment dissipated, and his whole body seemed to soften. Did you use lost soul dispersion? Luou said coldly while looking at him with both eyes. The murderous intent bursting out of Luou's body was unusually strong, and she looked at Lin Zhen as if she was looking at a dead person. Damn! Lin Zhen's expression changed a little when he heard Luou's words. But he still tried to break free. But as soon as he applied force, Luou grasped his wrist and twisted it violently, making it turn one whole round. I'll let go of me. The intense pain made him roar, and his left claw was about to grab Luou's body. Boom! But at this moment, Luou lifted her foot and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying. And at this time, his right hand was directly broken off by Luou. Luou didn't have any expression on her face and threw her torn right hand on the ground, then walked towards him. Now Luou's state has become abnormally weird. Especially in this gloomy alley, she seemed to be like a god of death. Should tell. Lin Zhen looked at Luou who was not far away, and his eyes were full of horror. He forcibly suppressed the severe pain of his hand breaking off and slowly stood up. That's right. He just used something called lost soul dispersion. Although it was called lost soul dispersion, it was actually a kind of liquid. It was colorless and tasteless. It makes the body extremely weak, which was fatal to the warrior. When he first fought Luou, he obviously felt that Luou's strength seemed to be stronger than he imagined. So he used a little trick. He didn't expect that Luou would discover it so easily. Chapter 500 Luou's Abnormality. Chapter 500 Luou's Abnormality. HNG. It's not that easy for you to kill me. Lin Zhen gritted his teeth and said. As the source strength in his body gathered, the light blue protective shield appeared directly to protect his body. Sphere. He had taken the antidote of lost soul dispersion, so he was fine at this time. But Luou didn't use it. Once lost soul dispersion is absorbed, one's body would become weaker and weaker. One could only recover after a period of rest. But there wasn't any time for her to rest at this time. Do you think this would work? Luou said lightly. She was in a strange state now. The murderous aura on her body was too strong. It was simply stronger than anyone he has ever met. And taking a closer look, now Luou's fingers seemed slightly longer and sharper. The bones on her fingers seemed to be jittering and her hands were positioned in a stance more suited to murder. The light blue source strength covered her fingernails, and now even if Luou was using her nails, they were like a sharp weapon. Stop trying to scare me. Go to hell. Lin Zhen saw Luou's current state and his expression changed greatly. He suddenly roared and took out a silver round object with his left hand, then threw it directly toward Luou. Luou was still walking towards Lin Zhen calmly. The silver ball fell to the ground and there was a huge explosion. Boom! A large amount of dust was blown out, and at this time, the surrounding area shook violently. Go away from me. Lin Ziu, who was on the other side, was still besieged by these tigers transformed from source strength, and there was no way to help Luou kill Lin Jin. Hearing the loud explosion sound behind him, Lin Zia's muscles tightened and the green veins protruded above his arm. Looking at the fierce tiger that once again attacked, the pattern on the body of the dark edge spear seemed to burst out with white light. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Following Lin Zia's roar, he sprinted forward with the spear in his hand, and a huge black dragon burst out from the dark edge spear. The tigers that were transformed by source strength were instantly swallowed by the black dragon. But Lin Ziu knew that this was still not enough to completely eliminate the tigers that were transformed by source strength. He could only drag time with these 4 tigers and kill those warriors who were using the combination skill. Fire refining starlit sky. He swung the spear again, and his energy was almost completely drained by these 2 super energy consuming skills at this instant. Boom boom. As Lin Zia's spear waved again, the sky above suddenly turned fiery red. And in the next moment, the flames above were like fireballs as they rushed downward. They hit the bodies of those warriors directly. Although they had the protection of the source strength around their bodies, they were not yet rank 6 warriors and there was no way to unfold the sphere. At this time, as the flame hit some of their bodies, the intense burning sensation made these warriors wail loudly. A warrior was hit by a fireball in his head and his entire head instantly burned into a skull. Those warriors who were not hit yet were already trembling with fright and could no longer maintain the combination skill. They were all evading the flames that were falling from the sky and were ready to flee for their lives. Fleeing. But Lin Ziu, whose eyes were bloodshot, wouldn't let these people escape for sure. Every time the dark edge spear stabbed out, it pierced the head of a violent tiger mercenary. Within a short moment, Lin Ziu killed all 20 people. The prompts of gaining experience resounded in his mind, but Lin Ziu had no time to look at them. He looked behind him and found that it was dusty at the back because of the huge explosion sound just now. There were still fires around. Lin Ziu couldn't care less anymore and simply charged in. Although the smoke and dust over there were thick, they were slowly dissipating now. Soon, Lin Ziu saw Luou standing over there. Luou, are you okay? Lin Ziu said anxiously. As soon as he walked over there, he saw a lot of blood on Luou's body, especially the dark red blood on her fingers. He looked towards the front and found that Lin Zhen was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, with a bloody hole in his body, as if his heart had been taken out. Luou turned around and looked at Lin Ziu, who appeared behind her. Lin Ziu was stunned when he saw Luou's face. Luou seemed a little different from the usual Luou. Although she usually looked very cold, it was different right now, because Luou seemed dazed at this moment. Her dark eyes were like a bottomless pit. She seemed to be filled with a strong murderous aura. Lin Ziu. But seeing Lin Zia's face, Luou seemed to slowly come to her senses. In the next moment, her whole body softened as if she was about to fall to the ground. But Lin Zia's reaction was quick and he quickly hugged Luou. Luou actually fainted. Taking a closer look, the wound on Luou's arm that was caused by Lin Zhen seemed to have begun to heal and no blood was flowing out. Lin Ziu heaved a sigh of relief. But now Luou's body was covered with blood and she was unconscious. Lin Ziu thought for a while, picked up Luou's long sword, then walked to the other side holding Luou. The huge explosion on this side was heard by many people. Not long after Lin Ziu left, many people ran over here. When they saw the scene here, these people were shocked. Isn't this a member of the Tiger Mercenary group? These people are dead. A man saw all the members of the Tiger Mercenary group who had died on the ground and his expression changed drastically. Anyone in the know knew that the Tiger Mercenary group was not an ordinary mercenary group. The members of this mercenary group were all from the underground world and they were powerful warriors. For by Dai City, it was also one of the forces that couldn't be trifled with. But today, all the members of this violent Tiger Mercenary group died here. It's them. The man who wanted to buy the absorb card had also appeared at the scene. Seeing this, his face also became a little pale. There was no doubt that the people from the Tiger Mercenary group wanted to snatch something, but they were all killed. Chapter 501 Help Luou take a bath. Chapter 501 Help Luou take a bath. Could it be that some forces entered the Bai Dai city? Some people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene. If that was the case, people like them would feel threatened too. They couldn't imagine that this powerful tyrannical mercenary group was destroyed by Lin Ziyu and Luou. They thought that another group more terrifying than the mercenary group had entered Bai Dai city, and the people killed the tiger mercenary group like they were killing a chicken. For a while, everyone felt insecure. Lin Ziyu didn't know what was happening here and had already gone to the other side. In a hotel nearby, Lin Ziyu booked a room and put Luou on the bed. The blood on her body soon stained the white quilt, but Lin Ziyu didn't care because the quilt was not worth much. Luou was still sleeping like a baby and looked unusually cute, but Lin Ziyu remembered Luou's expression just now, and it was a vast difference from her usual. Luou was like a murderous machine with no emotion at all. Lin Ziyu shook his head and didn't think so much. He took out the restoration fluid that he had just bought from the drugstore, and wiped off the blood on Luou's arm. Then began to slowly pour the restoration fluid on her wound. Although the wounds have closed up and no blood was flowing out, it was still impossible to recover so quickly. The restoration fluid Lin Ziyu bought was top-notch. At this moment, as the restoration fluid poured on Luou's arm, the wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it even formed a scab. The wound was not too deep and should be healed soon. Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He glanced at the new clothes he had just bought at the hotel, and at the bloodstain on Luou's body. Then, hesitated for a moment and walked over to the bathroom with Luou in his arms. Luou's clothes were covered in blood. It should be quite uncomfortable with it sticking to her body. "I'm just rinsing it off for you. It's not on purpose," Lin Ziyu said to the sleeping Luou. But seeing Luou's face, Lin Ziyu still felt guilty. He slowly removed the buttons of the white clothes on her body and saw her delicate collarbone moving down. He could see a touch of white. "See no evil. See no evil." Lin Ziyu swallowed, but continued to mutter. Soon, Lin Ziyu gritted his teeth and removed Luou's clothes and pants swiftly. At this time, Luou was only wearing a singlet and panties. Although there was still blood on Lin Ziyu's body, Lin Ziyu felt parched for some reason. Luou's figure was really good, except that she was a little flat somewhere. Lin Ziyu took a deep breath and abandoned all other thoughts as he held the shower head, then helped Luou wash away the blood from her body. Soon after that, Lin Ziyu used a special dryer on the side to dry Luou's singlet and panties, then quickly took the new clothes he bought and put them on. Then, he threw away the bloodstained quilt, replaced it with another quilt from the cabinet, and tucked Luou in. Phew! After he was done, Lin Ziyu sat on the ground, painting. Lin Ziyu had used too much energy during the fight and was also a little tired at the moment, and he slowly fell asleep next to the bed. More than an hour has passed. Luou, who was sleeping on the bed, had her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she opened her eyes slowly, looking at where she was. Her expression suddenly changed, and she got up suddenly as if she was about to jump off the bed. But when she got up halfway, Luou found Lin Ziyu asleep next to the bed. Lin Ziyu sat on the floor with his hands on the side of the bed and his head in his arms. He seemed to be too sleepy and hadn't woken up. Seeing this scene, Luou was stunned, as if she remembered what had just happened. She looked down at her body and found that her clothes seemed to have been changed. Her face turned red, and glared at Lin Ziyu. But there was no anger in her eyes, only shame. If Lin Ziyu saw her teenage girl kind of expression, he would probably be in disbelief. Luou, who has always shown a straight face, would actually have this expression. She took a closer look at this time and found that only her clothes outside were changed and Lin Ziyu hadn't changed anything else of hers. She knew that she was probably covered in blood, so Lin Ziyu helped her to wash it off in order to make her feel comfortable and rest. After Luou heaved a sigh of relief, she seemed to feel a little strange again. This strange feeling made Luou wonder what was going on. "Hey, you're awake." Although Lin Ziyu was very tired, but he was not in deep sleep and also woke up at this time and stretched. Luou didn't speak. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Ziyu. Lindu quivered at this moment and was completely awake in an instant. Then explained to Luou, I saw that you were covered in blood, so I washed it off for you. I didn't molest you deliberately. Lindu was really afraid that Luou would raise the sword again. Pfff. But at this moment, Luou, who was staring at Lindu, suddenly smiled. Looking at Luou's smile, Lindu was stunned. Her smile could overthrow a city. When the two of them made eye contact, they seemed to freeze. But this situation lasted only for a while and Lindu's phone rang. Luou seemed to have realized that she was in a strange state at this time and turned her head to look at the other side. Ahem. You have quite a pretty smile. Lindu smiled and said. At this time, he also took out his mobile phone. It was a call from Xuenger. Come to the West Industrial Zone before 4 o'clock. Just when Lindu answered the phone, there was a deep voice on the other end of the phone. Lindu was startled. Isn't this Xuenger's mobile phone number? How come? Who are you? Chapter 502 The Kidnapped Xuenger. Chapter 502 The Kidnapped Xuenger. Lindu came to his senses and said quickly. But the caller just hung up. When Lindu called again, he was informed that the phone was turned off. Damn it. What's wrong? Luou saw this scene at this time and frowned. Xuenger got captured. Lindu said. The look on his face was a bit nasty. It was very clear someone captured Xuenger and asked him to go over. Their target was definitely Lindu. West Industrial Zone. I will go over there now, Lindu said aloud. But as Lindu spoke, Luou also stood up and seemed to want to follow him. You just got hurt. Rest here and wait for me to come back. Okay, Lindu seemed to have thought of something, then put his hands on Luou's shoulders and said seriously. Actually, Luou's injuries were not serious, but Lindu thought of Luou's dull eyes just now, and felt that Luou was not in the right state at the moment. If Luou was allowed to fight again, he wasn't sure what might happen. And when he fell asleep just now, the cultivation technique was running simultaneously, so the source strength in his body had already recovered. His anger has not been completely vented just now, and now someone actually dared to kidnap Xuenger simply courting death. And Luou was silent for a while, then seemed to have thought of something and she nodded. Wait for me to come back, Lindu said with a smile, then subconsciously rubbed Luou's head. But Lindu regretted it as soon as he did that Luou was not Xuenger. So rubbing her head in this way, she must be angry. I'm leaving now. After Lindu spoke, he picked up his dark-edged spear and hurried out. Looking at Lindu's retreating back, Luou touched her head. Her expression seemed a little strange. At the same time, Lindu was already carrying a dark-edged spear and was going to the so-called West Industrial Zone. Sir, go to the West Industrial Zone. Lindu called a taxi and said as soon as he got in the car. Looking at Lindu in the back seat and the blood-stained dark-edged spear that he was holding, the driver trembled. Okay. The driver nodded quickly at this time, then drove. The driver was very nervous at this time. His body was tensed up and the car was driving very fast. But because it was a magnetic levitation car, even though it was fast, it was exceptionally stable, without the slightest bump. Lindu looked at the scene flying by outside the window and knitted his brows. This is the west side looking towards the front. Lindu found that his surroundings seemed to be more and more desolate, not at all similar to the prosperous scene just now. Yes, the driver nodded quickly when he heard Lindu's words. He seemed to be very afraid of Lindu. At this time, he hurriedly continued to say, because there has been a nuclear leakage accident here before. All the factories here have stopped work. Although the nuclear pollution has been dealt with, but no one dares to come here yet. The driver quickly told Lindu everything he knew. Lindu nodded and within a few minutes, through the windshield, he could see a sign with the words West Industrial Zone hanging next to a building in front of him. But it seemed to be quite old, plus with the wind and rain, this sign looked very dirty. We're here. The driver stepped on the brakes and then stopped. How many union coins? Lindu asked when he was about to get out of the car. No, it's free. Free. The driver was anxious, but quickly said aloud. His eyes were still fixed on the blood on the dark-edged spear that Lindu was holding. He obviously just killed someone. If Lindu attacked him, he shuddered at the thought. Lindu felt a little strange. But he didn't have time to think further. After getting out of the car, he ran to the front. As the driver said, it seemed that because of the previous nuclear accident, all the factories here have stopped work. Many buildings were constructed only halfway and weren't completed. He looked ahead and still didn't notice anyone. It was already afternoon and the weather was not very good. It looked a bit gloomy. Where is he? Lindu took out his cell phone, and when he was about to dial Yishuinger's phone number, he found that Yishuinger was already calling. Continue ahead 300 meters. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Same as before. As soon as the message reached Lindu's ear, the person hung up. Damn it. Lindu's eyes were full of murderous intent. But there was no other way. He had to continue walking forward. Soon, as Lindu walked over, he found that there were some unfinished buildings around. If he guessed it correctly, they were some apartments for workers. But because of the nuclear accident that year, all of the work was suspended. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Lindu set foot there, he heard a swishing sound from a distance. He narrowed his eyes and saw laser beams shooting towards him. The speed of the laser beam was very fast. If it was an ordinary person, the laser beam would have penetrated the body by this time. But for Lindu, this was too easy. His body moved and he dodged them in an instant. And while avoiding these laser beams, Lindu accurately grasped the direction of the laser beam shooting. With a wave of the dark-edged spear, several flaming birds rushed in different directions. What? As the phoenixes flew out, the men who were shooting at Lindu while hiding in the unfinished building were covered in flames. The pain caused these people to fall from the stairs. Insignificant skill. Lindu sneered, then raised his head and glanced around, then called out, "Stop playing tricks. Come out right now." Ha ha ha. Following Lindu's roar, an applause came from the upper side. He looked at the building in front and saw Yishuinger on the roof of one of the buildings. She was tied up by a hemp rope and a piece of tape was covering her mouth. When Lindu saw this scene, the pupils in both eyes shrank and his right hand gripped his dark-edged spear firmly. Chapter 503 Burn. Chapter 503 Burn. Hoo. Yishuinger looked down at Lindu from above. She wanted to tell him something but she was unable to do so. But from her eyes, it was obvious that she wanted Lindu to leave this place immediately. Huala. After taking a good look at her, he noticed that there were lots of dry woods that were placed beneath her feet. Back, with a loud crack, there was a figure that appeared on the balcony that was on the other two buildings near them. Lindu, quickly leave. Then, a familiar voice came from that direction and when he looked closely, the person that were tied on the balcony were Yishuinger's parents. Their condition was the same as their daughters. Beneath their feet, there was a huge number of dried woods. Yishuinger's mother was about to say something when the man next to her shut her up with tape. Tisk, you have already killed several men of mine since you got here. Looks like you were quite powerful. Right at that moment, an eye-piercing voice rang from above. As he looked up there was a large group of men right next to Yishuinger and her parents. Especially the one right next to Yishuinger, it was someone familiar. It's you. When Lindu saw who it was, his eyes narrowed in anger. That bastard was none other than Xiao Zia. He didn't think that this bastard would be here and did such things. That's right. It's me. I bet you didn't expect this. Xiao Zia asked with a twisted expression on his face. Don't you know where you are? This is my zone. This is Bai Dai City. Xiao Zia screamed in rage. He really hated Lindu. Right. Where's that woman, the one that cut off my finger, as he thought of Luou? Xiao Zia turned even mad. Forget about it. You will be first and she will follow soon after. I will make sure that both of you get reunited. All of you shall die in Bai Dai City. After screaming like a mad dog, Xiao Zia let out a cold laugh and waved his hands. At the same time, there were 3 men that brought in a fire torch on each balcony. Let's play a game. Xiao Zia looked down at Lindu as he snorted. 1 minute later, we will light up these woods beneath them. You should start deciding who to save first. After hearing what he said, the look in Lin Zia's eyes changed. From what he saw, the woods that had been placed beneath them were covered with diesel, and as soon as it came into contact with the fire, it would definitely burn up really quickly. But, with only 1 minute, it may be sufficient for him to save Yi Xuanzhi alone. As for Yi Xuanzhi's parents, both of them were tied onto the balcony on 2 separate buildings. If he wanted to save all 3 of them in 1 minute, it would be impossible. In the end, you would only be able to save 1, and the other 2 would be burnt to death. Lin Ziu frowned. As for Xiao Zia, he knew that Lin Ziu would be in a dilemma, and when he saw the difficult look on Lin Ziu, he put on a hysterical laugh. This was what he wanted to see. He wanted to see Lin Zia's expression when Lin Ziu was forced to choose. In fact, he had purposely planned it in such a way that Lin Ziu would watch the other 2 burn to death. Plus, the men that were up there were all warriors. No matter which building he chose, he would definitely be killed by the warriors. Game starts. 59. 58. Xiao Zia started counting as he took out the fire torch. Yi Xuanzhi, who was right next to him, widened her eyes in shock. She struggled, trying to escape, but her entire body was tied by the ropes that she couldn't move, and there was a large amount of wood right beneath her. Hee. Do you think that hell pick you if he did? Your parents would definitely be burnt to death. Xiao Zia spoke towards Yi Xuanzhi with an evil look on his face. Then, he suddenly noticed that Lin Ziu, who was on the ground just a second ago, had suddenly disappeared. When the brat gets here, kill him immediately. When he noticed that Lin Ziu was gone, his pupil constricted uncontrollably and he screamed towards the men in the other buildings. There were dozens of warriors on the other buildings and most of them were powerful, strong warriors. Even if Lin Ziu was capable, it would still be impossible for him to deal with so many of them. When Xiao Zia counted till 29, it suddenly skipped to 3. Did you really think that I would give you a minute? Haha. You shall die now. I want you to watch her getting burnt to death. Xiao Zia laughed with a twisted expression and threw the torch towards Yi Xuanzhi. Kunlun. The dry woods beneath Yi Xuanzhi's feet were instantly lit up. As for her parents who were in the other buildings, looking at the scene in fear and shock, they were trying to escape like crazy, but the ropes around them had been tied too tightly and it was impossible for them to loosen them. When they saw how their daughter was about to be burnt to ash, there were tears in their eyes. Ha. I'm wondering what his face would look like by the time he gets here and sees that you are burnt as a piece of charcoal. Xiao Zia looked at Yi Xuanzhi, who was surrounded by the burning flame, and laughed out loud. Boom! However, at the instant, it felt as if there was a strong wind that attacked them. Before any of them realized what was happening, Yi Xuanzhi, who was in the middle of the burning flame, suddenly disappeared. By the time Xiao Zia came back to his senses when he saw the missing person, his facial expression completely changed. Are you all right? Lin Zia's figure has somehow appeared on the corner of the balcony. A small part of Yi Xuanzhi's clothing caught on fire, but Lin Ziu easily got rid of it. Then, Lin Ziu removed the tape that was on her mouth. Brother Lin Zi, Xuanzhi exclaimed, and there were already tears rolling down on both sides of her cheeks. Lin Ziu picked up his spear and cut off the ropes that had been tied around her body. Perhaps it was because she had been tied up for a very long time. Yi Xuanzhi's body felt weak and she couldn't stand up on her own. Quick, burn them. When Xiao Zia saw Lin Ziu, he gritted his teeth. He didn't think that Lin Ziu would be so quick. He roared uncontrollably. Mum, Dad. After hearing Xiao Zia's roar, Yi Xuanzhi, who was weak, struggled to stand. Don't worry. I'm here. Lin Ziu still looked extremely calm. Then, he placed his left arms around Yi Xuanzhi's waist, and then his body let out a bright glow. Even Yi Xuanzhi's entire body was covered by that bright light. Chapter 504 Perfect Rescue. Chapter 504 Perfect Rescue. What the hell is happening here? When they saw the bright light, Xiao Zia subconsciously covered his eyes as well with his arm. A rank 6 warrior. The man standing next to Xiao Zia was a warrior as well, and there was a surprised look in his eyes. A rank 6 warrior. Xiao Zia was stunned as well when he heard what the man said. Although Lin Ziu did show his powerful skills previously, the zombie that Lin Ziu killed was an easy target. Plus, he had never paid attention to Lin Zia's terrifying skills. He always assumed that Lindu was just a rank 4 warrior and the zombies that he killed weren't that scary as well. But, after hearing what the man next to him said, Xiao Zia was shocked. "Young master, we have to go." The man suddenly looked concerned and serious. Before Xiao Zia could say a single word, he started dragging Xiao Zia out of the scene. As for Lindu, his left arm was still wrapped around Yu Enger's waist and he held onto the dark edge with his right hand. He leaped and instantly went towards the balcony on the other building. This balcony was where Yu Enger's mother was at. As for the man who was right next to Yu Enger's mother, he immediately threw the fire torch onto the dry woods, causing a huge flame. Lindu placed Yu Enger on the ground and dashed towards the man opposite him. "You're dead." The man saw Lindu's powerful leap. When Lindu landed on this balcony from the other building, he was shocked as well, but he soon came back to his senses, grabbed onto his weapon, and was ready to fight Lindu who was heading towards him. But Lindu was faster since he had already activated Shadow. They couldn't even touch Lindu's body when Lindu had already punctured a bloody hole on their foreheads. Boom boom boom. The dull sound continued and there was a huge hole that appeared on the warrior's head. Those that were pierced by the spear laid on the ground with their eyes opened wide, till the very last minute that they were alive. They had no idea how they could have been eliminated this easily. There were about a dozen of them on the balcony and Lindu had defeated all of them within seconds. Lindu turned towards Yu Enger's mother who was in the burning flame and with a blink of an eye, he was able to rescue her from the flame. Since it was only a brief moment and the fire wasn't as huge, which was why her clothes were not burnt at all, Lindu lifted Dark Edge and broke all the ropes that were tied around her body. Then, he removed the tape that was placed on her lips. "Hurry, save your uncle," Yu Enger's mother said in fear. From the looks of it, it was obvious that she was in a lot of shock. Lindu nodded his head. He looked back on the other building and noticed that Xiao Zia and his men had already disappeared. Damn it. When he saw what happened, Lindu's pupil shrank subconsciously. But he had no time to waste. He made a huge leap and landed on the other balcony. As for the warriors on the last balcony, they immediately ran out of the building as soon as they saw Lindu. The man who held onto the torch immediately threw it towards the woods that were beneath their hostage and started to run. All of them saw clearly with their eyes how powerful Lindu was as he was able to kill all of the warriors with a headshot within seconds. This terrifying ability was shocking. "Run!" Lindu frowned. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he held onto the dark edge with both his hands and swung it in the air, releasing the flaming birds that instantly flew towards them. It was as if the flaming birds had eyes, because they were all chasing after the warriors that were trying to escape. Kung Lung. When the flaming phoenixes collided with these men, there was a loud noise that rang throughout the area. All of them were completely toasted by the birds and had turned into ash-black corpses. These were warriors of rank 3 and rank 4. They were too weak for Lindu, and they didn't have much experience as well. Then, Lindu quickly ran towards Yu Enger's father, and when Lindu got him out of the flame, he finally let out a breath of relief. "Lindu, is that you?" Yu Enger's father, Yiqingshan, asked in a soft tone. He just had a major surgery a while ago and got kidnapped. His entire body was throbbing in pain. "It's me." Lindu smiled. Yiqingshan's condition was now much better since most of his bones had already been fixed and the effect of the restoration fluid was working magically. But it would still take a few more days before he completely recovers. "I'm alright. I can still walk." When Yiqingshan saw that Lindu wanted to help him, Yiqingshan shook his hands. Lindu nodded his head and then waved towards Yu Enger and her mother, telling them that everything was fine now. "I'll bring you over." In order to prevent any one of Xiao Zia's men from ambushing them, Lindu grabbed Yiqingshan and brought him to the balcony where Yu Enger and her mother was at. "Dear, are you all right?" Yu Enger's mother burst into tears when she saw Yiqingshan. Dad Yu Enger was a little shocked as well, seeing how their family was now safe and sound. Lindu felt relieved as well. The situation earlier had been extremely urgent, but luckily, the men that Xiao Zia brought were of lower ranks. In conclusion, Lindu was glad that everything ended well. "Lindu, we owe you for saving our lives." I can't believe that you have become so strong after not seeing you for just a year or two. Brother Lindu. Yi Shuinger looked at Lindu with her eyes filled with gratitude. Other than that, the admiration in her eyes grew, and just as she was about to say something, Lindu smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's get back to the hospital. Uncle Yi still has to rest." Lindu continued telling them. When they heard what Lindu suggested, Yi Qingshan nodded his head as well. All of them were in shock because of this incident, and it wasn't safe for them to stay here. Soon, all of them reached the hospital. "You should leave quickly." As soon as they got to the lobby, the surgeon who helped Lindu with the surgery suddenly walked towards them and told them nervously. "What's wrong?" Lindu frowned. Yi Qingshan has not completely recovered and he should still be in bed rest. It would be better for them to stay in a hospital if anything were to happen to him. The deputy dean has already given the orders that all of you are not allowed here, and the Chen family has been looking for you. It is extremely dangerous now in the hospital. The surgeon was afraid of Lindu as well, which was why he immediately told Lindu what he knew. His bones have been fixed and we have given him the best resolution fluid. Look at how he is able to ambulate now. It may hurt a little, but he should recover completely within a few days. Chapter 505 The Shadow Squad. Chapter 505 The Shadow Squad. The doctor spoke to them after taking a good look at Yi Qingshan. "Lindu, I think we should look for another place to rest." Yi Qingshan also heard what the doctor said. Lindu turned towards Yi Shuinger and her mother, and the both of them nodded their heads as well. "All right. Let's rest at a nearby hotel then," Lindu said finally. "There are lots of hotels around here," the doctor quickly added. He finally let out a breath of relief. If Lindu stayed here and made a scene, it would have caused him a lot of trouble. Lindu looked at him and did not say anything else. After settling down at the hotel nearby, Lindu stood by the balcony with his eyes narrowed. His current situation was, even if he didn't cause any trouble, trouble would be looking for him anyway. Plus, what Zhao Zai did a while ago had provoked Lindu. Lindu took out his phone and wanted to call Luou, but then he noticed that Luou had turned off her phone. Lindu was surprised, but he thought to himself that it may have been because her phone ran out of battery. As he thought about it, Lindu messaged to Luou and told her that he was with Yi Shuinger. He also told her to come over, if it was possible, just in case the Chen family started seeking her for revenge. As for him, he would be going to the Xiao family, looking for Xiao Zia. "Brother Lindu then," Yi Shuinger called. "What's wrong?" Lindu turned and smiled at Yi Shuinger, who was right in front of him. "Would you like to rest for a bit?" Yi Shuinger asked. He had been fighting since early morning and he would be exhausted by now. The place that they rented now had multiple rooms in it and there was lots of extra space. "It's alright. You should go to bed instead since you look tired." Lindu smiled and subconsciously patted her head. As Yi Shuinger felt the warmth coming from his hand, she enjoyed it. "I'm going to go to bed then," Yi Shuinger told Lindu. Yi Shuinger looked exhausted after experiencing the incident, and it looked like she hadn't completely recovered from it yet. Have a good rest." Lindu nodded his head. After making sure that all of them were resting, Lindu had a determined look in his eyes. This was one of the hotels that belonged to the Warriors Federation and no one would have the guts to barge in here. Plus, their security was tight as well, which was why Lindu felt safe. Then, he picked up the spear and walked towards the exit. On the other hand, Luou was standing by the balcony in her room, looking at the view outside while being deep in thoughts. No matter if it was her front view or her side view, Luou looked perfect. She was still wearing the clothes that Lindu had put on for her. It was a plain, white dress, but she looked elegant in it. As she looked down at the dress that she was wearing, she seemed to have thought of something that caused her to blush, and both her ears turned bright red. But soon, the thought disappeared. After a while, Luou returned to her room and noticed that her phone, which she had left on the table, was vibrating. She was stunned for a moment before picking it up and noticed that there were multiple unanswered phone calls and a message from Lindu. After reading the message, Luou took her sword and left the room. "Were you doing at the same time?" In one of the mansions that belonged to the Xiao family, there was a man who looked similar to Xiao Zia, who was screaming at him. That would be Xiao Zia's father. Daoxing, it's fine that you took some of the guards out, but you're telling me that a dozen of them died. Daoxing got even angrier after saying that. The Xiao family might be one of the strongest families in the Bai Dai city, but it was still a heartache losing so many powerful warriors in one blow. I didn't know that that bastard would be so powerful, Xiao Zia said with a murderous look in his eyes. He didn't think that Lindu would be able to destroy his well-thought plan so easily. If he knew about this earlier, he wouldn't have played the game. Instead, he should have immediately killed Yi Xuanzhi and her family so that Lindu would turn fuming mad. As he recalled what happened, he clenched his hand into a fist with his nails digging into his palms. This is what you are. How would you be the next heir of the Xiao family? Zhaoxing looked at his son and asked, Father, forget it. Zhaoxing rubbed his temples and continued. He was able to kill so many of them alone. Who is he? Just a nobody from a small city. Xiao Zia would never speak highly of Lindu. Zhaoxing thought about it carefully. The men that his son brought were only rank 3 warriors and only rank 4 at best. Lindu was able to kill all of them, which showed that he was at least rank 5. It may be a little tricky, but they should still be able to handle it. This was because they had a lot more rank 5 warriors. We wouldn't let it go this easily after he had killed so many of my men. I will ask your grandfather for the shadow squad. In order to finish him, Zhaoxing said to his son. Great. After hearing what his father said, Xiao Zia was delighted. The shadow squad were the best of the Xiao family, and most of them are rank 5 warriors. The leader of the team was a rank 6 warrior, the strongest in the Xiao family. It was also because of this force that made everyone else afraid of the Xiao family. This is it, Lindu said as he looked at the tall, gold metal gates. He didn't think that the mansion of the Xiao family would be this big. Plus, it looked like they had really good security. Lindu walked towards the building but was soon stopped by a man. Who are you looking for? One of the guards asked Lindu in a rude manner. This was because there was blood stained all over his long spear. It was obvious that Lindu wasn't a friendly person. Nothing. I am just here to look for Xiao Zia. Lindu smiled and answered. Looking for Xiao Zia? The guards couldn't help but frown when they heard Lindu's answer. What's your name? The guards weren't sure who Lindu was and what he wanted, which is why they continued asking. My name is Lindu. He looked forward and soon found Xiao Zia. Please inform me. I am sure that he would never forget a friend like me. Chapter 506 Bloodbath. Chapter 506 Bloodbath. The security guards didn't know if they could believe him and quickly walked into the control room. Then, they used the phone in the room and contacted Xiao Zia. Who is it? Xiao Zia was still discussing with his father what the shadow squad should do to get rid of Lindu when his phone started ringing. He took a peek at it and noticed that the screen showed that it was the security guards. The security room. Xiao Zia frowned in confusion. Have a look at it. Xiao Zia nodded his head. He walked to the side of the room and answered the call. Hello. What is it? Young Master Xiao. Greetings. The security guard greeted him as soon as they heard his voice. A friend of yours is here and he is saying he wants to meet you. You? My friend? Xiao Zia was stunned. He thought about it hard and he didn't have many friends in Bai Dai City. Perhaps it was one of his classmates who finally knew his power in Bai Dai City and decided to come and flatter him. Xiao Zia couldn't help but feel proud as he thought about it. What is his name? He said that it was Lindu. The security guard replied. Xiao Zia, who was still being boastful a second ago, suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. The change of expression on his face happened so fast that it made him look extremely ridiculous. Xiao Zia obviously knew his name, and when he heard that Lindu was here looking for him, he thought about the terrifying skill that Lindu showed back in the Western Industrial area. He couldn't help but shudder. Hack! His phone slipped out of his hand and it fell onto the ground. What's wrong with you? When Zhaoxing saw what happened, he couldn't help but frown. Xiao Zia quickly picked up his phone and then said in a trembling tone, Dad. He's here. Zhaoxing was shocked and quickly understood what he meant. It's that fella. Yeep. Xiao Zia nodded his head as he could feel a chill run down his spine. This fella must be crazy. How dare he come alone to the Xiao mansion? Madness. After hearing Xiao Zia's reply, His father's face immediately turned cold. Lindu had the balls to come to their home so casually. It felt like Lindu was looking down on the Xiao family. Kill him. Don't let him take another step forward. Xiaoqing stood up and took over the phone, giving orders to the security guards who were on the other end of the phone call. When the security guards heard who it was, they were shocked but soon understood what was asked of. That was Xiaoqing's voice. The security guard who was on the phone turned around and pulled his thumb across his neck as a sign. The guards on the outside saw what the man inside the room did and nodded their heads. Some of the guards who were in the hiding took their guards and pointed them towards Lin Zia's head. They took a rough aim and then pulled the trigger. Ziu ziu ziu. There were multiple laser beams and all of a sudden, there were bullets headed towards Lin Zia's head. Boom boom boom. But Lin Zia's reaction was too quick. Within a second, Lin Ziu picked up his black spear and blocked all of the laser beams that were headed his way. Looks like young Master Xiao isn't too happy with me. Lin Ziu smiled at the security guards and joked about it. You're a dead man. The security guard's expression changed, and he took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was extremely shaped and there were still bloodstains on it. At that moment, there was a bright glow at the edge of the dagger as well. These men were not skillful warriors, but they were still quick on their feet and equipped with assassin skills. All of them found the right time together and started dashing towards Lin Ziu from different directions. Lin Ziu remained motionless and he didn't even look flustered. Too slow. These men thought that they would be able to attack Lin Ziu with their speed, but Lin Ziu shook his head. Ziu! There was a semicircle drawn by the spear, and the guards who were headed towards him suddenly felt a sharp pain on their chest. At the very next moment, before any of them got close to Lin Ziu, they were already chopped into halves. There was blood splashing everywhere. Horrifying. He was absolutely horrifying. The men who were standing behind him, holding onto guns in their hands, jumped at the horrifying scene, but they were professionals. Even when they were completely shocked by what happened, they still tried to fire their guns at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards them with the long spear in his arm. Lin Ziu may be walking slowly, but none of the laser beams could hit him. Each of them looked as if they were about to hit him, but Lin Ziu could easily dodge them with one small movement of his head. His reaction speed was way too scary. Well, my turn. Lin Ziu was already at the door when he said those words. His body moved swiftly and with the long spear in his hands, he dashed towards the men who were shooting at him with their laser guns. Although they were all hidden, Lin Ziu could still clearly sense where they were hiding at. As he lifted his spear that was glowing at the tip, there were flashes of bloody fireworks that lit up the place. Tell me, where is Xiao Zia? Lin Ziu pointed the tip of his spear at one of the security guards and asked. The man was seated on the ground, filled with fear. He looked around at those men who tried to kill Lin Ziu, and they were all killed by Lin Ziu instead. And he only used one skill. Lin Ziu only activated one skill, and he killed all of his colleagues. When he felt the tip of the spear on his forehead, he could feel the pain that caused his body to tremble. Over there. The man had no time to think and pointed at the direction on his right as he spoke in a shaky tone. In 205. After hearing what he said, he took away the spear from the man's forehead and walked in the direction that he was told. The man stared at Lin Ziu as he walked away with dark edge. His body instantly turned weak as he lay on the ground with his forehead full of sweat. The feeling of being stuck in the moment of life and death was horrible. They are dead. He killed all of them. Xiao Zia and Xiaoqing were watching the entire thing through the projection and they were both utterly shocked. The security system of the Xiao family that was incredibly tough was useless in defending Lin Ziu. He got rid of all of them within seconds. Quick, we have to go get them to put on a level 1 defense. Xiaoqing screamed and dragged his son along with him. They could no longer stay here even if this was their home. Chapter 507 1 vs 100. Chapter 507 1 vs 100. 205. Should be here. Lin Ziu held Dark Edge in his hands and walked towards one of the mansions. There was a mansion with the number 205 that was mentioned by the man earlier. Boom! Lin Ziu walked towards it, kicked the door open, and entered the mansion. The mansion was huge and it was filled with lots of peculiar things that looked high-tech. Plus, when he took a closer look, There was a projector in the living room and it was showing the scene of the main gates to the Xiao estate. Oh, looks like I've been found. Lindu felt a little sorry as he mumbled to himself. He's there at the same time. There were about 100 men that surrounded the entire mansion. No. 205. That bastard, how dare he come looking for us at our home, Xiao Zia said to himself as he stood at a distance from the building that was once his home. Heck. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was slapped by his father. Zhaoxing. Father. You. Xiao Zia widened his eyes in surprise and stared at his father in disbelief. If it wasn't because you messed with this monster, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Zhaoxing glared at his son as he was mad at his useless son. As he thought of how all of his men had died except for one, he couldn't control his anger. Useless. There were some of them from the rest of the Xiao family that sneered at Xiao Zia as well. Keep quiet. An old man with a head full of white hair said in a cold tone. As soon as he spoke up, everyone else around him kept their mouths shut. This was the head of the Xiao family. Zhao Lin. We will talk about that later. For now, we have to get rid of this fella who dares mess with the Xiao family. Zhao Lin said to the rest of them. If this gets out, the entire Xiao family would be embarrassed. Every member of the Xiao family nodded their head in agreement. If this gets out, it would definitely be a shameful matter for the entire family. Xiao Zia knew better than to say a word, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Bomb it! Zhao Lin waved his hands and commanded his men. Yes, after getting the signal, all of them moved backward. From the distance, there was a group of men who were carrying a heavy bazooka. After adjusting the bazooka to the correct angle, they immediately fire it. Kung Lu. As the rocket landed on Mansion No. 205, there was a huge explosion and the entire mansion blew up into pieces. Cough. Cough. There was thick, black smoke that came from the explosion and some of them who were further up front started coughing. Is he dead? Xiao Zia tried to open his eyes wide so that he could see the scene before him. But the only thing that he could see was ashes and smoke. He couldn't really see what was happening. This is a G-55 rocket. The explosive force may not be the strongest, but it comes with a corrosive liquid. That fella is definitely dead. One of the members of the Xiao family told Xiao Zia. There were still 100 men that remained on their spot. They didn't move and had their eyes fixed on the scene before them. As the smoke slowly disappeared, they could slowly see the view much clearer than before. This welcoming ceremony seems to be a little grand. Then, a loud voice rang throughout the area. When they heard his voice, Xiao Zia and Zhaoxing were shocked and their pupils shrank uncontrollably. Especially Xiao Zia, who has already started screaming. He's not dead, he's not dead. Shut it. Zhaoxing was shocked as well, but when he heard his son panicking, he felt embarrassed and quickly told him to shut up. Xiao Zia bit onto his lips. There was still hatred in his eyes, but now, they were mixed with a hint of fear. Kill him. Zhao Lin saw Lin Ziu who was standing in the middle of the chaos. He looked undisturbed. Although Xiao Lin was truly shocked by what happened, he still maintained a calm, peaceful look on the outside. After he gave the commands, the men who were standing in a circle, surrounding the remains of Mansion No. 205, held their guns and started shooting at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu looked at the laser beams that were headed towards his direction and narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a pale blue screen appeared on Lin Zia's body. Yuan, plus. Lin Zia's Yuan was a little different than the others. His one was filled with lightning surrounding it and it looked peculiar. Lin Ziu managed to block all the laser beams with Yuan and it wasn't able to do any damage to Lin Ziu. That's Yuan. At the same time, the rest of the Xiao family realized what was happening and all of their facial expressions changed. They finally understood why the rocket didn't kill him. It was because Lin Ziu was able to release Yuan. Plus, this one looked completely different from the other warriors. It looked as if Lin Ziu's one was much better than the others. He can activate Yuan. This fella is a rank 6 warrior. Zhaoxing widened his eyes in surprise as well. He was aware that Xiao Zia had provoked an extremely powerful enemy, but he didn't know that Lin Ziu was a rank 6 warrior, and he is such a young rank 6 warrior. With one simple thought, he started wondering how powerful this young man's family would be if they were able to produce such a young and powerful rank 6 warrior. Zhaoxing took a deep breath as well. Why didn't you say so before? After hearing his father's raging question, Xiao Zia's body started shaking uncontrollably as well. From his sixth sense, he could guess that Lindu might be a rank 6 warrior, but he thought that his family would be able to kill him. He had no idea that Lindu would be such a powerful man. Lindu wasn't bothered by how shocked these people were. He carried his spear and continued walking towards them. The laser beams were like droplets of rain that were all blocked from touching Lindu by his protective shield. The 100 men that stood with their heavy machinery weren't even a threat to Lindu. As Lindu took one step forward, the men took one step backward. He was able to move 100 men alone. Fighters, get over here. The Shadow Squad, come here as well. Xiao Lin had a fierce look in his eyes as he shouted for his men. The Xiao family has never encountered something like this, which was why the entire family was involved. There were hundreds of people who gathered together, surrounding Lindu so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Master then. A group of men who were dressed in black with either machetes or swords gathered right in front of Xiao Lin. The man leading them had a scar on his face and he looked extremely fierce. He was on one knee as he greeted Xiao Lin. Shadow, get rid of him. Xiao Lin's eyes were on Lindu, who was slowly walking towards them. Yes, sir. The man who was known as Shadow nodded his head. After that, he led his men, dressed in black, and dashed towards Lindu. Chapter 508 Tortured. Chapter 508 Tortured. So this is the Shadow Squad. They look scary. This was the first time for some of them from the Xiao family to see their mysterious weapon, the Shadow Squad. The squad was giving out an extremely terrifying aura and all of them couldn't help but be in awe. HMPH, now that the Shadow Squad is here. That fella is dead. Some of them from the Xiao family let out a breath of relief. This was because Lindu's performance just now was incredibly terrifying for them. He was a higher rank warrior that could ignore all of the laser beams that headed in his direction. Oh, looks interesting. Lindu, who was reading to dash forward, suddenly noticed the group of men, dressed in black, that completely surrounded him. These men were different from the warriors from before, as Lindu couldn't clearly feel the murderous intention from their eyes. Especially the man with the scar on his face. Lindu could clearly feel the strong killing aura from him. A rank 6 warrior. Shadow took a good look at Lindu. Lindu narrowed his eyes as well and pointed his spear at the Zhu family while asking them, "You're going to help them? You asked for it," Shadow said in a cold tone towards Lindu. As soon as he was done, all the men dressed in black attacked Lindu simultaneously. Boom boom boom. With the weapons. They groaned softly as they started attacking on Lindu's Yuan. Ci. As the weapon hit Lindu's Yuan, the lighting from the Yuan passed through their weapon and went directly onto their bodies. Your Yuan may be a little different from the rest that we've seen, but your lightning is completely useless on us. Shadow wasn't in a hurry to fight Lindu. Instead, he was watching the fight between his men and Lindu. In order to defeat your enemy, you should see through his skills. Find his weakness so that you can kill him in one shot. Shadow was being incredibly cautious. Really? Lindu gave a cold laugh. He didn't dodge the attacks and immediately pierced Dark Edge into the air. Torrential storm of rose flowers. As Lindu's actions were extremely quick, there were 3 men that didn't react in time, and there were multiple bloody holes that appeared all over their bodies. A large amount of blood splattered all over the ground. That's impossible. Xiao Lin was frightened as well when he saw what happened. His Shadow Squad, he had already lost 3 of them in such a short period of time. This was scary beyond words. Shadow, who had planned on asking his men to fight so that he could observe Lindu, suddenly turned serious as well. Captain, there's something strange about the lightning. As his men took a few steps back, they reported to Shadow. The lighting seems to have a numbing effect. What? Shadow's pupil shrank uncontrollably due to shock, but before he could react, Lindu was already headed towards him with his spear. All of the markings on the body of the Dark Edge started to light up, along with the Dark Edge that pierced through the air. There was a loud explosion that followed. It was obvious how scary this weapon was. The look in his eyes changed as he reached out for one of the men that stood by his right side. Shadow pulled that man and placed the man right in front of himself. Boom! Then, Lin Zia's spear immediately pierced through that man's head. Ziu! Shadow threw the man's body to the side and moved aside to dodge the attack himself. Those from the Xiao family were shocked as well as the look in their eyes changed after seeing what happened. The result is what matters. Zhao Lin warned them in a cold tone. He would have never expected Lin Ziu to be so powerful. The Shadow Squad was just like a bunch of kids while fighting Lin Ziu. Captain, you. As for the rest of the men from the Shadow Squad, their eyes widened in shock as well as they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Kill him. Shadow completely ignored the rest of them and bluntly gave his commands. The rest of them looked at each other. They lifted their weapons once again and rushed towards Lin Ziu. They had no other choice now. The only way that they could survive was if Lin Ziu was dead. Boom boom boom. But, as soon as they did that, they could see a bright glow that appeared right in front of them. Then, they seemed to have lost consciousness and they fell into indefinite darkness. The air was filled with silence. Lin Ziu continued walking forward with his spear that was now covered in blood. There was even blood dripping off the tip of the spear. Dead. One Xiao Zia was trembling in fear. In his eyes, Lin Ziu was a demon. He was now completely covered in terror. If the Shadow Squad had no ways of defeating him, who on earth would be able to stop Lin Ziu? Are you still going to fight me? Lin Ziu looked at Shadow who was still standing in front of him, blocking his path. Shadow Zhao Lin roared. He may be in his late years but his scream was still loud and clear. Shadow's pupil once again shrank uncontrollably. It felt as if the energy in his body had been excited. He activated Yuan as well, covering himself. Then, with his machete, he rushed towards Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu sneered and swung the dark edge as well while attacking Shadow. Clang clang clang. Both the weapons crashed onto each other, giving out a bright, clear sound that rang across the area. Awe of Phoenix. Lin Ziu held onto his spear and screamed out loud. Then, there were flaming birds that came out of the tip of his spear and were heading towards Shadow. Kun Lung. Shadow's skills were extremely peculiar as well, but it was true to his name. His body was moving effortlessly and dodged all of the flaming birds. As the flaming birds landed on the ground, the entire ground shook with a loud explosion. There were even craters that were formed all over the place. Where is he? As Lin Ziu looked in front of him, trying to find Shadow, he realized that Shadow's body went missing. Shadow stream slash. As Lin Ziu was still caught in surprise, the Shadow figure appeared right behind Lin Ziu, and Shadow's machete was aimed towards Lin Zia's body. At that moment, his entire machete turned black and it looked strange. Go to hell. Shadow's eyes were now filled with hatred, and just when his strange machete was about to hit Lin Zia's head, Lin Ziu picked up Dark Edge and swung it backward. He managed to defend himself from Shadow's attack. Although he managed to block the attack with his spear, there was a black material that went from the machete, passing through the dark edge that landed on Lin Ziu. Chapter 509 Even if there are hundreds of you. Chapter 509 Even if there are hundreds of you. What's that? Lin Ziu was obviously shocked when he saw the black-colored object that came onto him. This was because the black-colored object was able to pass through his Yuan and directly land on his body. Boom! Lin Ziu did not waste too much time on it. He swung his spear and immediately attacked. However, Shadow already knew his next step and quickly took a step back. Kill him. Zhao Lin's eyes were locked on the scene before them as he spoke in a cold tone. Then, hundreds of laser beams and all sorts of weapons were picked up by the members of the Xiao family, aiming it towards Lin Ziu. None of them had dared to move recklessly. From what they saw earlier, they knew that these laser beams wouldn't be able to do any damage to Lin Ziu. The only person who would be able to defeat Lin Ziu was Shadow, who was also a rank 6 warrior. What is this? As the black object slowly crawled all over Lin Ziu's body, he frowned. He noticed that his strength and speed were being suppressed. It was all because of the black object on his body. It was suppressing his strength. Hee. Your strength would now be reduced by at least 20. Shadow finally let out a cold smile as he looked at Lin Ziu, who was at a distance. 20 reduction of his strength was more than enough. So this is what it does. Lin Ziu nodded his head, but he didn't look nervous at all. Seeing how calm Lin Ziu was, It made Shadow nervous and his facial expression looked awful. Did he not know what might happen once his strength gets suppressed by 20, especially when they are in a fight? With that, Shadow felt humiliated and angry at the same time. His right hand that held onto his machete suddenly grew big, and even the veins on his arm started to pop. He didn't say another word and continued attacking Lin Xiu. Xiu Xiu Xiu. As he rushed towards Lin Xiu. His figure was just like his name, a shadow. Other than a black figure, no one was able to actually see his physical body. Go to hell. It was within a blink of an eye where his machete was right above Lin Xia's head, and he was about to chop Lin Xia's head into two. Clang. However, Lin Xiu managed to block his attack by just simply swinging his spear to the front. How was this possible? Shadow widened his eyes in shock. Filled with disbelief, Lin Xiu could feel the effect on his own skills, and now Lin Xia's strength has been suppressed. But, how is it possible that Lin Xiu could block his attack so easily? You're so weak, Lin Xiu said bluntly. What did you say after hearing Lin Xia's comment? Shadow was in rage. At the same time, there was a loud crackling sound. As he took a good look, he noticed that the tip of Lin Xia's dark edge was now changed with a large amount of lightning. Since his machete was in contact with Lin Xia's spear, the lightning immediately got diverted into his body. Although he has been electrocuted as part of his training, this high current flow still wasn't something that any normal warrior would be able to withstand. Right at that moment, he could feel the intense pain all over his body as he was being electrocuted. He felt as if his body was being ripped apart. The Yuan that Shadow had activated suddenly disappeared because of the intense pain. He couldn't hold it any longer. Lin Xiu did not hesitate. He moved his spear and pierced the tip of it into Shadow's chest. Fire! Xiao Lin shouted. There was a large number of laser beams that went towards Lin Xiu, but his Yuan was still activated and all of the beams were completely deflected by Yuan. It was completely useless. As for Lin Xia's spear, it was already thrust deep into Shadow's chest. Shadow looked down on his own chest. When he saw the spear that was going through his chest, he couldn't believe his own eyes. How is this possible? This is impossible. I can't die. How is it that I got killed? Boom! Lin Xiu snorted. He gave a strong kick with his right leg and threw Shadow's body into the distance. His spear was now completely covered with blood as Shadow laid on the ground with his body twitching. Soon, Shadow stopped moving. When Zhao Lin saw what happened, his vision turned dark and he passed out. Master! Those who were behind him quickly caught Zhao Lin and started screaming for help. Then, there were multiple medical officers that came rushing and injected a syringe into Zhao Lin's body, which allowed him to slowly regain consciousness. That's impossible. That's impossible, Zhao Lin mumbled to himself. The Shadow Squad was his life's work and they were the strongest force that the Xiao family had, but all of them just looked like children fighting with an adult as they battled Lin Xiu. He was just a young man. How is it possible that he could be so powerful? Drink the forbidden drug and kill him. Zhao Lin finally came back to his senses and screamed out loud. The hundreds of men that stood around him were the Xiao family's warriors. When they heard what Zhao Lin ordered, all of them took out a tube from their pockets and poured them into their mouths without any hesitation. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He was prepared to see what act they were coming up with when he saw Xiao Zia, who was trying to escape. You're trying to run. When Lin Xiu saw him, the look in his eyes changed. He was covered in rage when he thought of how Xiao Zia had kidnapped He Xuanzhi and her parents. He completely ignored those men that were surrounding him and headed for the only person that he wanted. Without a trace. Whoosh whoosh. As for those who took the forbidden drugs, their bodies started giving out loud, bone-cracking noises. These men, who were already muscular, soon turned much bigger in size than they originally were and their muscles grew tremendously. Even if there are thousands of men, I would still be coming for you, Lin Xiu said as he dashed towards the crowd before him. The men were shooting their laser guns at him like mad and all of them were aimed onto Lin Xiu's body. Get out of my way, Lin Xiu roared. He gently moved his spear and the men that were before him were all killed instantly. Dad, let's go. He's a madman. When Xiao Zia saw the horrifying scene of how Lin Xiu was able to kill dozens of men with just one simple move, he could no longer stay calm. Chapter 510. I hate it the most when others threaten me. Chapter 510 I hate it the most when others threaten me. What he really wanted to do now was to quickly escape from this nightmare. If he didn't run now, Lindu would definitely kill him. Lindu turned towards Xiao Zia. With the spear in his hand, he ran in directly and dashed towards Xiao Zia. Lindu's speed was extremely quick, and with his Yuan open, he was undefeatable. He was alone, but it looked as if he had the force of 100 men and soon got all the way to the front. Don't even think about it. Some of them who took the forbidden drug immediately formed a human wall. They stood next to each other, blocking Lindu's path. Since they took the drugs, their body size had become much bigger, especially their muscles. It was so big that they looked a little scary. Lindu no longer wanted to fight with these men. The only reason why he was here was to kill Xiao Zia, and he wouldn't let him get away. As Lindu roared while swinging the spear in his hand, there were multiple black-colored figures that appeared from the tip of his spear. The figures slowly turned into a huge dragon that went after those men. Hung! As the black dragon opened his mouth, it instantly burned off all the men that were blocking Lindu's way. Lindu took the chance. He leaped forward using the men's head as a platform, and jumps towards Xiao Zia. Where are you heading to? All of it happened within seconds, and Lindu was already standing right in front of Xiao Zia. Lindu gave a good kick to Xiao Zia, who was trying to run. Xiao Zia was immediately on the ground and the tip of the spear was pointed onto Xiao Zia's forehead. Stop! Xiao Lin screamed when he saw what Lindu was doing. Lindu was now completely covered by Yuan, and there was horrifying lightning that surrounded Lindu's Yuan. He didn't dare go close to Lindu. Stop what you're doing, Xiao Lin warned Lindu once again. Do you know what you did today? This is Xiao's mansion. Some of the members of the Xiao family started screaming at Lindu as well. The Xiao family has been the strongest family in Baidai City. They have already been looked up to while the others bow down to them. When have they ever encountered having bloodshed in their own homes? And the most important thing was, he was just a young man with his spear that destroyed the Xiao family. He would have to pay the price for what he has done. Lindu said calmly. Xiao Zia, who saw the spear on top of his head, felt so scared that he wet his pants. There was still blood on the tip of the spear and they were slowly dripping onto his face. Please, don't kill me. Don't you dare, I will destroy your entire family, Xiao Lin screamed at Lindu. Lindu's pupil shrank uncontrollably after hearing what Xiao Lin said. I hate it the most when others threaten me. Then, Lindu thrust his spear deep into Xiao Zia's head. As soon as he was done warning the Xiao family, blood splattered everywhere. Zhaoxing immediately passed out. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, froze on the spot when he saw what Lindu did. Perhaps it was because he got too angry. He spitted out a mouthful of blood. Remember, if there's anyone from the Xiao family that dares to mess with me or my friends, I will come again. I will cause a bloodbath with the Xiao family. Lindu warned them word by word, picked up his spear, and left in the other direction. As Lindu was leaving, the men that surrounded him earlier knew that they couldn't stop him. They decided to move aside, clearing a path for Lindu to leave. As Xiao Lin looked at Lindu who was leaving, his vision turned black and turned unconscious. The smell of blood is so disgusting. As Lindu was leaving, he shook the dark edge in order to get rid of the blood that was on the spear. All of the blood then fell off the spear. The entire spear looked brand new. He finally solved the issue with the Xiao family. Well, there wouldn't be anyone else left who would look for trouble with him from now onwards. But would Chen Yong, the man who he paralyzed, come looking for him? As Lindu walked out of the alley, he could feel that there was someone following behind him. Are they here already? Show yourself. Lindu, who was walking at a slow pace, suddenly stopped and spoke to the person behind him. But no one answered, and it doesn't look like the person following him would show himself. Then, within a blink of an eye, Lindu's figure suddenly disappeared from the alley. Where is he? All of the men that were in hiding suddenly appeared and asked in shock, "Who sent you here?" As soon as they appeared, there was a clear voice that came from behind them. They quickly turned around, and when they saw Lindu, it was as if they had seen a ghost. You! The men were filled with shock, but they reacted quickly and immediately attacked Lindu with the weapons in their arms. Boom! before their weapons could even touch Lindu. They saw a few gunshot figures appearing before their eyes, and at the very next moment, there were bloody holes that appeared on their foreheads. Bring me to him. Lindu had purposely left one of them alive and instructed the man. The man was in shock. They have been hired to kill Lindu, but before they could do anything, Lindu had already killed all of them. What is with his skills? His body was shaking, and before he could say anything, Lindu's bloody spear was already pointing against his forehead. I don't think that you should reject me, Lindu said bluntly. He had just killed so many of the trained men of the Xiao family, and they should be afraid right now. It wouldn't make any sense for them to send men after him right now. If he had guessed correctly, Chen Yong was the one who sent them here. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him on the other side of the town. Inside an exquisite medical ward, Chen Yong was screaming in fury. His bones were completely crushed and were now replaced by artificial bone. They were strong, but they have lost their ability to grow. This was a heavy blow for a warrior. Don't worry about it. I have already sent men to kill him. If he dares to show his face in Baidai City, he would be dead. A middle-aged man that looked exactly like Chen Yong comforted him. We will definitely take care of this. This is an embarrassment to the Chen family. Chapter 511 Come Knocking. Chapter 511 Come Knocking. Another member of the Chen family also said aloud at this time, Must kill him. How dare he beat my godson like this? Chen Yong's mother said with tears at this time. Alright. It's all your fault for spoiling him, Chen Yong's father said coldly. He knew his son's character. He used the power of the Chen family to act absurdly in Baidai City previously, but this time he didn't expect to get into trouble. But can those killers really kill him? I heard that the kid's strength is extraordinary. At this time, one of the men said aloud while smoking a cigarette. After all, everyone in the Chen family was alarmed when something like this happened. Many Chen family members were in this ward now. H&G, those are top killers. He is dead meat. A man said coldly at this time. When the others heard his words, they nodded. Those assassins are all rank 5 warriors. And they were good at assassination. The average warrior would definitely die. What if he survives at this moment? A voice came from behind. Everyone who heard this voice turned their heads and looked behind. And they could clearly see a young man walking up with his arms around a man's shoulders. He said he's young Master Chen's friend and came to see young Master Chen. At this time, a nurse hurried up from behind and said, out of breath. This was the intensive care unit, so no ordinary personnel could come here at all. You may take a leave. A middle-aged man waved to the nurse and said. When the nurse heard the man's words, she immediately left the place like she had received a pardon. She knew that those in there were all from the Chen family, and most of the people in the Chen family were fierce and violent. She was so terrified that if she accidentally provoked any of them, her life would be over. Are you Jinqian's friend? Chen Yong's father looked at Lindu at this time, and then said with a frown. Who? Lindu frowned and asked his friend. Why? Don't you recognize me? As Lindu walked in, Chen Yong's expression suddenly changed. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, looking at Lindu as if he saw a ghost. As for the man who came with Lindu, his body was also trembling at this time. He has been a killer for so long, and he has never encountered such a thing. He was actually held hostage by the assassination target and came here to find the one who employed him. What's wrong at this time? The Chen family who arranged for the killer to kill Lindu also walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he walked out, he saw the man next to Lindu. His expression suddenly changed. Why are you here? He clearly sent this man to assassinate Lindu. How could he suddenly come to him? Upon closer inspection, he saw Lindu standing next to the man. Although it was Lindu's side profile, he felt that this boy was very similar to the Lindu he saw on the surveillance video before. Seeing this, he was even more shocked. This guy has come knocking. What's going on? The Chen family members present felt that something was wrong at this time. It's him. Chen Yong went crazy at this time. Looking at Lindu, his eyes were full of fear. You are the one who beat up my son. Chen Yong's father also came to his senses at this moment, and looked at Lindu and said coldly. The Chen family was shocked. They had no idea that Lindu not only was not killed by the killer, He even came to find them. Courting death, 2 of the Chen family's bodyguards reacted quickly at this time, and then attacked Lindu. Although Lindu was holding a long spear in his right hand, watching them attack at this time, he didn't need to move the long spear in his hand. He kicked with his right leg, and kicked the 2 men directly onto the opposite wall. Chen Yong's father was also a warrior. Just when he was about to move, he saw the spear in Lindu's hand move, and the tip of the spear appeared in front of his forehead in an instant. As long as Lindu exerts a slight force, the spear can penetrate his head directly. Stop it! Everyone in the Chen family was shocked when they saw this scene. Do you know who we are? The man from the Chen family who sent the killer to kill Lindu also looked at Lindu with an ugly expression. Aren't you guys the Chen family from Bai Dai City? Lindu stared at him, and then said faintly, "Glad you know that. Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to kill anyone here now?" Although this man was shocked on the inside, he still acted calmly on the surface. "Your family will die." The man looked at Lindu and continued threatening. "You're threatening me?" Lindu narrowed his eyes and said aloud. Without waiting for these people to answer, Lindu continued, "The people from the Xiao family also threatened me like this. Do you know the consequences?" Zhao's family. When Lindu mentioned the Zhao family, everyone in the Chen family was shocked. Although their Chen family was a large force in Bai Dai City, they were still not qualified to be compared to the leading Zhao family. "What did you do?" a man said in surprise. "It's nothing. I went to their Xiao family and killed someone named Xiao Zia," Lindu said lightly. Xiao Zia. After hearing this name, many people came to their senses. Isn't Xiao Zia a direct descendant of the Xiao family? Although Xiao Zia was a hedonistic son, but he was someone from the Xiao family after all. He actually rushed into Xiao's house and killed Xiao Zia, although it was still unclear whether it is true or false. If this is true, this man would be too scary. Okay, it's time to put an end to this. Lindu glanced at Chen Yong, who was lying on the bed, and said, "No, don't kill me." Seeing Lindu easily restraining his father, Chen Yong's expression changed drastically. Moreover, his limbs were still unable to move at this time, and he was here now. He would undoubtedly die. "I'm going all out with you," Chen Yong's mother yelled, and was about to rush towards Lindu. But at this moment, Lindu's sphere unfolded instantly, and she bounced back. And because of the paralyzing effect of the lightning on the sphere, she fainted. Rank 6 warrior. The rest of the Chen family were dumbfounded when they saw the sphere unfolding around Lindu's body, and they were even more frightened. Chapter 512 Lindu's Parents. Chapter 512 Lindu's Parents. At this time, everyone in the Chen family dared not move. The assassin who had been coerced by Lindu to lead the way had his legs trembling at this time. Rank 6 warrior. He actually wanted to assassinate a rank 6 warrior. Now he knew why. Why Lindu killed his companion so easily just now. "What the hell do you want?" Although the spear was pointed at Chen Yong's father, he still gritted his teeth and said. He looked very calm on the surface, but there was already a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. His eyes clearly saw that the spear was still stained with blood. It was obvious that Lindu had just killed someone with it. "I don't want anything other than his life." Lindu looked at Chen Yong, who was on the hospital bed, and said aloud, Don't kill me." Chen Yong's eyes were filled with horror. He was usually the one who bullied others. When was he actually bullied so badly? This time, he was really scared. At this time, his body shivered and the entire bedsheet was soaked because he was so frightened that he peed. "You broke my uncle." "Yes, limbs. I'm just returning the favor and did not take your life. However, you actually dared to send a killer to deal with me." Lindu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. He wasn't himself anymore. "Go to hell," Lindu shouted sharply. He turned the dark-edged spear away from Chen Yong's father at this moment and was about to stab Chen Yong in the head. Chen Yong saw the scene. His face turned white and he fainted. "Wait!" But at this moment, a man blocked and shouted at Lindu. "Do you want to die too?" Lindu said aloud as he looked at the man in his eyes. He wanted to take Chen Yong's life, but he didn't want to slaughter the entire Chen family. If this happens, He was afraid that he can't control himself and really become a murderous demon. I was the one who sent these killers, the man said aloud at this time. Chen Liang Chen Jingqian's father heard his words at this time and his eyes suddenly changed. This is his brother and he came forward to say this just to take the blame. Oh, then I will kill you as well. Lindu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. However, Chen Liang looked at Lindu for a while, then seemed to think of something. His face suddenly changed. Are you from Xingyao City? Chen Liang said suddenly. Lindu frowned when he heard his words, and didn't understand why he said that. Looking at Lindu's expression, he could be sure that Lindu must belong to Xingyao City. And at this time, he felt that Lindu's face seemed very similar to the man back then. Could it be that? It wouldn't be so coincidental. Right. Thinking of this, he was startled. But now he couldn't care so much, and if his guess was right, they had a chance to survive. You are Lin Yixiao's son, Chen Liang said suddenly. How do you know? Lindu was taken aback. Then his face changed drastically. After traveling through this world, he completely merged with the memory of the original Lindu. The name of his father in this world is Lin Yixiao. But when he was young, his parents died in a car accident. I was right. Chen Liang heaved a sigh of relief at this time. He didn't expect that by such a coincidence. He actually met the man's son. That incident was still very clear in his memory. He still remembered what happened back then. The man's face was very similar to Lindu's. Your father did not die in a car accident, Chen Liang continued to say to Lindu. He didn't die in a car accident. The pupils in Lindu's eyes shrank abruptly, and he was shocked at this time. It was said that when his parents had a car accident, Lindu was still in elementary school, and his parents' bodies were cremated even before he had a chance to see them. The other party paid a large sum of compensation, and relying on some savings left at home, Lindu could successfully finish high school. These things were a big blow to Lindu back then. He came into this world at this time, fused with the memory of Lindu, and now Lindu has already regarded his late parents as his real parents. Hearing Chen Liang's words at this time, how could he not be shocked? Tell me, what do you know, or I will kill you. Lindu's dark-edged spear pointed at Chen Liang and said, You let us go. I can tell you everything I know. Chen Liang stood upright and said to Lindu at this time. He could see now that Lindu cared about this matter very much. You let us go. Chen Liang repeated. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Lindu said lightly. Kill me then. Chen Liang looked like he was willing to give up. Lindu frowned slightly, then looked at Chen Jingqian as his spear thrust directly into his body. The pupils in Chen Liang's eyes shrank when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Lindu to actually do it. Ah! Chen Jingqian, who had passed out, let out a cry at this time. When he woke up again, he opened his eyes wide and saw that his hands and feet were suddenly pierced, and the connected bones were shattered again. After Chen Jingqian opened his eyes wide, he fell into a coma again because of the intense pain. Grievance is settled. Find trouble with me again and I will slaughter your whole family. Lindu glanced at the Chen family present and said faintly. The killing intent in the boy's eyes made the Chen family dare not speak at all, and they were trembling. Chen Jingqian's father saw this scene, and although he was heartbroken for his son, he was relieved that Lindu didn't kill him. Now he didn't dare to say anything, because he was afraid that if he annoyed Lindu would kill Chen Jingqian directly. You, come over. Tell me what you know. Lindu looked at Chen Liang standing in front of him and said, Okay. Since Chen Liang didn't want Chen Jingqian's life, Chen Liang also heaved a sigh of relief at this time and followed Lindu out. The killer who was threatened by Lindu watched Lindu and Chen Liang leave at this time and wanted to leave quietly. Where are you going? Although Chen Jingqian's father was afraid of Lindu, he had no fear of this killer. The killer heard Chen Jingqian's words and wanted to leave, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his head and plunged into darkness. Now, tell me what you know. Lindu and Chen Liang walked to the rooftop of the hospital. What exactly happened that year? Chapter 513 The Truth. Chapter 513 The Truth. Chen Liang lit a cigarette, took a long drag, stared in the distance, then said, They were killed. Hearing Chen Liang's words, the expression in Lin Zia's eyes changed, as if an uncontrollable anger burst out. But Lin Ziu took a deep breath and asked, "Who killed them?" Lin Ziu looked at Lin Ziu with his eyes filled with infinite killing intent. If it was only a car accident, forget it. But after Lin Ziu knew the truth, of course, he wouldn't just leave it. If there is a grudge, it must be avenged. The young master of the Jian family, Jianfeng. Shan Liang was silent for a while, then said aloud, "I was as old as you back then. After they came to buy Dai City, my father let me take them to tour around." When he said this, Shen Liang's body trembled and his eyes showed fear. But Jianfeng had powerful warriors around him. The entire Beatty city couldn't afford to offend him, let alone Xingyao City. That day, Jianfeng and others were going to Xingyao City to play games. Originally, Chen Liang was still curious about what games were available in Xingyao City, but after he got there, something happened that left a shadow in him. They were hunting for ordinary people. Chen Liang seemed to think of something, then said with a trembling body. Lin Ziu heard Chen Liang's words. His hands were already squeezed tight and his knuckles were cracking. "You mean, they use hunting as a game?" Lin Ziu forcibly suppressed his anger and said aloud. "That's right." Chen Liang looked at Lin Ziu at this time, and his body trembled. At this time, he was really afraid that Lin Ziu would blow his head with a fist. "Beast!" Lin Ziu yelled, then hit the steel pipe in front with a punch, directly smashing and creating a hole. Then, "Where is the Jiang family?" Lin Ziu said coldly. Chen Liang had been frightened by Lin Ziu's punch and his legs became weak. "Not in Beatty City," Chen Liang said with a trembling voice. Where Lin Ziu grabbed him by the collar and raised him with one hand and said, "Sky City." "My father said that they are from Sky City," Chen Liang said aloud. He was also afraid of death. Sky City? No wonder. They actually dared to kill with total disregard for people's lives. Thinking of this, the blood in Lin Zia's whole body boiled, wishing to directly enter Jiang's house and kill them all. "Do you remember how many people participated in this incident?" Lin Ziu put Chen Liang back on the ground and said in a cold voice, "I remember. But, type out all their names for me." Lin Ziu ignored his words, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Chen Liang. "If they knew that I ratted on them, I would die." Chen Liang was shaking, not daring to pick up Lin Zia's phone. "If you don't tell me now, I will go down and kill all of your Chen family." Lin Zia's eyes were full of killing intent. Chen Liang stared into Lin Zia's eyes and his body trembled. He knew that Lin Ziu was telling the truth and he would really slaughter all the members of the Chen family. "I'll do it." Chen Liang took Lin Zia's phone with trembling hands, then typed in the names one by one. From the look in Chen Liang's eyes just now, Lin Ziu understood that what he was telling was the truth, not a lie. Done. After Chen Liang entered the names one by one, he handed the phone back to Lin Ziu. In addition to Jianfeng's bodyguards, there were also a few younger generation of the family involved. Looking at the names of those people displayed on the phone, Lin Zia's body tensed up. When he goes to Sky City, these people will be killed. "Can I go now?" Chen Liang said with a trembling body at this time. "Are you involved?" Lin Ziu said, looking at Chen Liang. "I didn't." "Absolutely not," Chen Liang said quickly. Thinking of what happened then, it was still a big shock to him. After all, he was still a teenager back then. "Get lost." Hearing Lin Zia's words, Chen Liang immediately left the place. This was such a coincidence. He actually met the son of a couple who was hunted, and Lin Zia's strength was quite impressive. "Jiang family." Lin Ziu gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. But at this moment, a rumbling sound rang, causing Lin Ziu to frown. Taking a closer look, in the surrounding sky, there were quite a few aircrafts flying, and there were turrets on the aircraft, all aimed at Lin Ziu below. One after another Union soldier jumped directly from the aircraft. It was only 10 seconds. But within this time, a large number of soldiers with laser guns had appeared on this wide rooftop. The laser guns were all aimed at Lin Ziu. "Lin Ziu, don't resist." And at this time, a figure stepped forward, looking at Lin Ziu and said, "By Dai City Police Chief, Yui." Catching me again, Lindu stared at him, then said faintly, "You killed hundreds of people in the Xiao family. The evidence is conclusive." Luou had a headache looking at Lindu. He didn't expect that Lindu would run to the Xiao family to disturb them, and he saw the ground on the Xiao family's side. The large number of corpses shocked Luou. "Self-defense," Lindu said lightly. "Lin, you killed 100 people from my Xiao family. Go to hell." As soon as Lindu spoke, a man walked out of the crowd, holding a 3-foot-long sword and charged to Lindu. "Xiao Feng, stop!" Luou's eyes suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Xiao Feng was the leader of these special forces. He was a rank 5 warrior and was good at using swords. However, according to the federal political law, Lindu was to be dealt with by the law. If Xiao Feng does this, it is obviously not in compliance with the rules. Dang! Lindu had already suppressed a wave of anger because of the truth he had just learned. At this time, watching Xiao Feng slashing over with a sword and wanting his own life, Lindu was furious. He waved the spear in his hand and sent the long sword flying. And before Xiao Feng could react, Lindu lifted his foot and stepped on him to the ground. The spear in his hand was about to pierce through Xiao Feng's head. Chapter 514. Did you change my clothes for me? Chapter 514. Did you change my clothes for me? Lindu, stop! You will be wanted by the federal government. Luou yelled in terror when he saw the scene. Hearing Luou's voice, Lindu's expression suddenly changed and the tip of the spear stopped when he was about to pierce Xiao Feng's body. "Spare your dog life. Get out." Looking at the spearhead so close, Xiao Feng's body trembled. He really couldn't imagine that Lindu's strength was so powerful that he could be killed from just meeting face to face. To be wanted by the federal government was a troublesome thing. It meant that he couldn't enter any city. Once he entered, he would be arrested, and the federal government even had rank 9 warriors. Lindu took a deep breath, then said to Luou, "I didn't break the law, I think." When Xiao Feng heard Lindu's words, he was already fuming. He broke into his Xiao family and killed hundreds of people in his Xiao family, then actually said that he did not violate the federal law. He was angry inside, but he was still lying on the ground and didn't dare to move because the tip of the spear in Lindu's hand was still pointing at his head. Luou frowned. The evidence was conclusive. Xiao's family was killed and injured, and according to the surveillance cameras, it was indeed Lindu's work. How could he still dare to deny? "Look!" Lindu pressed a button on the phone at this time, and suddenly a small round ball flew over from the air. Luou looked at this thing. He was taken aback. "Isn't this a mini aerial camera?" Lindu took the small ball, then pressed the button on it. In the next moment, the ball projected some videos in the air. Everything from Lindu's arrival at Zhao's house was recorded. Xiao Feng saw this scene and his eyes widened. He had no idea that Lindu would record all this. "I just wanted to find the young Master Xiao to reminisce. I didn't expect that they would kill me. Moreover, I have a 1-star medal. They dared to attack a veteran, so it's not wrong that I defended myself." "Right." Lindu looked at Luou and said. Luou secretly cursed. "As if I would believe that you went to the Xiao's house to find someone to reminisce about the past." He had investigated the relationship between Lindu and Zhao's family, and it was obvious that Lindu and Xiao Zia had a grudge. But it was obvious from the video that all the people from the Xiao family first made a move on Lindu before Lindu resisted. Everything seemed like Lindu was forced to fight back. He is really careful. Luou couldn't help but sighed when he thought of this. "Put away the guns." Luou sighed, then said aloud, "Chief." When Xiao Feng heard Luou's words, his eyes changed and he was about to say something. "Shut up," Luou said with an ugly look at Xiao Feng. Both times today, he caught Lindu by mistake, which made him feel ashamed. "How about letting me handle this video first?" Luou pointed to the monitor and said. "Of course." Lindu nodded, then threw the thing to Luou. "Let's go." Luou glanced at the surrounding soldiers, then said sternly. The surrounding soldiers all left, just as Lindu stopped pointing the spear at Xiao Feng's head. Xiao Feng got up and looked at Lindu bitterly. He didn't expect that Lindu actually had this on hand, and Lindu had a 1-star medal. This time, The Xiao family had suffered a dumb loss. Tisk tisk. So this is the Xiao family. Huh. Do you still want to use the federal government to threaten me? Lin Xiu glanced at Zhao Feng and shook his head in disdain. After hearing Lin Xia's words, Zhao Feng was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. After watching these people leave, Lin Xiu took his mobile phone and thought of the death of his parents. His eyes gradually became gloomy again. At this time, Lin Xiu rushed to the hotel where Yu Xuanzhi and others were staying. Yu, as soon as he walked into the lobby of the hotel, Lin Xiu saw Yu sitting on a chair by the lobby of the hotel. It was like a beautiful scenery with her sitting there. It looked so pleasing to the eye. You are back. Yu heard Lin Xiu's voice, then stood up. I'm back. Lin Xiu smiled. For some reason, he felt warm when he heard Luou's words. Many guests noticed Luou over there, but Luou's face was very cold and nobody dared to talk to her. But Luou was so beautiful. Those men had never seen such a beautiful girl. Even if some people didn't dare to talk to her, they all sat on the bar next to the hall, pretending to drink. But in fact, they were secretly admiring Luou's face. At this time, they noticed that Lin Xiu seemed to know Luou, which aroused envy in many people who saw him. Did you change my clothes for me? Luou looked at Lin Xiu, then suddenly said. As soon as Luou's words were spoken, many men in the hall heard it and they looked like they wanted to tear Lin Xiu apart. Ahem. Lin Xiu was also a bit embarrassed at this time. It was true that he had changed her clothes. At this time, thinking of Luou's white and tender skin, Lin Xiu subconsciously swallowed. I wasn't thinking about anything, Lin Xiu said quickly at this time. The tip of Luou's ears suddenly became red. But they disappeared quickly and Lin Xiu didn't notice. There is a space crack in Thunder Valley, Luou said to Lin Xiu faintly at this time. Lin Xiu, who was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say and was shocked. Really? Luou took out her cell phone and handed it to Lin Xiu. The message displayed on the screen of the mobile phone was the website of the Warriors Union with paid information. This piece of information clearly stated that there were spatial fluctuations in the Thunder Valley and there were quite a few. It seems that the resulting space crack was quite large. A space crack appeared, possibly accompanied by some foreign objects falling from another space. And Lin Xiu had originally planned to go to the Thunder Valley, once again using the power of thunder and lightning to train his body. Shall we leave tomorrow morning? Lin Xiu thought for a while and said. There were superspeed airplanes from Baidai City, but there was only one flight a day and it was in the morning, so they could only wait till tomorrow. Yeah. Luou nodded. Go get a room first. Lin Xiu thought about it and walked to the front desk. Damn it. He's going to book a Romo with the goddess. The men around the bar in the hall held their glasses so tightly that they were almost breaking. 2 single rooms. But hearing Lin Xiu's words, these people heaved a sigh of relief. Sorry, there are more guests today and now there is only 1 single room, the lady at the front desk said with a smile. Lin Xiu was a little helpless. When he was about to say that they should go to the hotel across, Luou stood up and said indifferently. Well, take it then. Chapter 515 On Your Knees. Chapter 515 On Your Knees. PFFD. The warriors could clearly hear them, and when they heard what Luou said, they almost spat out the alcohol in their mouth. This beauty was willing to share a room with him. As they thought about it, most of them were enraged. Alright, the total would be 1,200 warrior coins. The receptionist quickly made the arrangements. This beautiful girl. Would I have the honors to get to know you? At that moment, there was a man that walked towards them and stopped right in front of Lin Xiu and Luou, who was about to leave. His eyes were locked onto Luou and had totally ignored Lin Xiu, who was right next to her. This is the young master of the Chen family, one of the warriors said as he looked at the handsome young man who was well dressed. As for the rest of them, they turned towards young Master Chen as well when they heard what the warrior said. With the power and status of the Chen family in Baidai City, it should be easy for him to get any girl that he wanted, but this young man seemed like a well-mannered man as well. It does show that he was someone experienced. I am Chen Yong from the Chen family. Chen Yong introduced himself. He was helping a friend from another city with the check-in process and saw Luou who was next to me. When his eyes landed on her, he couldn't look elsewhere. Luou might look cold and distant, but her beauty was absolutely stunning. He has never seen such a beautiful woman. Move. When Chen Yong was waiting for an introduction from her as well, even if she didn't like him since he had already introduced himself with his handsome face, but all he got was a cold answer. Move. Everyone else in the room was shocked as well. This cold woman told him to move. Beautiful lady, I don't think that's very nice of you. Don't you think so? Chen Yong was a pure gentleman a while ago when he introduced himself, but when he got such insulting answers from Luou, the expression on his face changed as well. Get out of the way. Lindu narrowed his eyes and told Chen Yong. This bastard has been ignoring him, and was trying to flirt with Luou right in front of his eyes, which made him mad. Rubbish. Shut up. When Chen Yong heard Lindu, he glared at Lindu and sneered. Tisk. That fella has decided to fight Chen Yong for that woman. He's doomed. Some of the warriors looked at them as if they were an interesting skit. Chen Yong was the eldest amongst the descendants of the Chen family, and was considered one of the most powerful persons in Baidai City. Lindu was just a young nobody. It would be extremely easy to get rid of him. Get on your knees and apologize. Lindu said bluntly. Go the hell. When he heard what Lindu said, Chen Yong was fuming bad. This teenager had the balls to talk to him in such a manner. He has no idea what was about to hit him. Chen Yong was furious and immediately threw a punch towards Lindu. On your knees. Lindu gritted his teeth as he said it with eyes filled with a murderous look. Chen Yong, who was about to throw the punch, suddenly turned ghastly pale. His knees turned weak and immediately knelt on the ground. The men around who were watching them in interest suddenly felt chills running down their spine when they heard Lindu's command. Chen Yong. When they took a closer look at them, Chen Yong was indeed kneeling on the ground. Chen Yong, what's the matter then? There was a group of men that walked into the scene and were shocked to find Chen Yong who was on the ground. Let's go. Lindu didn't bother talking to these men and spoke to Luou instead. Luou nodded her head and toned down her impulses to kill the man before her. It would have contaminated her hands just to kill men like them. Wait a minute. What were you trying to do? As they were about to leave, there was a huge, muscular man that stopped the both of them. Jing Yuan? He hit me. Chen Yong lifted his head and said to his friend. He looked extremely pale. When Lindu looked at him a while ago, he could feel the terrifying vibe from Lindu, and because of that, he suddenly felt weak and fell onto the ground. Chen Yong is my brother. How dare you? Jing Yuan screamed at Lindu in an unfriendly manner, and there was an evil look in his eyes as well. There was also a group of men who stood behind Jing Yuan that was protecting him. These men were much stronger than Jing Yuan. Interesting. You're still interested in these things, Lindu said while trying to suppress his anger. Kneel and bow down. Beg for mercy. As for this woman, you shall be with us for a few days while we are in Baidai City, and we shall call this even. Jing Yuan said to Lindu. His words were filled with arrogance and he was acting as if he was in control of the scene, giving out commands. Chen Yong was still weak, but as he looked at Lindu, his eyes were filled with hatred. The Jin family. Oh right, the Chen family and Jin family are actually related. The Jin family would always come for a visit each year. Some of the warriors around started gossiping about it. Alright, bow down then, Lindu said towards Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan was stunned when he laughed out loud. Do you know who you're talking to? Jing Yuan has never seen such an arrogant man. He swung his arm and threw a punch to Lindu's head. The fist was moving at an extremely scary speed as if it broke through the air around it. Boom! Right at the next moment, Lindu raised his right hand and caught Jing Yuan's fist. That's it. Lindu raised his brows and asked. You? Jing Yuan was in shock. He was a rank 4 warrior, one of the best in the entire Jin family. He has been specializing in these punches, and this one punch could have destroyed Lindu, the ant who has no idea who he was messing with. But instead, Lindu easily caught his fist. You've overestimated your abilities. Lindu could obviously feel that Jing Yuan was struggling to set himself free, but with Lindu's gentle force, there was a loud cracking sound that came from the fist. Crack, crack. Jing Yuan screamed in pain. He could clearly feel that the bones in his fist had been broken into ash. Move, Lindu snorted and kicked him out of the way. Young master, the bodyguards, who were portraiting Jing Yuan from afar, obviously had no idea that Lindu would be such a powerful young man. By the time they realized that, they had no other choice but to catch Jing Yuan, who was already in the air. Chen Yong widened his eyes in shock as he couldn't believe what he just saw. This was a young 17-year-old boy who was able to throw Jing Yuan so far away when he was a rank 4 warrior. As for the rest of the warriors who stayed to watch the scene, they did not expect for the events to happen in this manner. Kill him, Jing Yuan roared from a distance. All of the bones in his right hand have been crushed into pieces, and his entire palm was just a bloody mess. Chapter 516 People from the Sky City. Chapter 516 People from the Sky City. As for the warriors who were standing behind Jing Yuan, all of them rushed towards Lindu after getting the commands from their young master. Lindu swept a glance at them and knew that these were all rank 5 warriors. Well, there wasn't much difference between rank 5 and rank 6 warriors. You're the one who asked for it, Lindu snorted, and without using the dark edge that was on his right hand, he directly attacked them with his left hand. That fella is dead. The warriors around them already knew the ending when they saw what was happening. They were sure that Lindu had overestimated his abilities and was hitting a rock with an egg. However, a shocking scene appeared right before their eyes. Lindu only used his left arm and was able to strike all of the bodyguards that was headed in his direction. One should remember that all of Jing Yuan's bodyguards were rank 5 warriors. This is impossible. One of the warriors by the side couldn't help but stand up and shock. This was incredibly terrifying. What did Lindu do? How did he throw them off so easily? I guess it's my turn now. Lindu looked at Jing Yuan, who was close by. What do you want? Jing Yuan roared when he saw Lindu walking towards him. He had never expected Lindu to be so powerful that he even looked scary. His bodyguards were just like a screen that Lindu easily destroyed. You're crazy, he's from the Jin family. Chen Yong stumbled as he stood up and started shouting at Lindu as well. This was by Dai City and his family. The Chen family was considered one of the strongest families in this city. He wanted to just scare Lindu with his family's name, but he didn't think that Lindu would react in this manner. Since you have already ordered your men to kill me, I should be able to do the same as well, Lindu said bluntly as he looked at Jing Yuan. As Lindu spoke, everyone around them could feel chills running down their spines. This young man really had the guts to kill another person. You. Jing Yuan looked at Lindu, who looked like a heartless killer, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. Stop it! At that moment, there was a man that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped right in front of Lindu. Mr. Cayne and the receptionists at the counter were all in shock as well with what was happening. They felt surprised and happy when they saw the man that appeared. That's enough. Let it go. The man, known as Mr. Cayne, was a middle-aged man with a broad face and a stern expression on his face. Oh, why didn't you say so when he ordered his men to kill me? Lindu narrowed his eyes as he asked the man before him. This could only happen because of his own abilities. If it wasn't because he was strong enough, he would have been killed by those men. Mr. Cayne frowned as he gave Lindu a cold look. This is a hotel under the Warriors Union. Are you sure you want to kill him here? So what? Lindu hated being threatened by others, which was why he rebutted the middle-aged man. Mr. Cayne's pupils shrank uncontrollably as well from his reply, and soon there was a murderous look in his eyes. Are you sure then? A sword appeared out of nowhere and it was being held against his neck. Mr. Cayne's body froze on the spot, and when he looked up, he saw a beautiful girl who was holding onto the sword. This beautiful girl had a distant, unbothered look on her face. He didn't get the chance to properly see Luou's face earlier. Now that he was able to do so, he seemed to be reminded about something and started stuttering. Miss Luou. After hearing what he said, Luou frowned at her gorgeous brows. She couldn't recall who this man was. Lindu was curious as well. This man, Mr. Cayne, knew Luou. 3 years ago, I had the honor to watch Miss Luou and Mr. Luou at the Warriors match in Sky City. Mr. Cayne answered her in respect. Sky City. They are from Sky City. After hearing what Mr. Cayne said, the rest of the warriors were stunned as well. As for Chen Yong and Jing Yuan, they heard what Mr. Cayne said as well and were both equally shocked. Now it made sense to them why Lindu was so powerful when he was just a young man. He was from Sky City. Lindu knew that everyone had mistaken him as someone who was from Sky City, but he didn't bother explaining himself, and he didn't see why he had to as well. Miss Luou. And this young man. I apologize for my ill manners, Mr. Cayne said with an apologetic look on his face. Luou has never thought of killing this man since he was the owner of this hotel, which meant that he was part of the Warriors Union. Even the Luou family wouldn't dare go against the Warriors Union so publicly. Those men. How will you deal with them? Luou asked as she pointed at Chen Yong and Jing Yuan. When they heard her clear, stern voice, their bodies trembled in fear. We are the ones who were young and dumb. Please have mercy on us just this once. Chen Yong was a smart one as well. From how Mr. Cayne was acting while talking to her, it was possible that Luou was the descendant of a powerful family from Sky City. This was not someone that they could mess with. Sorry. Jing Yuan got on his knees as well and forcefully apologized. The Jin family may be an influential family as well in another city, but they still weren't as strong as the ones from the Sky City. Miss Luou and this young man, since they have apologized for their mistakes, let's forget about this and move on. Shall we? Since this is a hotel of the Warriors Union, it wouldn't be a good idea to murder someone here. Mr. Cayne spoke towards Luou. Are you pressuring me with the Warriors Union? Luou glared at Mr. Cayne as she asked him. Of course not. There were droplets of sweat that formed on Mr. Cayne's forehead as he quickly defended himself. 3 seconds. Luou gave a look towards those fools. 3 seconds. Chen Yong and Jing Yuan were stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what she meant and quickly ran out of the hotel lobby. Thank you. Mr. Cayne let out a breath of relief as well. If Luou insisted on killing them, he really didn't know what to do as well, since Chen Yong and Jing Yuan were also from powerful families in this city. Let's go, Lindu said to Luou. She nodded her head and the both of them walked towards the exit and went to their room by elevator. Who? Mr. Cayne felt relieved. He didn't expect her to be in Bai Dai City. Damn it, if it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't end up this way. Jing Yuan had just run from the lobby. Seeing how Luou and Lindu weren't chasing after them, he quickly let out a sigh of relief. Then, he turned towards Chen Yong with an angry look in his eyes. Young Master Jin, I think we should go to the hospital first, Chen Yong said as he trembled. His eyes were now filled with fear. He didn't think that he would have dug his own grave. Chapter 517 Arriving at the Black Rock Sit. Chapter 517 Arriving at the Black Rock Sit. Chen Yong, what's the matter at this moment? A middle-aged man walked over here. When Chen Yong heard the familiar voice and raised his head subconsciously, his eyes instantly lit up with surprise. Uncle. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Yong and saw Jing Yuan, who was standing beside him, and he seemed to be in a bad state. Young Master Jin, what happened? The middle-aged man was surprised to see the bloody state of Jing Yuan's palm. As he took a closer look, Jing Yuan's bodyguards were also covering some parts of their body, and they looked seemingly painful. We met with a dude who was rude and he beat us up, Chen Yong said while gritting his teeth. He obviously wouldn't say that he was the one who started it first. They dared to hit you in Thayer in Bai Dai City. The middle-aged man frowned. Who was it? Chen Yong may be average, but Jing Yuan was still someone who was powerful. Along with these bodyguards, their abilities were considered one of the best in Bai Dai City. How did they end up in such a state? A boy about 17 or 18 years old. Chen Yong gritted his teeth and said aloud. As he said that out loud, Chen Yong felt embarrassed as well. He was frightened of a young boy. A young boy? His weapon? Was it a spear? The middle-aged man seemed to be reminded of something as he shuddered. I think so. Chen Yong thought hard about it and nodded his head. Leave now, you shouldn't provoke him. The middle-aged man quickly thought that it would probably be the young man who threatened to take Chen Jingqian's life back in the hospital. He was a rank 6 warrior. He was already such a powerful person at a young age. It was obvious that he had an extremely powerful background. Chen Yong was startled. Completely unexpected that his uncle would say so. Young Master Jin. Quick! Let's get you treated first. The middle-aged man looked at Jing Yuan's injury and quickly said, "Okay." Jing Yuan might have been impulsive earlier as he wanted to teach Lindu a lesson, but by now, he had already calmed down. They were from Sky City and they were people that they couldn't mess with. Ugh. I'm exhausted. After getting to his room, Lindu put down the dark edge, laid down on the bed, and said comfortably. But soon, when Lindu sat up, his eyes saw Luou who was walking behind him and he started feeling nervous. This was a single room. This meant that, tonight, are we really going to sleep here tonight? Lindu couldn't help but ask. Luou glanced at Lindu calmly. That's right. Well, this bed isn't small and it should fit the both of us. Lindu gulped as he spoke to Luou. Just when Lindu's imagination was flowing through his head, Luou had already taken out a quilt from the cabinet and placed it on the floor. You're sleeping here. Luou looked at Lindu, who was being an excited idiot, and spoke to him in an emotionless tone. Lindu was stunned when he saw what happened. Ahem, I knew that. Lindu pretended to stay calm. Then, he went for the quilt that was placed on the floor. Frankly, since the morning, Lindu has not been able to rest and he was feeling exhausted. This was why Lindu fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head rested on the ground. Luou looked at Lindu who was fast asleep, and there was a change in the look in her eyes. No one knew what was going on in her head. Time passed quickly and in the evening, they joined Yishuinger's family for dinner and told them that he would be leaving with Luou the next morning. Since the problems with the flood, the zombies and the evolved beast in Xiao City have been settled, the Union's government was still very quick when it came to solving these issues. Soon, it was the next day. Brother Lindu, which school are you in right now at the airport? Yishuinger and her parents were also boarding their plane to head back to Xiao City. Xiao City was no longer in danger and their homes were not destroyed as well. Yishuinger looked at Lindu and asked him out of curiosity. Why do you want to join me in my school? Lindu patted Yishuinger's head as he chuckled. Yishuinger nodded her head and stared at Lindu with her large eyes. Sacred Region Academy. Lindu smiled as he answered. The Sacred Region Academy. Yishuinger mumbled to herself, but soon there was a determined look in her eyes as she said, Wait for me, then I shall be there soon. I will join you and Sister Luou. Sure. I'll be waiting for you. Lindu smiled. Yishuinger had the potential and it was possible that she would be able to enroll in the academy. Our plane is here. We should get going. Lindu looked at the distance before sighing to Luou. Luou nodded her head. Lindu, remember to pay a visit to Xiao City whenever you're free. Yishuinger's parents said to Lindu. Of course. Seeing how Lindu and Luou were already leaving, Yishuinger waved and screamed, Goodbye. As they got on board and found their seats, they realized that there were a lot of people who were headed to Black Rock City. There were no empty seats on the plane. Plus, Lindu could sense that most of these people on board were warriors and most of them were of higher ranks as well. It seems that the space crack in the Thunder Valley of Black Rock City was already known by many warriors. Lindu then closed his eyes to rest. The space crack wasn't the only reason why Lindu was headed towards the Black Rock City. The main reason for him was so that he could use the lightning there to train his body. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the Black Rock City, where here Lindu opened his eyes and noticed that most of them had already left the plane. Lindu then stood up as well. Let's go, Lindu said to Luou. Luou answered him with a smile and the both of them walked out of the plane. As soon as he walked out, Lindu felt the dazzling sun shining on his face. He squinted because of the bright light. As he looked at his surroundings, he could easily see that most of the planes that landed carried a large number of warriors. Well, looks like everyone here is headed for the Thunder Valley as well. Lindu started chatting with Luou. Luou nodded her head in agreement as she looked at Lindu. Let's head there then. Lindu smiled as well. With the GPS on his phone, both of them quickly headed towards the Thunder Valley. The Black Rock City was a second-tier city that was surrounded by mountains and there were lots of higher-rank warriors that lived here. As for the Thunder Valley, it was just 30 km away from the entrance of the Black Rock City. Chapter 518 Forces from Every Direction. Chapter 518 Forces from Every Direction. On their way there, Lindu noticed that there were a lot of warriors who were in groups that were headed towards the same destination. It was obvious that their destination was also the Thunder Valley. He also noticed that most of these warriors were rank 5 warriors, and there were also a large number of them who were rank 6 warriors. It seemed that this space crack that appeared in the Thunder Valley was very attractive to these warriors. Hey, are both of you headed for the space crack? Just as Lindu and Luou continued traveling, a middle-aged man with a beard and a smile on his face walked over and blocked Lindu and Luou in their path. Both of you aren't strong enough to do so. You should leave. Luou and Lindu looked at each other and decided to ignore him as they continued walking forward. Boss, that fella just ignored you. The subordinates of the middle-aged man frowned and said in a cold tone, HMPH, forget it then. I wanted to take them in, but it looks like they have no idea about the dangers of the Thunder Valley. The middle-aged man snorted as his eyes landed on Luou. There was a greedy look in his eyes. Looks like these people think that we're here for the space crack. Lindu said helplessly. This was the first time that they've been in the Thunder Valley, and the most important thing that they were here for was to train his body with the strong lightning that the Thunder Valley created. Well, who knew that it would coincide with the space crack that suddenly appeared? We can look for it too. Luou replied in a blunt manner. Although they have heard that the space crack was in Thunder Valley, no one actually knew where it was located. Plus, there was a lot of terrifying lightning that would appear in the sky above the Thunder Valley, which was why most of the electronics would be destroyed as soon as they got close to the valley. Therefore, they would only be able to find the location of the space crack with luck. Kunlun. As they continued moving forward, Lindu heard a loud thunder. Look over there. There were a few warriors around who screamed in shock. As he turned towards where the thunder was coming from, he saw the valleys that were mentioned, and there were several thick lightning that came from the sky. It looked incredibly scary. Why are you making such a big fuss out of it? The Thunder Valley has always been this way. After hearing how some of them were overreacting, some of the warriors who were already used to it ridiculed the rest of them. Lindu was shocked as well when he saw the lightning that appeared in Thunder Valley. The lightning here was indeed terrifying. If an ordinary person was struck by this lightning, he would probably be wiped out in smoke. But for Lindu, this lightning has no effect at all on him. Well, other than strengthening his body, it didn't take long for them to notice the huge stone gate that appeared right before their eyes. There were 2 huge words that were engraved onto it. Thunder Valley. The massive stone gate looked solemn and must have been around for quite some time. Plus, there were a large number of warriors gathered by the entrance of the valley. There were also a lot of vendors who had stalls that were selling odd crystals, combat suits, and weapons. We are from the Purple Power League. If there's anyone who found the location of the space crack, please let us know and you would be rewarded greatly. At that moment, there was a muscular middle-aged man that appeared by the entrance. After taking a good look at the scene before him, he glanced at the warriors that were gathered and said with his fist held against his chest, That's Elder Bai from the Purple Power League. A rank 7 warrior. Can't believe he's here as well. When one of the warriors heard what he said, the warrior then turned towards his comrade. He is a rank 7 warrior. Some of them were shocked as well when they heard what the man said earlier. Most of them here were mostly rank 5 or rank 6 warriors. When they heard that there was a space crack in the Thunder Valley, most of them were just here to try their luck. They didn't think that there would be a rank 7 warrior here. Plus, this was a man from the Purple Power League. They were an extremely powerful league amongst the warriors. HMPH Elder Bai. You're way too confident in yourself. Just then, there was another group of people who walked through the stone gate. The man leading them was a huge man who looked fierce. He was entirely covered with a murderous aura and he seemed like a dangerous person to be with. Wan Lu from the gymnasium, he is a rank 7 warrior as well. When they saw him, all of them exclaimed in shock as well. HMPH Elder Bai from the Purple Power League sneered when he saw the man. I have already announced that the space crack belonged to the gymnasium. If there's anyone who doesn't report to us about it, you would be responsible for the consequences. Wan Lu glared at the warriors that were around and warned them out loud. When the rest of the warriors heard his arrogant words, there were a few of them who were triggered as well as Wan Lu was being too full of himself. "It's yours just because you said so then." There was a middle-aged man who stood up and screamed at Wan Lu. "Are you challenging me?" Wan Lu saw the man who stood up and chuckled as he asked the man. As he laughed, his cheek shook. "HMPH. Did you think that you were the only rank 7 warrior here?" The man who stood up held onto his sword and sneered at Wan Lu. This man had a strong murderous aura as well, and with one look, it was obvious that he wasn't a friendly man as well. "He's about to die." Luou looked at the scene before them and said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was stunned and he continued watching the scene unfold before his eyes. Then he noticed that the young man with the sword was already dashing towards Wan Lu. You should know that there is a difference between warriors who have just entered rank 7 and those who are of the best amongst the rank 7 warriors. Wan Lu looked at the man dashing towards him and gave a close laugh. HMPH. The man with the sword sneered as he activated his Yuan. At the same time, he pierced his long sword towards Wan Lu's body. But then, Wan Lu remained on his spot and did not move at all. Go to hell. The man noticed how Wan Lu wasn't even dodging and even showed a provocative smile. He immediately got angry and roared as he thrust his sword with the overwhelming murderous aura towards Wan Lu. Boom! At that very moment, Wan Lu moved and he caught the man's sword with his bare hands. How was this possible? The crowd watching the fight was surprised as well. Hee. Let me show you what a true rank 7 warrior is like. Wan Lu sneered as he clenched his fist and threw it onto the man's Yuan. Chapter 519 Lin Xiu and Luou. Chapter 519 Lin Xiu and Luou. Kunlun. With a loud sound, the man's Yuan was blasted away by Wan Lu's fist. Following that, the fist directly landed on the man's head, which broke the man's head to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and the rank 7 warrior lost his life. Lin Xiu couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise as well. That man's fist was extremely scary. Everyone around remained quiet as well since they were all shocked by Wan Lu's fist. HMPH. Such a show-off. Elder Bai from the Purple Power League snorted before turning to his men and said, "Come on, let's go." With that said, his men followed him into the Thunder Valley. If there's any one of you who found the space crack, please let me know first. I will greatly reward all of you who did. Wan Lu looked at the warriors around him and told them. Then, he entered the Thunder Valley as well. Luou and Lin Xiu looked at each other before heading towards the Thunder Valley. The both of them have grown closer and would easily understand what the other person was thinking with just an exchange of looks. HMPH. They are really doing inside. They have no idea what's waiting for them. The middle-aged man who had an encounter with Lin Xiu earlier stared at the couple with a fierce look in his eyes. Boss, that chick looks cute. Once we enter later. Should we? One of his men asked with a wretched look on his face. That's a good idea. There was a greedy look that appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. This was the first time that he had seen such a beautiful girl. Plus, the young man obviously wouldn't be powerful enough to protect her. Once they enter the valley, they wouldn't be able to do as they like. They weren't the only ones. There were a lot of other warriors who noticed Luou and Lin Xiu as well, and most of them were caught on to the stunning girl. Luou. As for the both of them, they had just entered the Thunder Valley. What happened here? When Lin Xiu entered the valley, he could see that there were lots of cracks and craters that were found on the ground. Well, you may not know, but these were caused by the lightning that strikes very frequently in the Thunder Valley. Just when Lin Xiu was mumbling to himself, there was a clear voice that appeared next to him. Lin Xiu turned around and saw a young man standing next to him. Other than him, there were a few more of them. All of them looked extremely young as well. Let's get to know each other. My name is Wang Cayne. The man smiled and introduced himself. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before saying, Hi. There was a huge crowd here and Lin Xiu didn't trust that these people would like to know him out of the blue. Plus, Lin Xiu noticed that this man's eyes were on Luou instead. It may only be for a brief moment, but Lin Xiu still caught him staring. After hearing Lin Xiu reply, it was obvious to Wang Cayne that Lin Xiu wasn't interested in making friends with me. But Cayne continued smiling as if he didn't care. Further front, there will also be evolutionary beasts besides thunder and lightning. It will get more dangerous. Why don't we travel together? Cayne continued speaking. I've been here a few times, which is why I am more familiar to this place. That's all right. Thank you. Lindu gave a blunt smile and replied to Cayne. Luou was even more direct with her rejection. She didn't even bother looking at them and followed right behind Lindu as he continued walking. Cayne couldn't help but frown as well when he saw both of them leaving. Oh, Cayne, stop being so nice to them. They don't want to be a part of your team. At that moment, a man came over and mocked him. He's right. Were you trying to get the opportunity to talk to that woman? One of the women said bitterly. Shut up, Cayne said with an ugly expression on his face. Lindu continued walking forward until there were no other warriors in sight. Thunder Valley looked like the edge of a forest, but the difference is that the surrounding trees were very strange. They were not like the ordinary trees. Lindu touched one of the branches with his hand and felt that the branches were very hard. This must be why most of the trees were still standing despite the heavy lightning. Kunlun. After a short period of time where Lindu and Luou continued to move forward, there was a loud thunder that came from the sky. Look out! The look in his eyes changed, and as he looked up to the sky, there was a huge lightning bolt that was headed in their direction. Lindu subconsciously tried to dodge it, but Luou kicked him in the back and placed him back into the same position. Damn! Lindu widened his eyes in shock as he was confused when the large lightning bolt landed directly on Lindu's body, identifying the energy source. Engulf activated. 1-5. Lindu was wearing his combat suit and it obviously wouldn't be ruined by the lightning. However, Lindu's hair wasn't as lucky and it was burnt. When the lightning disappeared, Lindu let out a breath of relief, and there was a numbing feeling across his body. This was all because he was struck by lightning. Since you are here to strengthen your body, Luou looked at Lindu, who looked ridiculous. She was about to laugh but immediately got control of herself and put on her usual cold expression. You should at least give me some time to prepare. Lindu shrugged his shoulder helplessly. What are you doing to go about that? Luou felt guilty as well and asked Lindu. Lindu was taken aback when he heard Luou's words. Because this version of Luou seemed to be a little different from the usual one, she seemed to be a lot less cold than before. What do you think? Lindu found Luou extremely cute now and couldn't help but approach Luou. He placed his right hand directly on the branch of the giant tree behind Luou and then spoke to Luou. The both of them were standing close to each other, so close that they could smell each other's breath. Luou's eyes were opened wide as well, as she didn't expect Lindu to act so boldly and had gotten so close to her. Luou wanted to burst into rage, but for some reason, she didn't feel angry. She just felt her heart beating fast. Lindu looked at Luou, who was just an inch away, and his body was frozen as well. He was just fooling around, but it seems like things were unfolding in a manner that was out of his control. As he stared at Luou's attractive red lips, Lindu got closer to it uncontrollably. Chapter 520 Rank 7 Evolved Beast Unicorn Thunder Cow. Chapter 520 Rank 7 Evolved Beast Unicorn Thunder Cow. Kunlun. At that moment, another lightning bolt fell from the sky, and it directly landed on Lindu. Lindu widened his eyes in surprise as his body shook. This lightning was much more powerful than the one before, which was why Lindu's body started twitching and he could feel the sharp pain across his body, as well. Luou came back to her senses as well when the lightning struck. She was blushing, but still managed to move backward and dodge the lightning. You should stay here and continue with your cultivation, Luou said towards Lindu, who just got struck by lightning. With that said, she sat on the ground with her legs folded and started cultivating as well. After activating cultivation technique, Lindu looked at the sky helplessly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Damn lightning, Kunlun." As Lindu cursed at the sky, another lightning came shooting down from the sky above. Lindu, who was originally standing, suddenly laid down on the ground after being struck. The thunder and lightning in the Thunder Valley was extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been completely scorched to death. But for Lindu, he would only sustain very minimal injuries. Plus, the energy from the lightning would be easily absorbed by engulf in his system and changed into EXP. Plus, the bodybuilding technique that he had cultivated earlier needed the additional energy to help strengthen his body. This time, Lindu did not dodge the lightning that was coming towards him. Instead, he ran towards the place where the lightning would land so that he would be struck by it. While he was bearing the lightning, Lindu immediately removed the silver leopard armor that he had been wearing. This way, his skin would be able to be in direct contact with the lightning. The lightning here appeared very frequently, which was what made it a dangerous place to be, and so there weren't many warriors who would be in these areas. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, Lindu had been cultivating here for more than a day. The next morning, Lindu was still bearing the lightning that struck, and he could clearly feel that as the lightning struck him now, it wouldn't affect his body as bad as before. He only felt a slight numb all over his body. Plus, the amount of energy that his skill in golf has absorbed from the lightning has been reduced. Let's go somewhere else. Lindu looked at Luou, who was sitting on the other side and was closing the cultivation technique practice. When she heard Lindu calling for her, Luou immediately opened her eyes and stared at Lindu. Then, she attacked Lindu with her fist. Lindu was stunned. Before he could react, Luou's fist was already on his cheek. Fight me, Luou said to Lindu. After hearing what Luou said, Lindu quickly reacted as told. Alright, let's train together. Lindu was excited as well. He quickly moved and started attacking Luou. Ziu ziu ziu. Luou's reflexes were very quick as well. As soon as Lindu threw the punch, she managed to move backward, dodging his attack. Plus, after dodging the attack, she immediately attacked Lindu's back. The both of them fought relentlessly, and they were moving at a very fast speed. Boom boom boom. There were explosions that rang continuously, and the explosive energy that was coming from their punches was incredibly terrifying. In the end, both of their fists collided, and with the strong impact that it created, they retreated backward. Looks like we're evenly matched. Lindu laughed as he said. Luou nodded her head, and she was shocked as well. She was already a rank 7 warrior while Lindu was just a rank 6 warrior, but his close combat skills were of a similar level as hers. His growth was absolutely terrifying. Lindu was feeling excited as well. His cultivation for the day had been effective because Lindu could clearly feel his body being much tougher than before. Put on your clothes. Luou glanced at Lindu and reminded him before turning around. Lindu was stunned. He took a good look at himself and realized that he was naked since he had removed the combat suit earlier in order to cultivate better. As he looked at Luou, Lindu thought to himself, was she being shy? That's impossible. The Thunder Valley was huge, and Lindu had no idea where he was. When he took out his phone, he realized that all of the signals had been blocked. This situation was similar to the Dark Forest. There must be something that affected the signals. The aircraft that flew past these areas would probably be affected as well. Roar! Lindu and Luou walked to their next destination when they heard a loud roar coming from the path ahead of them. An evolved beast. Lindu was surprised. It has already been 1 day since they entered the Thunder Valley, but Lindu has not met a single evolved beast. He didn't think that he would hear such a loud roar here. Lindu raised his brows and grabbed onto Dark Edge. Help then! They heard a loud cry. Soon, there was a huge figure that appeared before them. This was a huge creature that had the head of a cow with the body completely covered with green scales. In the middle of its head, there was a large, sharp pointing horn. The body of the evolved beast was huge as well, almost like a hill. At the same time, there were a few warriors who were running towards Lindu, and all of them looked frightened. Lindu didn't even bother looking at the warriors. Instead, he was more interested in the evolved beast and immediately turned on his analytic eye. Rank 7 evolved unicorn thunder cow. Huge body and powerful. Characteristics: rage after being injured. Increases strength. Rank 7. Crap! Some of the warriors fell onto the ground when they reached Lindu, as they had been running for a long time. As they fell to the ground, They no longer had the strength to stand up. "Save me!" one of the warriors looked at Lindu and screamed. Although Lindu looked like a young man, they had no other choice. "We know where the space crack is," one of the warriors screamed in fear. After hearing what they said, Lindu reconsidered his options, but before he could say a word, the unicorn thunder cow was already coming towards them. It was about to crush the warriors that were on the ground. Lindu rushed forward when he saw what was about to happen. He raised his spear and used it as a javelin, propelling himself into the air. Then, he kicked the creature right in the head. Chapter 521 One-Hit KO. Chapter 521 One-Hit KO. Boom! At that moment, with a huge sound, the huge rank 7 unicorn thunder cow was directly kicked away by Lindu. Kunlun. The creature fell onto one of the huge rocks behind him and made a really loud noise. "It's not dead." Luou had also taken out the sword that she was carrying on her back. She notified Lindu as she carefully looked at the rank 7 evolved beast that was lying on the ground. Lindu nodded his head. This was a rank 7 evolved beast after all, and it wouldn't be that easily defeated. As for the warriors, they were shocked as hell. Did he just kick the creature? One of the warriors stuttered as he spoke. He was in disbelief as he asked his companion. Roar! As soon as he was done, the rank 7 unicorn thunder cow stood up once again. Those huge eyes were now bloodred and there was white gas emitting from its nostrils. It looks like the creature was now in a rage. It ground its forehoofs on the ground and then rushed towards Lindu. Crackling. Suddenly, there was a large amount of lightning that gathered on the creature's horn. As it tried running towards Lindu, the lightning on its horn scattered and flew in every direction. Boom boom! As the lightning hit the ground, the entire ground shook and there were cracks formed on the ground as well. The warriors, who were hiding behind Lindu, were now filled with horror. They are doomed. However, the scene that happened next caused them to turn dumbfounded. This was because Lindu remained on his spot and allowed the lightning front the creature to hit him. He wasn't moving at all. It seemed that all the lightning bolts were completely harmless for Lindu. Some of the warriors started rubbing their eyes as they couldn't believe what they just saw. Ziu. At the same time, Luou was on the move. She was just like a white shadow that suddenly appeared next to the evolved beast, and she thrust the sword in her arms into the creature's body. The sword gave out a bright glow and it was surrounded by a powerful energy. Clang clang clang. As the sword pierced through the creature's body, there was a loud sound that was similar to metals colliding with each other. The scales on the body of this one-horned thunder cow were like the most powerful defensive armor, and the long sword couldn't penetrate its body. Luou remained unchanged, and as the bright glow appeared on her sword, she found another position and stabbed the creature like mad. The scales may be tough, but with Luou repeatedly stabbing in the same spot, the scales broke and there was blood spurting out of the wound. Roar! The unicorn thunder cow roared. He raised his forehoof high up in the air, and it was just about to stomp on Luou. Luou was just about to move when there was a bright flaming figure that appeared next to the creature. It was a flaming phoenix that collided with the huge body of the creature and managed to send the creature flying onto the other side. The huge body of the creature rolled on the ground before getting up on its feet again. It roared with frustration, and its large eyes turned even redder than before. The evolved beast turned towards Lindu, and its eyes were filled with rage. Attack it on the wound that I created, Luou told Lindu. Lindu nodded his head, narrowed his eyes, and found the bloody wound that was formed on the creature's body after being repeatedly stabbed by Luou. Do it. As he said it, the both of them rushed towards the unicorn thunder cow from two different directions. When the evolved beast saw that they were attacking him from two different directions, it was confused as it didn't know who to attack first. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The black spear in Lindu's hand shook, and the tip of the spear instantly turned into a multitude of shots, all of which slammed into the body of the unicorn thunder cow. Roar! This time, the roar from the unicorn thunder horn was different from the one before. It sounded more like the dying cry of the creature. Lindu's tympanic membrane almost ruptured as he stood close by to the creature as it roared. Once again, there was a large amount of lightning that gathered in the horn of the creature. Then, the lightning traveled across the creature's entire body and it obviously spread towards Lindu and Luou as well. Lindu didn't feel a thing since he has been strengthening his body with lightning. His entire body was now immune to these lightning. The ground below them started turning black after being roasted by the lightning, but Lindu only felt a gentle numbness across his body. As for Luou, she frowned as she felt the lightning but did not back down. The creature decided to attack her once again, but with the sword in her hands. She aimed it towards the wound and pierced her sword into it. Boom! The long sword pierced right through the body of the unicorn thunderhorn. Roar! The creature opened its mouth wide and let out a loud cry as its body started shaking uncontrollably. Lindu took one step back. When the creature opened its mouth, he held the spear in his hand and pierced it directly into the mouth. The spear was covered in flame, and because of the scorching flame, the air around seemed to be distorted as well. Go to hell. A sharp look appeared in Lindu's eyes. The tip of the spear was directly pierced into its mouth and went straight through its brain. When Lindu was done, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, Lindu had already used all the strength in his body to complete the blow. Roar! The creature trembled and its eyes that were bloodred slowly dissipated as well. Then, the huge body immediately fell onto the ground. Kung Lung! Dust rose from the ground as it fell. Boom! Lindu took a deep breath and removed the spear from its head, which caused blood to splatter all over the ground. Luou looked at the corpse of the unicorn thunder cow on the ground. She swiped the sword in her hand and slashed off the head of the beast. The beast might be dead, but the body was still extremely tough. Luou gathered all her strength onto the sword and only managed to cut its head off after a few tries. Then, there was a dark blue odd crystal that appeared in the air as she slashed the creature and it flew towards Lindu. Lindu reacted immediately and grabbed onto the odd crystal that had been thrown in its way. This was a rank 7 odd crystal and there was a large amount of energy coming from it. Where are they? Suddenly, there were noises that came from the other side. Chapter 522 Requiem. Chapter 522 Requiem. Lindu frowned, put the odd crystal into the pocket of the battle suit, looked ahead, and found that someone was coming over. I saw it. Over there. Some people seemed to see the huge body of the unicorn thunder cow over there, then shouted loudly. Soon, a group of about 20 warriors came over. The few people who had just been rescued by Lindu saw the scene and they were surprised as they shouted towards the man in the lead. I asked you guys to attract the fire first, but I didn't expect to run here. But how did you kill this unicorn thunder cow? Some warriors looked at the body of the unicorn thunder cow lying on the ground and couldn't help being shocked. They saved us. A man slowly stood up, then pointed to Lindu and Luou over there and said, Oh. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes followed his finger and looked towards Lindu. After seeing Lindu and Luou clearly, they were surprised, because Lindu and Luou seemed very young and Luou was a stunning beauty. But she looked a bit cold. Did you guys kill this unicorn thunder cow? The man leading glanced at Lindu and Luou, then said lightly, while they were sizing up at Lindu and Luou. Lindu glanced at them. These people were all carrying backpacks, and there were some skins of evolved beasts and animal horns on their backpacks. It was clear that the main purpose of this group of people wasn't to find space cracks, but to hunt for evolved beasts and take the materials of the evolved beasts to sell. Hunter among the warriors. This unicorn thunder beast belongs to us. Before Lindu could begin to speak, the man looked at Lindu, then said faintly. The people behind him also looked at Lindu at this time, their eyes filled with coldness. You said that it's yours. Lindu didn't have any desire for this evolved beast's body, even if the materials of a high-level evolved beast were very expensive. But this person's attitude made Lindu unhappy. Captain, they just saved us. A man walked over at this moment and said, Go away. When the man heard his words, his face changed and he kicked him away. At the next moment, he pointed a saber at Lindu, captain of the Requiem group. Liu Kun, the man said to Lindu. Their Requiem hunter group was very famous in Black Rock City. No clue. Lindu said lightly. You. Liu Kun's expression suddenly changed when he heard Lin Zia's words. He originally wanted to use his team's name to suppress Lin Ziu and make him terrified. But Lin Ziu was so direct which embarrassed him. Bring that girl here. At this time, Liu Kun showed a cruel smile on his face. Then said in a grimace. Several warriors who had been itching for a long time walked towards Luou. Little beauty. Big brothers are here. These warriors had a grin on their cheeks and their eyes were full of lust. They looked at Luou who was standing there and swallowed secretly. It was the first time they had seen such a beauty. The men just now looked at Lin Ziu and Luou, and they all showed a complicated gaze. It was originally Lin Ziu who rescued them, but now their leader wants to cat in. When a man gritted his teeth and wanted to speak to Liu Kun, he saw Liu Kun's murderous eyes. Why, this kid saved you. You were going to disregard me, as the leader Liu Kun said with a smile at this time. Just this smile sent them trembling. Bang bang bang. But at this moment, a blood arrow shot out directly from the side and shot directly on Liu Kun's face. Did I tell you to kill her? Liu Kun was anxious at this time, turned around, and roared loudly. But when he just turned around, his eyes suddenly widened and he seemed to be frozen. He thought it was his subordinates who killed the beauty. Luou. But then he took a closer look and discovered that all of his subordinates had been killed by Luou. Their bodies fell and blood flowed all over the ground. The other members of the Requiem group had a change of expression when they saw this scene. They did not expect that this young girl would directly attack and be so ruthless. Liu Kun's lips trembled. Watching this scene, his back somehow felt cold. It's my turn. Lin Ziu looked at Liu Kun. His eyes narrowed, and said, courting death although he was shocked that Luou killed his subordinates in an instant. Liu Kun was also furious at this time. He was the captain of a team that has been in Thunder Valley for so many years. Will he fall into the hands of two little kids? He shouted angrily and the saber in his hand attacked Lin Zia's body. Dang! When he moved at this time, Lin Zia's dark-edged spear resisted his blow. Then he immediately used the torrential storm of rose flowers. Liu Kun's face was full of horror. He never thought that Lin Ziu would stab out at the same time. Sphere. At this time, Liu Kun had no time to think so much. He roared abruptly, and a light blue circular shield suddenly appeared around his body, enclosing his body. Bang bang bang. The spear tip madly pierced his sphere, making a sound after another. The powerful impact force caused Liu Kun's body to retreat continuously. Lin Ziu was holding a long spear in both hands and with a sudden force. Liu Kun, who was wrapped in the sphere, was like a round ball. Being struck by the dark-edged spear, he flew out and smashed against the trees at the back. Those very tough trees broke and fell to the ground after getting knocked against by Liu Kun. Lin Ziu didn't stop the movement of his feet at this time. He used force on his legs and sprinted forward. And after sprinting for a certain distance, Lin Zia's body instantly jumped high. You, don't come over. The remaining people in the Requiem group watched Luou walking slowly with the blood-stained sword, and their eyes were full of horror. Chapter 523 Beast Skin Map. Chapter 523 Beast Skin Map. Seeing the Luou approaching, they began to retreat slowly. The few warriors who were indirectly rescued by Lin Ziu just now also had a look of disbelief. They had no idea that Lin Ziu and Luou's strengths would be so strong. Even Liu Kun felt that it was just a coincidence that Lin Ziu and Luou had killed the rank 7 evolved beast. And with so many people in their Requiem group, how could they be afraid of two young people? But the truth was far from what they imagined. Where is the space crack? Luou said indifferently as she stared at these people. On the other side, Liu Kun slowly pushed away a tree that was on his body at this time, then slowly stood up. He had no idea that Lin Ziu would be so powerful. Although he unfolded the sphere in time just now, he still suffered a lot of damage. PFFF. When he got up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn kid, I must smash you into pieces and ravage that woman to death. Liu Kun was so furious. He roared loudly. He was really angry. And he had never been so humiliated. Just when he was about to move, he seemed to feel something. And when he looked up, he saw a silver light in the sky. What's this? The pupils in Liu Kun's eyes shrank suddenly. Because maintaining the sphere was really exhausting. He could not use it anymore. Sword breaks the sky. Liu Kun obviously felt something was wrong. The sword in his hand swept in the air, and a huge crescent-shaped sword aura burst out. It charged directly into the air. But at this moment, he saw that there seemed to be a silver stream flowing down from the sky like a silver ray. Boom! With a dull sound, Liu Kun opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? Liu Kun said strenuously. In the next moment, his body made an explosion-like sound and he instantly burst into countless pieces. And Lin Zia's figure appeared amongst the explosion. The skill that he just used was obviously the Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Even if it was just a gold skill, when Lin Ziu uses it, the power is greatly increased. After killing Liu Kun, Lin Ziu walked back. As he headed back, he saw the group of people in the Requiem group. At this time, their bodies were trembling, and some of them were sitting on the ground with their legs limp. We really don't know where the space crack is. The man who said before that he knew the location of the space crack, said with a sad face at this time. He merely said it just to survive, but didn't expect that Lin Ziu really killed the rank 7 unicorn thunderbolt. So you were messing with me, Lin Ziu, who came from behind, said lightly at this time. Hearing Lin Zia's words, these Requiem group members turned around and saw Lin Ziu slowly walking over with a dark edge spear. They could clearly see that the tip of Lin Zia's dark edge spear was covered in blood, and when they recalled how Liu Kun had been knocked out, their bodies trembled even more. It was clear that their captain was already killed by Lin Ziu. Although I don't know where the space crack is, we know where it is most likely to be. Seeing that the long sword in Luou's hand was about to stab here, one of the men's face changed drastically. And then he shouted. Lin Ziu found out from this guy that a few days ago, the Thunder Valley had shaken violently, because they often go in and out of Thunder Valley to hunt for evolved beasts. They were very familiar with the terrain here. After feeling the strong tremor, they began to approach the source of the tremor. There were many evolved beasts over there. We can't get close at all. But according to our experience, even if there isn't a space crack in that area, there may be other ruins. Tell us the address, Lin Ziu said coldly. The man hurriedly rummaged through his backpack and took out a worn-out beast skin. This is the map of Thunder Valley that we drew. Lin Ziu didn't hesitate and took it directly. He took a closer look. On this beast skin map, the terrain of Thunder Valley was clearly marked. The place where the tremor occurred is right here. After the man watched Lin Ziu spread out the beast skin, he stood up and pointed to the middle of the beast skin map. Lin Ziu nodded, then put the beast skin map in his pocket and looked at Luou. Then the two of them walked straight ahead without looking back. After these warriors saw Luou and Lin Ziu both left, they heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Lying limply on the ground, they have encountered many dangers, but not once as dangerous as this time. This unicorn thunder beast. I don't think they wanted a warrior muttered to himself as he looked at the unicorn thunder beast's body not far away. At the same time, Luou and Lin Ziu had already continued to advance deep into the forest. After 2 days of observation, Lin Ziu already knew that the lightning in this Thunder Valley had a certain pattern. There was almost no thunder and lightning from 6 to 10 in the morning. But after 10 o'clock, the lightning from the Thunder Valley began to be frequent and lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. According to the map, it's here. Lin Ziu looked at the map, shaking, and the place where a large number of evolved beasts appeared was the hinterland of the Valley of Thunder. Those warriors were scared out of their wits just now. And logically speaking, they would not lie. It's more dangerous here, Luou said, looking at the location marked on the map. Are there strong evolved beasts? Lin Ziu couldn't help but become curious. Yeah, Luou nodded, but it shouldn't be a big problem. That's good, and according to the markings on the map, the lightning here should be the strongest in Thunder Valley. It's good for training the body. Thinking of this, Lin Ziu became excited. Be careful. Just when Lin Ziu wanted to continue walking, Luou seemed to feel something, and then instantly hugged Lin Ziu and hid behind a giant tree. Chapter 524 A Dangerous Person. Chapter 524 A Dangerous Person. Lindu opened his eyes wide and felt that his mouth was covered by Luou's white tender little hand. Luou looked at Lindu and shook her head, and motioned Lindu not to speak. At this time, Luou's eyes were full of caution. This was the first time Lindu saw it. Lindu looked ahead and seemed to see a number of silhouettes coming from the front side. And seems like someone was here just now. A voice came from the back. Lindu and Luou were hiding behind them at this time. Both of them held their breath and kept very still, and all their sore strength was locked and not released. Lindu looked towards the front and saw several young men and women. These people were in their 20s. But Lindu could clearly feel the dangerous aura from these people. Who are these people that make Luou so fearful? Only the adventurers who often travel to and from Thunder Valley would know about this road. A woman who was dressed a little revealingly said with a smile at this time, "Continue walking. The space cracks. I want to see if there is anything I want this time." A man said aloud, Xi Roman 11. At this moment, there was a sound. When Lindu heard this sound, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Oh, it looks like someone is here. A man narrowed his eyes at this time, and then slowly walked in Lindu and Luou's direction. Luou became extremely cautious at this time, and her right hand also tightly clenched the hilt of the sword. As soon as the person comes over, she will rush out to fight. Roar! But just as the man got closer and closer to Lindu and Luou, a beast roared. A dog-like evolved beast that wasn't huge rushed out of the grass. It pounced on the man's body. Boom! The man waved his right hand, and the body of the evolved beast shattered before it even touched the man. Blood splashed out in the air. What a terrifying power! Lindu was shocked when he saw this scene. According to the analytical eye, this evolved beast could be regarded as a rank 6 evolved beast, and it can hide its aura for so long that Lindu and Luou did not sense it. An evolved beast of this level was killed so easily. So it's just a small animal. The man frowned. No wonder I felt like someone was watching us. Nan Huan, let's go. A man said to him. Okay. After these people left for about 10 minutes, Luou's body relaxed. When she felt that her hand was still on Lindu's mouth and she could even feel his hot breath, Luou quickly put her hand down. Who? Lindu couldn't help taking a deep breath at this time, and his body relaxed. Who are they? Lindu looked ahead and then said aloud. Although there were trees everywhere, Lindu could still sense the power of those people. Lindu knew that his instincts were always accurate, so he should not be wrong. Sky City. Luou looked at the sky, and then said lightly to Lindu. Sky City. They are from the underworld and are dangerous people. Luou reminded Lindu. Lindu nodded. Then after thinking about it, he curiously asked, then what rank are they? Rank 8. Luou said directly without any hesitation. Hearing Luou's words, Lindu couldn't help but gasp. Rank 8. After rank 6. Every warrior rank was a watershed. Although Luou's strength has returned to her peak level of a rank 7 warrior, it was only the beginning of rank 7. Every one of them is rank 8. Lindu couldn't help but continue to say aloud. Yeah. Luou nodded. That way. It is indeed too dangerous. If there is a conflict, there is really no way to run. Even using system skills, it would still be difficult to fight them. My strength is still not enough. Lindu said with a sigh. Although he knew that his cultivation speed was not slow, Lindu still felt that his strength was too weak compared to these people. To take revenge in Sky City, one's strength must be at least rank 8. You are fast. Just when Lindu was thinking to himself, he felt Luou's hand. Are you comforting me? Lindu smiled. Luou shook her head. She was not a liar in the first place. Lindu looked at Luou's expression and smiled. Then stretched. Shall we continue walking now? This way. They wouldn't go there. Luou took out the beast skin map and pointed out. The strength of those people just now was tyrannical, and they were not afraid of being followed by them. So if you look carefully, there are some footprints left by them on the ground in front. Luou and Lindu looked at their footprints and went the other way. Even if it was a longer route, they'd rather not meet those people. Because the strength of those people was too terrifying. The battle was basically a one-sided situation. The two moved forward very quickly, and it didn't take long before they realized that there were lesser trees around. Slowly, they could see a cliff-like scene in front. Beside the cliff, there were many warriors standing. How on earth do we go over seeing the terrifying cracks that appeared on the ground? Some warriors exclaimed. If it was a normal gap, with the warrior's ability to jump, he could jump over with a sprint. But the gap was really too big. It was about 10 meters. Moreover, affected by the special magnetic field here, flying devices would directly lose their effect. We've never seen this when we came to Thunder Valley before. I wonder if it's because a space crack appeared on the front side that caused this. A warrior couldn't help but say aloud at this time. Hearing his words, some warriors also nodded, and there was a twinkle in their eyes. This meant that the space cracks could possibly be up ahead. We can just take a detour. Some warriors frowned, and then said aloud. Chapter 525 Along with the Wind. Chapter 525 Along with the Wind. On the left is the unicorn thunder cow herd. They live in groups, and the unicorn thunder cow king is the top rank 8 evolved beast. There is a psychedelic forest on the right, and even rank 8 warriors may not be able to resist the hallucinogenic pollen that spreads in that forest. A warrior said coldly at this time. Hearing his words, these warriors all felt like they had a basin of cold water thrown at them. The cracks on the ground were really terrifying. At this time, standing on the edge was like standing on the edge of a cliff. According to what those people just said, could it be caused by the earthquake that happened that day? Lindu stretched out his hand and placed it in front, and he could feel that there seemed to be wind coming from under this terrifying crack. Wind. Moreover, the wind was not directly rushing upwards. It seems to be blowing towards him. Very weird. The wind was quite strong. In this case, it was even more impossible to jump to the opposite side. With this thought, Lindu shook his head. What should he do? Just when Lindu was at a loss, he clearly felt that the direction of the strong wind coming from below had changed again. How Lindu was surprised at this time. Why did it suddenly become a downwind? The wind surging from below was blowing directly toward the front side, which was very weird. Although he didn't know how this happened, he could rely on the wind and sprint to leap over. It's just that he didn't know how long this wind direction could last. Luou. Lindu whispered to Luou at this time. Luou also seemed to feel what happened to Lindu, and stood on the edge with Lindu. Lindu told Luou everything he had just discovered, and Luou's pretty brows also knitted. After about half an hour, the two of them worked out a pattern. Every 30 seconds, there would be 5 seconds when the wind is blowing towards the front. Shall we go? Lindu said to Luou. Luou nodded. There should be nothing wrong with this. Even if they were wrong, both himself and Luou could use skills in the air and use the recoil force of their skills to return. It should not be life-threatening. Brother, do you know how to go over? At this moment a man stood beside Lindu and said with a smile to Lindu. I don't know. Lindu shook his head. Lindu ignored him, and after taking many steps back with Luou, he was about to sprint forward. Seeing the movements of Lindu and Luou, the man was stunned. He saw Lindu and Luou pointing at the edge, as if they had found something, but he didn't expect that Lindu and Luou would simply charge to the other side like that. Isn't this just courting death? They think life is too long. The man sneered at this moment. Lindu and Luou were now counting the time in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. With the inner countdown over, at this moment, the two rushed to the front at the same time. This is crazy. Seeing this scene, some warriors couldn't help exclaiming. From here to the other side, it was more than 60 meters away. Even a rank 6 warrior couldn't jump over. What's more, the wind coming from the rift valley below was a headwind coming in their direction. It would cause quite a big impact. Lindu's dark edge spear had long been thrown directly to the opposite side, and Luou carried the long sword on her back and was not affected. At this time, the two sprinted to the edge. then leaped. Lindu and Luou had already calculated the time. The moment they took off, it was the 5 seconds when the wind changed direction. The two of them were strong physically and they could jump a very long distance with a normal sprint. Coupled with the strong wind coming from below, the two seemed to fly out. In a short moment, they managed to jump to the opposite side. Bang! Lindu rolled forward and stood up quickly. And Luou, at this time, has also stood up. Phew! We really jumped over. Lindu picked up his dark edge spear, and then said with a smile. He looked at the opposite side, and the man who was talking to him was completely dumbfounded at this time. His eyes were wide open, with a look of disbelief. Bye-bye. Lindu waved to the other side and said, "How did they get there?" Some warriors also came to their senses and exclaimed, but Lindu didn't care about those people. At this time, he and Luou went straight ahead. According to the map, if they keep going forward, they will reach the hinterland of Thunder Valley. Damn. Some warriors looked at the disappearing figures of Lindu and Luou, and they hated them. They had no way of jumping over, but Luou and Lindu actually did it. HNG. What a pity. At this moment, some people actually rode on top of some giant birds and then flew directly from here. The Royal Beast sect. Some people whispered when they saw this scene. In the current world, although most warriors aim to hunt and kill evolved beasts, there are also people who could peacefully coexist with evolved beasts and control these ferocious evolved beasts. One of them was the people of the Royal Beast sect. In short, the Rift Valley had cut off a number of warriors, and this was good news for Lindu. This area was different from the forest just now. It seemed as if you had reached a barren area suddenly. Lindu looked into the distance. There was still a long way to go until the trees appeared again. Boom boom, and it was already noon. And in the scorching sun, there was lightning from time to time in the sky. This Thunder Valley was really weird. Lindu stretched out his hand enough to touch some of the lightning that had just been struck. But for Lindu, these lightnings had no effect at all. Click, click, click. Just after the two walked a certain distance, Lindu heard a strange noise. What is this? Lindu frowned when he heard the sound. Luou looked around, then pointed to the front. Following Luou's fingers, Lindu found that on the ground in front, it was starting to bulge, as if there was something surging out of the ground. Boom! Soon, as a dull sound rang, the protrusion seemed to explode. Chapter 526 Start to gain experience. Chapter 526 Start to gain experience. A black figure burst out from it. Damn! Seeing those things appear, Lindu's eyes widened. Ants. Black ants. But these ants were very big. They looked like the size of a human's palm. That mouth was like iron pliers. It looked very terrifying. There was a huge number of ants, rushing out from the ground frantically, and seemed to be surrounding Lindu and Luou. And Lindu also saw some grayish-white skeletons from the place where the ground exploded. It seemed that many warriors had died here. Black secluded ants. Rank 5 evolved beasts. Luou seemed to know these darn things and said aloud at this time. Lindu nodded. Although there were a lot of these things, Lindu was not afraid. At this time, he waved the dark edge spear and flames burst out from it. Awe of the Phoenix. This was the most frequently used move by Lindu. The power of this move cannot be said to be particularly strong, but it does not consume too much source strength and can cause a lot of damage. As the flaming bird charged towards the front, those black ants were all covered by flames and burned. After all, these black secluded ants were only rank 5 evolved beasts. And generally, such evolved beasts were not resistant to fire. Soon, a large number of system prompts were heard. Congratulations to the master for killing the rank 5 black secluded ants and gaining 500 experience. Congratulations to the master. A bunch of prompts for gaining experience kept ringing. 5 million experience. Damn. Lindu was shocked at this time. How could he gain so much experience? When he killed the rank 7 evolved beast just now, he only had about 10 million experience. Lindu felt that this system was very strange. Sometimes he gained more experience by killing evolved beasts, and sometimes he gained less. Isn't the experience gained according to the rank and rarity of the evolved beast? Lindu was a little confused, but at this time, Lindu couldn't care less. So he quickly killed those black secluded ants with flames. After calculating that he killed almost 100 and gained more than 200 million experience, Lindu found that all these black ants had been wiped out. All these black secluded ants were scorched on the ground, giving off a strange smell. This kind of black secluded ant is quite rare. Luou said aloud. Lindu nodded, and there was still joy on his face. The appearance of this black secluded ant could be said to be an unexpected joy. Taking a closer look at his system interface, Lindu found that he had accumulated more than 2 billion experiences, but it was still far from leveling up. After all, it takes 15 billion experience to get to the next level. After crossing this barren area and walking to the front, mountains and rivers appeared again. This is the real Thunder Valley. Right, Lindu looked down from the high place and there was a stone road that seemed man-made, going all the way down. There were towering cliffs on both sides around, and some strange plants grow on the cliffs. After walking into the hinterland of the Thunder Valley, the surrounding lightning became more and more frequent. Some of the lightning struck the surrounding stones which exploded and small stones burst out. Lindu looked around, and there were still many corpses of warriors on this road. It seems that a lot of people died here. The two moved forward at a very fast speed, and soon, they felt a strong tremor in front of them. In the distance ahead, a large number of warriors appeared. These warriors were well equipped, and they were holding weapons to fight against a large number of evolved beasts. These evolved beasts were completely black, with different shapes, and there were some purple electric lights on their bodies. Some warriors were accidentally knocked down by those evolved beasts, and their bodies were immediately covered by purple lightning. Although ordinary high-level warriors have undergone electric shock training, the electric lights that burst out from the bodies of these evolved beasts were obviously quite powerful. At this moment, the warriors who were affected by the lightning widened their eyes and fell into paralysis. In this case, if one fell into a state of paralysis, he would be bitten by a large number of evolved beasts into several pieces in an instant. The scene looked extremely intense. Kill! Those warriors also had reddened eyes at this time, and they fought frantically with those evolved beasts. Luou originally wanted Lindu to go the other way. After all, there were too many evolved beasts, and it would take a lot of time to fight. Luou, wait for me here. You'll get rid of these evolved beasts first. Lindu looked at the evolved beasts in front of him and was eager to try. The sweetness of killing the black secluded ants just now made Lindu desperately want to gain experience. Only with enough experience could he quickly level up. After all, he was still too weak. Thinking of this, Lindu couldn't help clenching the dark-edged spear in his right hand. In the next moment, his whole body was like a shadow, and he rushed over in an instant. Damn! The warrior in front was still fighting hard when he saw a figure rushing over. Who was this? Before they could see clearly, they saw a flash of cold light, and the heads of those evolved beasts were directly stabbed. In a short period of time, more than a dozen evolved beasts died. Captain, who was that? A man with blood on his arms retreated to the back at this time, looking at the figure that rushed into the front of the herd. I don't know either. A middle-aged man holding a huge sword shook his head and said he didn't know what was going on. At this time, he looked at the man in front of him who was madly dancing with the long spear in his hand, and instantly stabbed a dozen evolved beasts in the head. His face was full of shock. These evolved beasts were all around rank 5, so they were not particularly difficult to deal with. The more troublesome thing was that these evolved beasts carried lightning on their bodies, and these lightnings would cause a certain paralysis effect to their bodies. In the middle of a battle, it was extremely dangerous if one couldn't react quickly, but the lightning that burst from those evolved beasts was transmitted to Lindu's body, and Lindu seemed totally fine. What a freak! Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man couldn't help but say aloud, Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the rank 5 blade armor beast and gaining 1,550 experience. These evolved beasts have 1,55 million experience. Although they were a lot less than the black secluded ants, there were many of them. There were at least hundreds of these evolved beasts. Chapter 527 Dark Spirit Fruit. Chapter 527 Dark Spirit Fruit. Although there were a lot of them, Lindu was not afraid at all, because his advantage was obvious. That is, he was not afraid of the lightning that bursts from the bodies of these evolved beasts. Luou looked at Lindu over there thoughtfully. She didn't know why Lindu was so keen to deal with these low-level evolved beasts. Luou felt that it should be related to Lindu's cultivation technique. Thinking of this, she stood nearby and watched Lindu's battle. She didn't seem to have any intention of going up to help. Lindu frantically waved the spear in his hand, and used the skills such as Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers and Awe of the Phoenix, which consume less energy. After about half an hour, all the evolved beasts here were eliminated. Finally, Lindu took a deep breath at this time, feeling a little tired. Taking a closer look at the system, he actually gained hundreds of millions of experience. Cool. Lindu looked in front and found a huge tree. This tree was different from ordinary trees. It was completely black, but at that time it seemed like it had been painted. And it was smooth and reflective. And the leaves of this tree were dark red. And there were some dark black fruits on this tree, which looked very strange. What kind of tree is this? It seems to be a dark spirit fruit. There were too many evolved beasts just now, and he didn't pay attention to this side. At this time, Luou saw the strange tree in the distance, with a slightly surprised look in her eyes, and then walked over then said to Lindu, "Dark spirit fruit." Hearing Luou's words, Lindu was also stunned for a while, then searched the information in his mind, and knew that this was a mutated fruit tree, which seemed to have absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, and evolved to have a certain spirituality. After taking this fruit, one's physical fitness would be improved to a certain extent. Of course, only those who had taken this fruit would have the most obvious effect. This thing was quite precious. It was a rare item in the Warrior Mall and he didn't expect to see it here. "Brother, thank you." At this moment, a middle-aged man came over, stood in front of Lindu, and laughed. There were dozens of warriors behind him, and their faces looked a little tired. "It's fine." Lindu glanced at them, then shook his head and said, he didn't actually want to save these people and merely wanted to gain experience. Of course, Lindu didn't say it directly. "Get to know each other. My name is Jiang Tao," the middle-aged man said aloud at this time. Lindu, seeing that the middle-aged man had no ill intentions, said aloud at this time, "You are also looking for space cracks?" Lindu asked before the middle-aged man could continue to speak. Hearing Lindu's words, Jiang Tao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a wry smile, "We are a team that often hunts evolved beasts in the Thunder Valley, and we have also heard about space cracks recently, but we haven't seen it with our own eyes. Our aim is to..." "Do you want the dark spirit fruit?" Looking at Jiang Tao's hesitant look, Lindu said lightly. "That's right." Jiang Tao looked at Lindu and said directly with a bitter smile. They saw the dark spirit fruit here and wanted to take it, but there were too many evolved beasts, and they had been preparing for a long time to kill these evolved beasts, but didn't expect that the final result would be so tragic. If Lindu hadn't killed these evolved beasts, they would probably be finished this time. "We want to, and you guys can have the rest." Lindu looked at the dark spirit fruit tree, and said lightly. Lindu glanced at it just now, and found that there were only 2 dark spirit fruits that have matured, and these 2 had the best effect. He and Luou could take them. Really, not only Jiang Tao, but the others were also pleasantly surprised when they heard Lindu's words. Lindu had dealt with most of the evolved beasts just now, and with Lindu's strength, even if he didn't give them any, they couldn't do anything. "Yeah." Lindu nodded. Although this dark spirit fruit was very precious, he didn't have time to wait for all the remaining fruits to ripen. "Thank you." Jiang Tao and the others were all excited. Lindu smiled, then said to Luou who was standing beside him, "Luou, have you eaten this before?" It was said that the effect of this dark spirit fruit would be maximized only when you eat it for the first time. If you eat it again, it would not have much effect. Luou shook her head. "Let's try it then." Lindu walked over to the dark spirit fruit tree and said aloud, "Whoosh whoosh." At the same time, a sound of breaking through the air came. Jiang Tao and the others turned to look behind them, and saw some huge birds and beasts flying over here. People from the Royal Beast sect. When Jiang Tao saw this scene, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed greatly. Haha. Bai Fei. I didn't expect that we found the dark spirit fruit tree. A man riding a huge bird beast that landed directly on the dark spirit fruit tree shouted to the sky at this time. Soon, more than 20 warriors riding on birds beasts landed in front. Young Master Bai. Look at this time. Some warriors respectfully said to Bai Fei, who jumped from the bird beast. Bai Fei was a young man who wore a very precious battle suit. At one glance, you would know that he was not an ordinary person. Yes. This dark spirit fruit tree is ours. Bai Fei looked very excited when he saw this dark spirit fruit tree. This is the evolved beast herd that Brother Lin destroyed. We fought with our lives to get it. It's not yours. Jiang Tao walked over at this time, and then roared loudly. With his loud roar, the warriors behind him also stepped forward and dozens of people surrounded them. Bai Fei raised his brows, glanced at Jiang Tao and the others, and said lightly, "I said it is mine." He sounded like nobody was allowed to refute his words. He said it was his. It was his. And there was why or how. Let me give you guys 2 words. Lindu stood up, glanced at the people from the Royal Beast sect, and said lightly, "Get lost. Boy, you're courting death." Hearing Lindu's arrogant words, one of the men from the Royal Beast sect suddenly had a change in expression, and he attacked Lindu with the sword he was holding. Lindu sneered, and with a direct stroke of the spear in his right hand, the sword that the man was holding was blown away by the powerful force. Chapter 528 The Royal Beast Sect. Chapter 528 The Royal Beast Sect. And the spear in Lindu's hand was about to stab the man's neck. If nothing else happens, the spear would pierce his throat and kill him directly. Sphere. The man roared, and a light blue light suddenly appeared on his body. A circular barrier that instantly surrounded his body. But even so, the impact of Lindu's stabbing caused him to fly straight out of the sphere. Boom! His entire body hit the cliff behind him directly, making a loud noise. Isn't it a bit too much? Bai Fei and the others glared at Lindu and said aloud, "Too much. This belongs to me, yet you guys said it's yours. How funny." Lindu said with a smile at this time. Bai Fei frowned, and then smiled coldly. "There are some things that might burn your hands when you get them. That's none of your business." Lindu replied, "Brother Lin, they belong to the Royal Beast sect." Although Jiang Tao was also very angry just now, but in this situation, he still stood beside Lindu and reminded in a low voice. Like the Warrior Alliance, the Royal Beast sect was a global force, but the Royal Beast sect's power was obviously relatively smaller. But even so, it should not be underestimated. Hearing Lindu's arrogant words, Bai Fei's eyes were already full of killing intent, but the strength Lindu just displayed made him a little startled. After all, Lindu's shot sent a rank 6 warrior flying. This kind of strength was obviously beyond the power of a rank 6. "Looks like you have a death wish." Swoosh! Just when the killing intent flickered in Bai Fei's eyes, he saw a cold light stabbing towards him. Not good. Looking at this cold light, the pupils in Bai Fei's eyes shrank a little, and his body quickly retreated back. "Be careful!" The warriors behind quickly rushed up to resist the attack. Bai Fei stepped back and touched his neck. There was still blood dripping down. Only his skin was cut. But thinking of the situation just now, he still has some lingering fears. He nearly died. Looking up, he saw a beautiful girl holding a long sword and attacking the warriors who were guarding him. It was her just now. Bai Fei's eyes widened slightly. To be honest, it was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful woman, but it was such a beautiful woman that almost killed him just now. Unforgivable. "Catch her alive for me!" Bai Fei roared. At this time, the men who were fighting with Luou did not hide their strength. While Sphere was released to protect his body, he held the weapon in his hand and frantically attacked Luou. Although Luou was a rank 7 warrior, She was besieged by so many warriors and was not able to kill them directly in a moment. Jian Tao and others were also surprised. Just now, the stunning woman who had been standing beside Lindu in silence actually started making a move without a word. The people of this royal beast sect were above rank 6 and they could be regarded as a very strong team. At this time, seeing a few warriors behind them about to attack Luou, Lindu did not hesitate at all and rushed over directly. Holding a spear, he stabbed and it seems to turn into dozens of spears. Whoosh whoosh. The long spear that was pierced out suddenly made a sound of breaking through the air. When the few warriors in front looked at Lindu who was attacking, they were shocked. There are relatively few people who use spears as weapons and they rarely encountered any. At this time, the spear used by Lindu seemed to be able to swing freely and his attacks were very fast. Dang dang. The spear seemed to be like a phantom. These people did not dare to continue to charge forward, and could only block with the sword in their hands. But the force of Lindu's spear stab was really terrifying, and these people all felt that their hands were going numb. Boom boom boom. Lindu waved his spear and brought up flames. And from the flames, terrifying flaming birds burst forth one after another, and they charged directly at their bodies. Those flaming birds hit the sphere of those warriors. Although they couldn't break through their sphere directly, they still made them feel a burning sensation. Damn. When did these people from the Royal Beast sect suffer this kind of grievance? They were warriors above rank 6 yet they couldn't even defeat a guy in this Thunder Valley. At this time, these warriors directly faced Lindu's flaming birds and attacked. As long as they had a sphere, it was impossible for them to be directly impacted by Lindu's flaming bird. Lindu watched as these people attacked again. At this time, his eyes narrowed, and the pattern on the dark edge spear he held in his hand began to light up. At this time, Lindu also felt that these patterns were breathing lights on and off. And as these patterns glowed, Lindu felt that the spear seemed to vibrate slightly like a heart. What is going on? Lindu was surprised. The patterns on the dark edge spear were forged by Luou by dissolving and forging the mysterious spar. In the previous battle, Lindu found that these patterns would light up as his source strength burst out, and the power of the spear also became stronger. But it was not as obvious as this time. Seeing these people charging at this time, Lindu didn't think about it anymore. Crackling. Moreover, when Lindu slashed across, lightning burst out from the spear. "You're dead. You think you can break our sphere?" a warrior shouted loudly. As long as there was a sphere, Lindu couldn't hurt their lives at all. Under their siege, Lindu would definitely use up his strength before them, so Lindu would definitely die. Boom! But when Lindu slashed diagonally with the spear in both hands and collided with his saber, there was a dull sound. The lightning on Lindu's spear passed through the sphere to the sword and onto his body. Damn! The man was struck by the high-voltage lightning. His body went numb and he was in great pain. "Go to hell," Lindu shouted angrily. And the spear stabbed straight at the guy. "It's useless," the man roared loudly. In his opinion, he had the sphere unfolded, and at most he would only be sent flying by the huge impact of Lindu's attack. Chapter 529 Break the Sphere. Chapter 529 Break the Sphere. Break right now, Lindu roared in his heart, and the spear had stabbed directly on the Mun sphere. Boom! With a sound. At this moment, a crack appeared on the sphere and at the next moment, a hole appeared. Lindu's dark edge spear directly penetrated the sphere. The man also relied on the sphere and did not expect such a thing to happen at all. At this moment, his head was pierced by the dark edge spear directly. Congratulations to the master for killing a rank 6 warrior. You've gained 50 million experience. But now Lindu didn't pay attention to the prompt of experience gained in his mind. At this time, he looked at the dark edge spear he was holding and pierced the warrior's head. Still in disbelief. Because just now, he actually stabbed with force and actually broke his sphere. It was not so easy to break the sphere, unless you have overwhelming strength, but he didn't use the fury skill just now. He actually killed Elder Zhong. The people from the Royal Beast sect were all shocked. The confrontation just now was only a short moment. They didn't expect that one of them was killed. "Kill him for me." The rest of the people's eyes turned red. then shouted loudly. A warrior took out a whistle from the air, and these huge bird-evolved beasts heard this strange blowing sound, and in the next moment, they all seemed to go crazy and rushed towards Lindu frantically. The claws of these bird-evolved beasts were very sharp. Lindu was not paying attention for a second and was scratched on the back of his hand, and there were several deep wounds on the back of his hand. But this wound didn't make Lindu afraid. Instead, it ignited Lindu's fighting spirit. Jian Tao and the others looked at Lindu, who was not far away. Even in the face of several rank 6 warriors and the terrifying bird-evolved beast, Lindu did not concede at all. Just now, they thought that Lindu was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was so strong. Captain, what should we do? The warriors beside Jian Tao looked at Jian Tao and said. Jian Tao looked at Luou and Lindu, and the expressions in his eyes flickered. After a brief wave of silence, Jian Tao clenched the weapon in his hand, then shouted, "Kill these bastards!" With Jian Tao's order, the dozens of warriors behind all attacked the people from the Royal Beast sect. You dare? Bai Fei's expression suddenly changed as he watched Jian Tao and the others attack. Under normal circumstances, Bai Fei and the others would not be afraid of Jian Tao and the others, because Jian Tao had many people with him, but most of them were rank 5 warriors, and there were only 2 or 3 rank 6 warriors. But now Luou and Lindu's combat power was too strong, and just these 2 people could contain all their people. Kill! Jian Tao ignored Bai Fei's words and roared. Although the Royal Beast sect was strong, there was no surveillance in this place. So what if all the people from the Royal Beast sect die? And Bai Fei's attitude just now really annoyed him. Go away! Lindu looked at those bird-evolved beasts attacking him again. Lindu's eyes changed suddenly, and he pointed a spear towards the sky, and immediately split a bird-evolved beast in half. Blood spurted out of the air in an instant. Those warriors who originally wanted to go to Lindu's side to continue to attack saw Jian Tao and others attacking at this time, and their faces changed greatly. Although most of them are rank 5 warriors, in this situation, it was very unfavorable for them. Bastard! Get out of here! Lindu was immediately annoyed by the scars on the back of his hand scratched by those bird-evolved beasts. Because those rank 6 warriors were restrained by Jian Tao and others, Lindu did not continue to attack them at this time, but attacked those bird-evolved beasts first. Although these bird-evolved beasts are ferocious, they were only rank 6 evolved beasts after all. Under Lindu's attack, they were all killed. Those Royal Beast sect people watched their evolved beasts all being killed by Lindu, and their hearts were bleeding. You must know that evolved beasts were ferocious beasts. It was still very difficult to tame them, even if they had special methods. It was not an easy task. Master Bai, hurry up! A man protected Bai Fei at this time, then said aloud. Bai Fei looked around and already knew that he had suffered a setback. His eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Lindu, who was fighting a short distance away. Looking at Luou again, Luou was actually holding the long sword in her hand, splitting a warrior's body into 2 halves. If it goes on like this, all of their Royal Beast sect people would die here. Catch her! Bai Fei looked at Luou over there and roared in a low voice. The warrior standing next to him showed hesitation at this time. If they wanted to leave now, there was still a chance. But catching Luou was almost impossible. Luou's body skill was so strong that they couldn't even touch the corners of her clothes even under the siege of these rank 6 warriors. I have a way. Bai Fei gritted his teeth and said, then slowly took out a bottle of powdered thing from his pocket. When the man saw what Bai Fei had taken out, his eyes suddenly changed. But, do what I tell you to do. Only if we catch her, we will have a chance, Bai Fei said with a grim expression. Luou was still holding the long sword in her hand and continued to frantically attack the surrounding rank 6 warriors. Although those rank 6 warriors were evenly matched with Luou just now, but now that the warriors led by Jian Tao have joined the battlefield, the battle has changed in an instant. Although those warriors unfolded the sphere consumes their physical strength very quickly, and because of the restraint of Jian Tao and others, Luou was not under so much pressure. At this time, a warrior's sphere was about to disappear due to the lack of source strength in the body. Luou seized this opportunity and slashed directly at him with the long sword. Swish! But at this moment, Luou saw a powdery thing sprayed towards her. Seeing the scene, Luou subconsciously used sphere to block out these powdery things. But even though she reacted quickly, she still smelled a strange smell. Not good. The look in Luou's eyes changed, and when she was about to make a move, her body went limp and she couldn't even maintain the sphere at this moment. Chapter 530 Hijacking. Chapter 530 Hijacking. Do it, Bai Fei roared suddenly when he saw the scene. The warrior on Bai Fei's side passed by at this moment. When Luou held the long sword in her hand and wanted to attack, she found that another long sword was sitting on her neck. Those powders were just a blindfold. The key was that the smell emitted by those powders, it was poisonous. At this time, it was not only Luou who smelled those odors, but also those warriors from the Royal Beast sect around Luou. Their eyes changed. Their bodies remained the same, and the unfolded sphere disappeared instantly. In the next moment, Jiang Tao and the others rushed up and killed all those warriors who suddenly lost the protection of the sphere. Those rank 5 warriors were also stunned. They did not expect that they would kill several rank 6 warriors. Stop or I'll kill her. At this moment, Bai Fei and another warrior stood beside Luou, each holding a long sword at Luou's neck. Now Luou felt that her strength was slowly recovering, but the long swords held by the 2 people were on her neck and she couldn't move. Stop, Jiang Tao said with a wave of his hand as he watched this scene. Although those warriors surrounded Bai Fei and the others, they didn't do anything anymore. Lost soul dispersion. Although Luou was held at the neck by the long swords, she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Seeing her calm look, Jiang Tao was surprised. Tisk tisk. The effect is similar to that thing. It is developed from the ingredients extracted from a special flower in a different dimension. There are only a few bottles in this world. You have the honor. Bai Fei said at this time. It seems that you have even attacked your own people. Jiang Tao heard Bai Fei's words and understood what had just happened. No wonder they were able to so easily get rid of those rank 6 warriors. It turned out that those warriors might have been weakened by some special medicine, so they could hack them to death. Humph! Bai Fei snorted coldly, ignoring Jiang Tao's sarcasm. For him, it was only important that he survived. Let go of her. Lindu had just burst out a powerful force, and just after he had eliminated the rank 6 warriors, he saw Luou over there being held hostage. Kill them. Luou looked at Lindu and said lightly. Shut up! Bai Fei roared loudly at this moment, and he had chills down his spine just looking at Luou. Why is this woman not afraid at all? He has never seen such a person before. But Lindu looked at Luou at this time, and did not speak, but walked forward step by step. If you come any closer, don't blame my subordinates for being rude. Bai Fei's face showed a ferocious look and the long sword in his hand exerted a little force. The sharp blade was pressed on Luou's neck and some blood flowed out. Let her go. Seeing the scene, Lindu felt extremely distressed in his heart, but there was no expression on his face as he stood there and said coldly to Bai Fei. At this time, Bai Fei also saw that Lindu cared about Luou. He knew that he was right to hold Luou hostage. Come here. Let him stab you and I'll let her go. Bai Fei showed a hideous smile on his cheek, and then said to Lindu. The eyes of Jiang Tao and the others changed. If this stab was stabbed in the chest, it would be deadly. Luou looked at Lindu at this time, and the look in her eyes was obviously telling Lindu to ignore her and kill Bai Fei and the other rank 6 warrior. Sure, Lindu said lightly at this time. Brother Lin. Jiang Tao couldn't help calling out when he heard Lindu's words. After all, Lindu saved their lives just now and gave them the dark spirit fruit. Jiang Tao didn't want to see Lindu die like this. Don't worry. Our Royal Beast sect people will kill you guys too. Bai Fei glanced at Jiang Tao and the others, and then laughed proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Fei gave the man beside him a wink. The man nodded, then removed the long sword in his hand from Luou's neck. At this time, although Bai Fei was alone, Luou's strength had not fully recovered. As long as Luou moved, the long sword on her neck would directly chop her neck down. One stab. Right, Lindu said lightly. That's right. Don't use the sphere. Just take his stab. Bai Fei said coldly at this time. Okay. Come on. Lindu glanced at the man who came over, and said lightly. Tisk tisk. How affectionate and righteous. Bai Fei said with a grim smile on his cheeks. Lindu killed the evolved beasts of their royal beast sect, as well as those warriors, which really made Bai Fei hate him. The man looked at Lindu standing in front, and the dark edge spear in his hand was also on the ground, as if he had given up his defense. Looking at this scene, the expression in his eyes changed, and then in the next moment, holding a long sword, he stabbed Lindu on the body. Jiang Tao watched this scene. The pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, but Lindu still stood on the spot, and didn't seem to dodge in the slightest. Boom! The long sword that the warrior was going to stab directly at Lindu. When it was about to touch Lindu's body, it became a slash and slashed down at Lindu's neck as it chopped Lindu's head off. If it was just a stab, the possibility of directly stabbing Lindu to death was not 100. But if his head was chopped off, he is dead. Ha ha ha, what a fool. At this moment, Bai Fei suddenly burst into laughter. With this, Lindu was no longer a threat at all. Luou's current strength has not fully recovered, and at most it could only recover to the level of a rank 5 warrior. For her, this was not a problem. Boom! But just when he was laughing proudly, he found that a lot of blood spattered on his cheeks. And when he looked down, he realized that his arm had been cut off at some point. The hand holding the long sword also fell to the ground. Ah! Bai Fei wailed and found himself kicked out. No, the man who had just chopped off Lindu's head also clearly noticed something was wrong. As he heard the scream of Bai Fei, he realized that Lindu, whose head had been chopped off in front of him, was gone, and the real Lindu actually appeared behind. Chapter 531 Explosion. Chapter 531 Explosion. Curious, Lindu said in a low voice with killing intent in his eyes. You. The warrior looked at Lindu as if he had seen a ghost. Now he finally understood. Lindu used his skill just now and a fake Lindu appeared. Go to hell. Now that he had no way out, he held the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Lindu. Lindu was also fuming in his heart. Before he could rush over, Lindu charged over. Although the man swung his sword fast, Lindu turned slightly and dodged. And at this time, Lindu's right hand was clenched into a fist and there was a lot of lightning around it. While dodging his attack, Lindu smashed his fist directly on the sphere he unfolded. Bang bang bang. A dull sound kept ringing. Although he unfolded the sphere to protect his body, he still retreated constantly because of the terrifying power coming from Lindu's fist. Lindu looked at the dark edge spear on the ground not far away, and as soon as his right foot stepped on the bottom end of the dark edge spear, the entire dark edge spear flew up. He stretched out his right hand and caught the dark edge spear. At the same time, the pattern on the spear instantly lit up because Lindu's source strength was transmitted to the spear body. Get lost. Lindu looked at the man holding the long sword trying to resist his attack and roared. The spear had directly pierced a hole through his long sword, and it wasn't over yet. The spear didn't stop and continued to stab forward. Although this man was frightened, but relying on his sphere protection, he dodged without panicking. Boom! But after the spear stabbed his sphere, he was shocked to find that there was a hole in his sphere, and in the next moment, the spear went through the sphere and went straight into his heart. Goodbye, Lindu said coldly. It's impossible, the man said to himself in disbelief, looking at the dark edge spear pierced into his heart. Ha ha ha. But in the next second, the man laughed again, causing Lindu to frown. Di. However, Lindu, who had sensitive ears, seemed to hear a very subtle sound at this time, and his eyes widened immediately. This guy's heart seems to have a bomb. Boom! Lindu didn't have time to think. At the next moment, a loud noise rang out and a terrifying explosion occurred directly on the man's body. Ah! The surrounding warriors led by Jiang Tao were all blown away by this terrifying explosion. In an instant, thick dust flew around him. Lindu, Luou's voice trembled a little while watching this scene. This terrifying explosion, even a high-level warrior, at close range, would be seriously injured if not dead. At this time, Luou rushed towards the front frantically. As soon as she rushed into the blast zone with thick dust, Luou felt her body being embraced by someone. Just when she was about to struggle, she heard a familiar voice. "It's really dangerous." Hearing this voice, Luou's gaze changed and there was a hint of surprise on her face. Are you okay?" Luou didn't know what to say. She has never felt this emotion before. And being hugged by Lindu like this. Luou's hands were hanging in the air as if she was at a loss. "It's nothing," Lindu said with a smile. There was a trace of fresh blood on his body, but this was caused by the damage to the surface skin. Under normal circumstances, he would have been seriously injured if not dead from the explosion just now. Who would have thought that such a terrifying balm was placed in this guy's heart? Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast enough and the sphere unfolded instantly. But even so, the terrifying impact made Lindu's head dizzy and his body had many wounds. "By the way, the wound on your neck." Lindu seemed to have thought of something at this time, then quickly released Luou and said to Luou. However, Lindu took a closer look and found that the wound on Luou's neck has now begun to heal. "My self-healing ability is relatively strong." Luou seemed to know what Lindu was thinking and said aloud at this time. "That's good." Lindu breathed a sigh of relief at this time. "Brother Lin, are you alright?" Jiang Tao was blown away by the dust at this time and kept coughing. "I'm fine. Let's see if they are fine." Lindu shook his head and said. As the dust slowly dissipated, a huge crater appeared where the explosion happened. "We often come here. This kind of injury is nothing," Jiang Tao said with a grin. He looked at Lindu. His eyes were full of surprise that could not be concealed. The explosion just now caused ordinary warriors to be blown away. But Lindu was only slightly injured. He must have unfolded the sphere in time. But this reaction ability was so fast that it was almost perverted. At this time, Lindu turned his eyes to the back and saw Bai Fei slowly get up, as if he wanted to escape. Seeing this scene, Lindu's expression changed and the dark-edged spear he was holding was thrown straight away. Swoosh! The spear made a sound of breaking through the air and stabbed directly in front of Bai Fei. Bai Fei, who was about to escape, saw the long spear suddenly stabbed in front of him. His body trembled. His legs softened and he sat on the ground. "Where are you going?" Lindu walked over slowly at this time. Seeing that Bai Fei wanted to get up and run again, he stepped on his chest and said coldly, "Let me go. I'm the son of the Royal Beast sect. You'll get my dad to give you whatever you want." Bai Fei's body trembled at this time. Then he said quickly, "Young master of the Royal Beast sect." Jiang Tao was also shocked when he heard Bai Fei's words. It was only at this time that he realized why so many rank 6 warriors were protecting Bai Fei. It turns out that this guy is the son of the sect master of the Royal Beast sect. Top-ranking odd crystals, skill cards, or weapons. I can give you anything you want. Bai Fei continued to speak. He didn't want to die, and he had already thought about it. As long as he got to live, he would definitely take revenge on Lindu. "Do you think he'll let you go?" Lindu said lightly, his eyes full of killing intent. When he was at the Sanctuary Academy, he sometimes couldn't kill the person because of the Academy's rules. But at this time, he didn't have to care so much. "You're going to die. A rank 8 warrior from our Royal Beast sect is in Black Rock City. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Looking at Lindu's eyes full of murderous intent, Bai Fei said with a grim expression. Chapter 532 Devouring the Dark Spirit Fruit. Chapter 532 Devouring the Dark Spirit Fruit. Rank 8 Warrior. Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat when he heard Bai Fei's roar. There was still an unbridgeable gap between these rank 7 and rank 8 warriors, much less the rank 6 warriors. This Bai Fei, since he was the young master of the Royal Beast sect. If he really kills him, haha. If you're smart, just let me go. Bai Fei seemed to see the expressions of everyone at this time, and he couldn't help but say with a smile. Lindu pulled out the dark-edged spear from the ground and pointed directly at his head. "You dare?" Seeing the scene, Bai Fei immediately roared. Boom! Lindu sneered. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the spear in his hand stabbed into Bai Fei's head instantly. Blood spurted out in an instant. Bai Fei's eyes were still wide open at this time. As if he couldn't believe it, Lindu really dared to stab him like this. Jiang Tao's eyes widened at this time. And then he said in a trembling voice, You really killed him, N? This matter has nothing to do with you. Lindu nodded, and then said lightly, Brother Lin, I'm sorry. It's really. Jiang Tao smiled bitterly at this time as if he wanted to say something. I understand. Lindu smiled calmly. Jiang Tao just didn't want to involve all his team members. After all, if they really faced a rank 8 warrior, dozens of people in their team would be easily wiped out. I'll keep it a secret for you. Jiang Tao looked around and said aloud. There was no surveillance camera or anything here. It was impossible for people to know that these people from the Royal Beast sect were dead. At this moment, Luou suddenly rushed forward with a long sword, and then stabbed Bai Fei's body. As the long sword stabbed at Bai Fei's chest, a dull sound sounded, and the clothes on his chest exploded instantly. Boom! What's wrong? Lindu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Taking a closer look, as Luou's sword stabbed down, it sounded like something short-circuited and exploded in Bai Fei's chest. Luou used her long sword to pick up a very thin, weird-looking thing that looked like a chip. Locator. And it has a camera. Luou said lightly at this time. He put this thing in his battle suit. Lindu was surprised. And if you look closely, this thing was next to Bai Fei's chest. As long as Bai Fei's heart stops beating, this thing would have the effect of positioning and taking pictures. Lindu's face had probably been recorded by this instrument, and this thing could also be located directly by satellite. Fortunately, you destroyed it. Jiang Tao sighed in relief at this time. This Thunder Valley has a special magnetic field that can shield the network signal. It does the same for the signal from this locator. Right? Lindu said at this time. I don't know. Jiang Tao shook his head, then smiled wryly. Forget it. Well, work it out when something happens. Since he killed the people of the Royal Beast sect, Lindu was not afraid of their revenge. Luou's expression didn't change at all. Jiang Tao looked at Luou and Lindu and couldn't help shaking his head. These two were really not afraid of anything. Dispose of their bodies. Jiang Tao looked back and then said aloud to his team members. Yes. When these warriors heard Jiang Tao's words, they began to clean up the bodies of these warriors and looted all the valuables on them. After all, a rank 6 warrior has a lot of treasures on his body. Even their equipment and weapons were extraordinary. Lindu and Luou were still standing beside the dark spirit fruit, and after thinking about it, Lindu picked the 2 fully ripe dark spirit fruit. Let's try it. Lindu handed one of the dark spirit fruits to Luou and said with a smile. Yeah. Luou was pretentious as she held this dark spirit fruit and hesitated for a while, then opened her small mouth and took a bite. Lindu smiled when he saw the scene, and then bit down on the dark spirit fruit in his hand. It gave him a special feeling, as if all kinds of flavors were mixed together, and it also has a faint minty sensation. It's really a strange feeling. Lindu didn't care about this and quickly devoured the dark spirit fruit at this moment. Soon, after the dark spirit fruit was swallowed up by Lindu, Lindu could clearly feel a burning sensation from his pubic region. This burning sensation was instantly transmitted from his pubic region to all parts of his body. Lindu looked at Luou who was in front of him. She had already sat down with her legs crossed. Seeing this scene, Lindu also sat down with his legs crossed at this time, and then used his cultivation technique. This cultivation technique not only absorbs the energy in the air, but also speeds up the absorption of the energy in the body. Jiang Tao looked at the young faces of Lindu and Luou, and couldn't help but sigh. Seems like him really quite old. At this time, Lindu was activating the cultivation technique, feeling that the activity of the cells in his body suddenly increased crazily, and his cells were dividing faster. A steady stream of power surges through the body, infiltrating its own cells, bones, and muscles. Lindu felt that while his body was in severe pain, He was also filled with a strange sense of comfort. Lindu was now immersed in a wonderful atmosphere as if he had forgotten the time. When Lindu opened his eyes again, he found that Luou, who was also sitting cross-legged across from him, also opened his eyes at this time. At this time, the sun was setting, and the dim sunlight was shining on Luou's cheeks. Looking beautiful. How do you feel? Lindu opened his eyes and smiled at Luou. Already at the intermediate level, Luou nodded and said aloud, "The middle stage of a rank 7 warrior. It seems that the effect is quite strong." Lindu was also excited at this time. Then he opened his panel and saw that the progress bar of his experience seemed to have increased a lot. He just needed 100 million more experience and would be able to level up, and all his attributes had improved a lot. After swallowing this thing, he could actually also gain experience. Feeling all this, Lindu couldn't help but get excited. Moreover, the effect of this dark spirit fruit was only manifested now, and within the next week, the effect of this dark spiritual fruit would completely disappear. "You guys aren't eating it." Lindu looked to the side and found that Jiantao and the others were still sitting nearby. It seemed that he was protecting himself and Luou. Seeing the scene, Lindu had a very good impression of him. Chapter 533 Level 32. Chapter 533 Level 32. More dark spirit fruits would ripen tomorrow. Well, have them then. Jiantao watched Lindu and Luou come out of their cultivation, then walked over and smiled at Lindu and Luou. "That's true." Lindu nodded. There were still a few of these dark spirit fruits that were about to ripen. It was really not worthwhile to eat them now. Well, make a move first. Lindu looked at the sky and said to him, "Goodbye." Jiantao nodded. He knew that Lindu's purpose was to find the space cracks. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and continued to say to Lindu, "If you guys continue ahead, lightning is more frequent and its power is much stronger. So be careful." "It's okay. I like thunder and lightning," Lindu said with a smile. Hearing Lindu's words, Jiantao was taken aback for a moment, thinking that Lindu didn't know the horror of the thunder and lightning and thought he was joking. "Brother Lin, this is not a joke. I have seen rank 7 warriors killed by those terrifying lightning," Jiantao said aloud, as if he had thought of something, and his eyes showed a look of horror. Got it." Lindu nodded, but he was looking forward to this thunderbolt even more, because he only needed about 100 million experience to level up. Now that leveling up was getting more and more difficult, Lindu was looking forward to it. "See you," Lindu said to Jiantao. "Okay. Goodbye, Brother Lin and Sister." Jiantao waved his hand at this time, then said with a wide smile. Hearing Jiantao say brother and sister, Lindu staggered and looked at Luou beside him. But Luou was very calm. Now that the sun was setting in the west, he looked to the far side and suddenly saw that there were terrifying lightning bolts falling down in the sky over there. Looking carefully at their current position, there were a lot of pits caused by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. At this time in the sky, a large amount of lightning has already fallen. Lindu looked at these lightning bolts but did not dodge at all. For Lindu now, this level of lightning couldn't do much damage to him. "Let's rest here tonight." When they walked to the front, there were many huge boulders, and the thunder and lightning in the sky didn't seem to come to this area. Luou nodded and sat in front of a huge rock with Lindu, leaning on the rock. When the two of them arrived, they had already drunk the nourishment liquid and they would not feel hungry for at least 2 days. The effect of the dark spirit fruit was still ongoing, and Luou was now cultivating. Lindu looked at Luou, who was cultivating, and looked at the area not far from him, where a large amount of lightning fell from the sky. Lindu took a deep breath, then walked over to the front. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning kept falling from the sky and directly hit Lindu's body. Engulf skill is being activated. As the lightning struck his body, the system skill Engulf was also continuously absorbing the energy of the lightning. In addition to the previous bodybuilding technique, Lindu's muscles kept being strengthened. This kind of lightning was obviously more terrifying than the lightning from before. Lindu was struck by the lightning and felt a tingling sensation all over his body. But thinking that he was about to level up, Lindu gritted his teeth. Luou, who was cultivating with her eyes closed originally, slowly opened her eyes at this time, and looked at Lindu, who was using lightning to forge his body. In the second half of the night in the Thunder Valley, the lightning that occurred was even more terrifying. The energy contained in those bolts of lightning was extremely powerful. Even Lindu, who had been forging his body with lightning for so long, could feel that his body cannot withstand this terrifying electric current. Finally, under the impact of terrifying thunder and lightning, Lindu fainted. After some time, when Lindu woke up again, he heard a crisp sound. Ding, congratulations master for successfully leveling up. Your current level is 32. Lindu quickly entered the system interface in his mind. Level 32. EXPs thou 20 billion. Strength 688. Physique 320. Speed 209. Skills analytic eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Mirror image. Heavenly array. Rage build-up. Potential points 32. Title rank 6 warrior. Not active titles. Rank 1 warrior. Rank 2 warrior. Rank 3 warrior. Rank 4 warrior. Rank 5 warrior. Overall combat strength 6,885. He finally reached another level. This was not easy at all. Moreover, Lindu could see that the experience column was like a progress bar, slowly starting to increase. Although it was slow, Lindu was still pleasantly surprised. Could this be because of the effect of the dark spirit fruit? Lindu knew that the dark spirit fruit had brought him a considerable amount of experience. Awake at this moment, a cold voice came from beside him, and it had a faint fragrance. Lindu turned around and saw that Luou was standing beside him, and she held a tree branch in her hand with a grilled fish on it. It's ready, Luou said lightly. Lindu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the grilled fish that Luou handed over and said, "You want to eat it?" "I have eaten," Luou said. Lindu nodded and was not pretentious as he came over and started to eat. Although he drank the nourishment liquid, his body had consumed too much energy and he still felt hungry at this time. "By the way, where did you catch the fish?" Lindu asked, curiously while eating. Luou pointed to the back. Following Luou's finger, Lindu was surprised to find that there was a river in the back. "There's a river here. Up ahead is the center of Thunder Valley," Luou said aloud at this time. Lindu nodded, and after eating the grilled fish to fill his stomach, he lifted the dark-edged spear and looked ahead. In the sky at the center of the Thunder Valley, there were many bolts of lightning brewing. Although it was daytime, the thunder and lightning looked so terrifying. "Do you think that there would be a space crack there?" Lindu said to Luou. "It's possible." Luou thought for a while, then nodded. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the whole ground suddenly shook. Under the feet of where Lindu stood, he could clearly see that there was a deep crack. Chapter 534 Thunder Lotus Fire. Chapter 534 Thunder Lotus Fire. Go! Seeing this scene, Lindu's eyes changed, and then he shouted loudly. At the same time, he subconsciously held Luou's hand and pulled her to the side to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, with this violent shaking, a terrifying gully appeared on the ground. It was bottomless. The ground, which was still intact just now, has now split in two, and this tremor hasn't stopped. It was still ongoing. On the cliffs on both sides, there were still rocks rolling down. Let's go quickly. Seeing this scene, the expression in Lindu's eyes changed, and his face became serious. He held Luou's hand and ran forward. After running for a long time, the tremor seems to be getting smaller, but they could still feel a slight tremor. "Are you done holding?" Just as Lindu heaved a sigh of relief, he heard Luou's voice. Lindu was stunned for a moment and realized that he was still holding Luou's little hand. Although Luou often trained and used swords, her hands were still very white and tender, like they were weak and boneless. "Ahem, I was afraid of falling." Lindu let go of Luou's little hand at this time and explained. Looking at the back, Lindu still had a lingering fear when he saw the scene where the ground suddenly split into ravines. "Be careful." Luou seemed to think of something at this time. frowned slightly, and said aloud, "What's wrong?" There were many strange rocks in the middle of the road, and Luou pulled Lindu to hide behind them. "There is someone ahead." Luou seemed to see that Lindu was puzzled, and then explained to him. Lindu was stunned. After listening carefully, he seemed to be able to hear something like a fight coming from the front. "Are there warriors ahead?" The two carefully walked forward, and soon, they found a large number of warrior corpses on the ground. Blood splashed all over the ground. Taking a closer look, these corpses seemed to be less than a day old. Could it be that the space cracks really appeared ahead? Continuing to walk forward, at a corner in front, a black shadow rushed out in an instant. The pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank abruptly, and he found that a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and a streak of blood spurted out. "What is this?" Lin Ziu was startled and saw a creature with a dark body and a strange shape. This thing was cut in half by Luou's sword just now. "A creature that doesn't belong to our world." Luou glanced at the creature's corpse and then said lightly, "So, this space crack is really ahead." Lin Ziu also reacted quickly and then said with a little surprise, "This kind of monster was clearly a monster from a different dimension, so it meant that the space crack must be in front." "Ha ha ha, Lao Bai. I didn't expect your people to come here too." At the same time, Wan Lu, who was in the gymnasium at the entrance of the Thunder Valley, laughed at the people on the opposite side. Behind him, there were quite a few warriors, and upon closer inspection, they were all rank 6 ones. "Wan Lu, let me tell you, this Thunder Lotus fire, we are going to have it for sure." Lao Bai pointed at Wan Lu with the giant sword in his hand and said coldly. Behind him, there was a large number of warriors. Looking into the air, it seemed like a black hole had opened. At this time, black creatures rushed out from the space crack, but Lao Bai waved his hand, and a terrifying sword aura instantly killed those evolved beasts from different dimensions. On the ground below, there were also a lot of strange dark red rocks. It was obvious that they all fell from the space crack. On the rock in the middle, there was a lotus-like energy body that emitted a lavender light. This energy slowly shook with the wind, like a special flame. There were also faint lightning flashes above. "This is a thunder-type energy body." Lin Ziu was hiding behind a rock like that in the distance at this time. But Lin Ziu, who had great eyesight, saw that lightning bolt. Luou nodded at this time. "The chance of this kind of energy body appearing is very low." Lin Ziu nodded. He had checked the relevant information on the website of the Warrior Union. When a space crack appeared, the probability of an energy body from a different dimension appearing was very low. No wonder so many warriors died here. It seemed that all of them want to compete for this Thunder Lotus fire. "This thing should be useful to you." Luou seemed to have thought of something and then said to Lin Ziu seriously, "As long as you absorb the power of this Thunder Lotus fire, the power you use to convert the soar strength into thunder and lightning would become more powerful." However, these two are top-level rank 7 warriors, and there were so many rank 6 warriors behind them. It was not easy to grab this energy. "What should we do now?" They could only wait for an opportunity. "Are you sure you want to fight with me? Why don't you make an offer and I'll buy it?" Wan Lu looked at the Lao Bai and said aloud, "If this energy body was not slowly absorbed under certain circumstances, rushing to grab it would be life-threatening." "What a joke. Would you sell it if I gave you union coins?" Lao Bai immediately laughed when he heard Wan Lu's words. The probability of an energy body appearing in this space crack was only 1%, and the preciousness of this energy body couldn't be measured by money, especially for warriors. "It seems that I can only kill you." Wan Lu's eyes changed at this moment, and a strong murderous aura erupted from his body. Then he rushed straight towards Lao Bai. The speed was astonishing. As if in a split second, he reached the front of Lao Bai. He leaped, and his fist was about to hit Lao Bai's body. He didn't use a weapon. As long as he wore the gloves, it was clear that he was a warrior who mainly focused on boxing. Boom! Lao Bai sneered, and the giant sword in his hand resisted the attack of his punch. "Go away!" And in the next moment, he was going to slash his body with the huge sword. The two people exchanged blows and they fought fiercely in the middle. The men and horses of the two people also fought against each other at this time. A large number of rank 6 warriors unfolded their spheres and their weapons collided. The whole scene was very shocking. Lindu, who was hiding behind a huge rock not far away, stared at the scene in front of him. Opportunity. Find a good opportunity. Chapter 535 about the Lotus Fire. Chapter 535 about the Lotus Fire. If we can get this Lotus Fire, that'd be great, but if we can't, forget it. The location where Luou and Lindu were hiding was very safe. At this time, Luou said aloud while looking at the scene in front. Yeah. Lindu nodded. According to the information that he had read earlier, this energy body in the shape of a lotus flame has different main attributes, just like the ice lotus fire Luou has. Its attribute was mainly ice, but it also has the fire attribute, and thunder lotus fire's main attribute was thunder. These attributes of lotus fires could be found by searching on the website of the Warrior Union, but Lindu didn't find the red lotus fire he absorbed previously. Thinking of that red lotus fire, Lindu could feel that it was a pure flame energy body, without any other attributes mixed. By the way, I feel that the red lotus fire I absorbed before is a little different from the ice lotus fire you absorbed, and the thunder lotus fire now, Lindu said to Luou curiously as the fight went on and no winner had emerged yet. Now that the two were next to each other, Luou could feel the warmth of Lindu's breath. Red lotus fire is the purest energy body. Luou was silent for a while, then whispered to Lindu. The red lotus fire is not mixed with any attribute energy, unlike the ice lotus fire and this thunder lotus fire that I absorbed. Then, is the red lotus fire I absorbed weaker? Lindu said at this moment. A little puzzled. After all, there were flames that coexist with other attributes, and they seemed to be more powerful. No. Luou looked at Lindu and said aloud. Just when Luou was about to say something, the whole ground vibrated wildly in an instant. What happened? Lindu, who saw this scene, at this moment, looks to the front, and saw a huge beetle-like thing rushing out from the space crack. Seeing this scene with his eyes, the expression in Lindu's eyes couldn't help changing. What the hell is this thing? It's so terrifying. This ghost has a pair of huge eyes, which are like light bulbs, emitting a bright red light, and at this time it swung its forelimbs like a scythe. With such a single stroke, he even cut off 7 or 8 of those rank 6 warriors in the battle. Those rank 6 warriors still had their sphere unfolded. They got slashed by the forelimb of the scythe of the huge creature, and even the sphere broke. What kind of monster is this? Wan Lu and Lao Bai, who were originally fighting, also had a change in expressions at this time. Boom boom boom. But before they could react, the monster attacked them. With every attack, the ground vibrated violently. Damn it, Lao Bai. It seems that we can only kill this monster, and then decide the outcome. What do you think? Wan Lu looked at Lao Bai at this time, and said aloud. Good idea. Lao Bai nodded and said. In this situation, even if he snatched the thunder lotus fire, he would not be able to keep it. They could only first kill this terrifying creature that came out of another dimension. Kill this monster first. Just when Wan Lu, Lao Bai, and the others were all focused on attacking the terrifying creature, Lindu's eyes narrowed. Good opportunity. Let's go. Luou also seemed to realize something at this time, and said suddenly. Lindu nodded. Just when these people were all focused on attacking the giant beetle, Lindu's figure moved and rushed straight ahead. Lindu's speed was very fast, and all those people were attacking the beetle now. At this time, he didn't notice that Lindu had already rushed towards the Thunder Lotus. In just a short moment, Lindu reached the position of Thunder Lotus. Lindu crouched down, leaning against the surrounding rocks to cover his figure. Lindu couldn't help but hold his breath when he looked at Thunder Lotus, who was close at hand. This Thunder Lotus looks like a lotus flower, and there are many lightning flashes in the lavender flame. Just looking at it like this, Lindu felt a terrifying pressure in the flames, which made him tremble a little. Phew! Lindu took a deep breath at this moment. He wanted to stretch his hand over there, but hesitated, thinking of how he devoured the red lotus fire for the first time. Lindu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. According to the information on the warrior union, the preparations required to devour the lotus fire of different attributes were different, generally by approaching the lotus fire, and then using the cultivation technique to slowly guide the energy of the lotus fire through one's pores and absorb into one's body. This method was the safest, but the pain experienced was also stronger. After all, it is a slow process to absorb all this terrifying energy into one's body. There's someone at this moment. Luou, who was fighting with the huge space monster, clearly felt something, and turned around abruptly to look behind him. Lindu also clearly heard the voice, and his expression changed slightly at this time. The cowardly starve to death while the brave endures. Lindu roared inwardly, then opened his mouth and swallowed the thunder lotus. He actually devoured this thunder lotus in one bite. You brat, hand over thunder lotus. Luou had already rushed over there at this time, and when he saw Lindu swallowing the thunder lotus fire in one bite, he suddenly became furious. They had been fighting for this thunder lotus fire for so long, but it has become the benefit of others. How could this not make him angry? Just when he was about to rush towards Lindu, he saw a white flame rushing towards him in front of him. Lu's eyes changed, and his body dodged when he felt the horror of the flames. Boom! The flame instantly hit the rock behind him, and at this moment, all the rocks turned into ice sculptures. While surprised, Luou turned to the front, only to find that Lindu's figure had disappeared. Damn! Luou roared loudly, and smashed the surrounding rocks with a fist. Why did you swallow it like this? Luou hugged Lindu and ran to the other side quickly. While she was running, she said aloud, crackling. Now Lindu was in a critical condition, and there were lightning flashes all over his body. Chapter 536 Terrifying Rank 8 Warriors. Chapter 536 Terrifying Rank 8 Warriors. Luou, who was holding Lindu, clearly felt that the electric lights had already surrounded her body. She also felt a tingling sensation on her body. But even so, Luou quickly ran to the other side with Lindu in her arms, continued to run to the front for a while, and she noticed that there was a forest in front. What's going on at this time? Lao Bai also ran over to the thunder lotus fire, and when he saw Luou standing here, he suddenly said sharply, because he obviously found out that this thunder lotus fire has disappeared. The thunder lotus was taken away. At this time, Luou also gritted his teeth and said, where did he go? Lao Bai's eyes widened, and then he said angrily, the thing that they fought desperately for was taken away just like that. I don't know. Speed is too fast. Luou shook his head and said aloud. Just after he avoided the white flame, he found that no one was there. Thinking of this, in anger, he clenched his hands into fists. Find him for me. Lao Bai was also full of anger. At the same time, the huge space beast, also under the siege of those warriors, fell to the ground with a loud sound. But after killing the evolved beast, they also lost a lot of warriors. And most importantly, the thunder lotus fire was gone. Don't think anybody came here before. Luou placed Lindu on a huge branch at this time, and whispered. At this time, Luou's eyes were also full of worry, because Lindu's current state obviously looked very painful. Lindu opened his eyes wide and panted heavily. This thunder lotus fire was different from the red lotus fire that he absorbed before. It was full of domineering thunder and lightning attributes. Even Lindu, who has a strong anti-lightning ability, felt that it was too much. If it were someone else who devoured the thunder lotus fire directly this way, they would have already exploded and died. Now the engulf skill was still in the process of being activated, and it could help him absorb the thunder lotus fire faster. Don't worry. It should be able to be absorbed by tonight. Although Lindu was in severe pain everywhere, Lindu still showed a smile and said to Luou at this time. Although Luou was a little puzzled, she still nodded at this time. But at this moment, Luou seemed to have discovered something. The expression in her eyes changed, and the long sword in her hand clenched tightly, guarding in front of Lindu. What's wrong? Lindu was stunned when he saw Luou's actions. Tisk tisk. Turns out this energy body was swallowed by you. At this moment, in the depths of the trees behind, several figures came out instantly. Although Lin Xiu felt severe pain all over his body, he was still awake. At this time, he opened his eyes and looked behind him, and he could clearly see the figure of the person behind him. It's them. These people were the dangerous people Luou mentioned after entering the Thunder Valley. According to Luou, these people were rank 8. She seems to be from the Luou family. A short-haired woman in the group glanced at Luou, and then said lightly, "Well, she seemed familiar." A man nodded and said aloud, "You can go." Stay. Another man who looked arrogant approached, glanced at Luou, and pointed at Lin Xiu. "What do you want?" Luou was still standing in front of Lin Xiu. She didn't move at all. "Are you trying to protect him?" The man frowned and said aloud. Luou didn't speak, but standing here was the answer to his question. "I'm sorry. You took something you shouldn't have and I'm going to get it out of your body." The man ignored Luou and said directly to Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu heard his words, he also clenched the spear in his hand. "You still want to resist with this strength of yours?" the man said with a sneer. "Sit down." He snorted coldly, and a powerful force charged directly towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who had just stood up with a spear, clearly felt this powerful pressure at this time. His chest became tight. He was about to fall to the ground. But at this time, Lin Xiu clenched the dark-edged spear in both hands and stabbed the spear on the ground, so that he was not crushed by this powerful impact. But at this time, the chest felt tight, and a mouthful of blood was instantly spat out. He should have just swallowed the energy body, but it hasn't completely absorbed it yet. The short-haired woman looked at Lin Xiu at this time, and said coldly. Hearing his words, the man's eyes lit up just now. His body moved, and he rushed in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. "Give it to me." He waved his right claw and was about to grab Lin Xiu's body. Dang! But Luou's reaction was also very fast, directly blocking his attack with a long sword. But this man was a rank 8 warrior after all, and the power of his claws was also very powerful. Luou's long sword collided with his claws and she took several steps back. Damn it! Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's eyes were red, and the dark-edged spear he held in his hand stabbed the man's body. Crackling, the spear was full of terrifying lightning, and when it stabbed like this, the surrounding air seemed to be scorched by electricity. "And an ant with such strength still wants to attack me," the man sneered at this moment. A killing intent appeared in his eyes, and in the next moment, he swung his right claw over. Lin Xiu's spear was knocked off, and in the next moment, with a wave of his other arm with claws, he was about to tear Lin Xiu into several pieces. Can't dodge. When Lin Xiu saw the scene, the expression in his eyes changed greatly. Dang. However, at this critical moment, with a crisp sound, a figure appeared in front of Lin Xiu, and the man's attack was blocked. Enough. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Awaken. When the man saw that he resisted his attack, he was surprised and saw the man's face clearly. Awaken. Lin Xiu was startled, looked up, and saw Awaken's figure. Why did he appear here? Why? People from the Luou family want to join in. The short-haired woman looked at Awaken's appearance at this time, and said with a sneer, "Let him go." Awaken glanced at these people and then said lightly. Chapter 537 Luou. Goodbye. Chapter 537 Luou. Goodbye. Hearing Awaken's words, the eyes of these people suddenly changed. Nan Huang. The short-haired woman looked at the man who just wanted to kill Lin Xiu and said aloud. The man's face changed slightly, but he seemed to have thought of something. He showed a smile and said, "Since you have spoken, I will give you a face. Let's go." Nan Huang looked at Lin Xiu at this moment, sneered, then turned around and left. The people behind him hesitated for a while and followed Nan Huang away. Thank you. Watching them leave, Lin Xiu felt that the oppressive feeling disappeared instantly. However, Lin Xiu still had a killing intent in his heart. In this world, strength was still the most important thing. If he was a rank 8 warrior just now, those few people would be afraid. Boom! Luou Huatian turned around and smashed Lin Zia's abdomen with a fist. A sharp pain struck, and a mouthful of blood spit out from Lin Zia's mouth. And because of this severe pain, Lin Ziu collapsed to the ground. "You are too weak," Luou Huatian said coldly at this time. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword beam shot towards Luou Huatian's body. Boom! But Luou Huatian still stood still, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the long sword that was stabbing directly with his hand. "Why? Do you want to kill even your own brother?" Luou Huatian showed a strange smile and said to Luou Yu, who was about to stab him with a long sword. Luou Yu didn't speak and looked at Luou Huatian coldly. "You really look like Dad. No wonder he likes you more." Luou Huatian shook his head helplessly. At this time, he also became serious. "Luou Yu, the agreement is about to be implemented." Hearing Luou Huatian's words, Luou Yu's body suddenly froze. "I know." Luou Yu was silent for a while, then said coldly, "Go back with me." Luou Huatian nodded and said, "Go back." Lin Ziu, who had already stood up while covering his stomach, heard his words, and the expression in his eyes couldn't help changing. Of course he knew where Luou Yu was going. Almost certainly Sky City. Luou Huatian walked directly to the front at this time, then looked back, seeing that Luou Yu didn't seem to be leaving. He seemed to have thought of something and then said aloud, "If you have something to say, hurry up." "You." Lin Ziu looked at Luou Yu, who was in front of him, and suddenly looked like something was stuck in his throat. The two had been fighting side by side for a long time. Luou Yu was leaving so suddenly. Lin Ziu felt very reluctant. Luou Yu didn't say a word, and then seemed to think of something, stretched out her hands around her neck, and quickly took out a jade pendant with a special red thread. "For you," Luou Yu said to Lin Ziu. Seeing Lin Ziu still seeming to be stunned, Luou Yu thought for a while, then walked over and helped Lin Ziu tie it around his neck. Because of the influence of Thunder Lotus Fire on Lin Zia's body, the flashing electric lights spread to Luou Yu's body at this time, but Luou Yu ignored it. Without saying a word, she carried her long sword and walked directly to Luou Huatian. Lin Ziu looked down at a jade pendant shaped like an arc with a crescent moon in the middle. He held it with his right hand and could still feel her residual body temperature. "I will come to you." Lin Ziu looked at Luou Yu's back and shouted loudly. Luou Yu, who was walking towards the front, suddenly froze for a moment. Then she turned to look behind and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth that Lin Ziu had never seen before. "Okay." Soon, as Luou Yu and Luou Huatian disappeared, Lin Zia's hands could not help clenching into fists. Strength. Now his strength was far from enough. Thinking of those rank 8 warriors just now, they should also be from Sky City, with his own level of strength. He was only qualified to set foot in Sky City, but it was not enough to gain a foothold in Sky City. Lin Ziu took a deep breath, put the jade pendant under his clothes, and pressed it against his chest. Now his body can still feel the pain caused by the Thunder Lotus Fire. Damn. At this time, Lin Ziu covered his chest, looked forward with his eyes, and walked forward with his spear stuck on the ground, preventing his body from falling down. Now Wan Lu and Lao Bai's group are probably looking for themselves. The best way now is to find a place first, train well, and absorb all the energy of the Thunder Lotus Fire in the body. Look, he should have gone there at this time. Wan Lu pointed to the forest in front of him and said aloud, because the land in the forest here seemed to be relatively wet. He found some footprints left behind and could almost be sure that the person who took the Thunder Lotus Fire ran here. Thinking of this, he was so angry. "You guys go and search," Lao Bai said with a gloomy expression at this time. These few of them worked tirelessly just to find some energy bodies that might appear at the location of the space crack. They found it but didn't expect it to be snatched away by someone else in the end. Hoo. At this time, Lin Ziu panted and walked over to the front. The energy of the Thunder Lotus Fire now seemed to spread to every meridian in his body. The flame attribute of Thunder Lotus Fire did not cause much damage to Lin Ziu's meridians, but the domineering thunder attribute energy made Lin Ziu feel a little unbearable. What Lindu didn't know was that his method of directly swallowing the Thunder Lotus fire could have killed him if he was an ordinary warrior. Fortunately, Lindu had devoured the most primitive red lotus fire with pure fire properties, and all the meridians in his body could withstand the burning of the flame. Moreover, he also had a strong ability to resist electric shock before, so the current Lindu's body has not completely collapsed. At this time, Lindu looked to the front, and he saw that there was a cave in the shadow of the trees. Looking around, it seemed to be quite hidden. Lindu gritted his teeth, and then ran inside with all his strength. The inside of this cave was pitch dark and numb, and Lindu didn't think too much about other things at this time. After entering, he sat directly on the ground. Then, the cultivation technique was quickly activated. Only the cultivation technique combined with the engulf skill of the system could maximize the energy absorption in the body. Chapter 538 Strange Cave. Chapter 538 Strange Cave. Although he felt severe pain all over his body, Lindu, who had experienced so much pain, could still endure this. Report. Just when Luou was about to make a move, a voice came from the front. What's wrong? Luou frowned when he heard the voice of his subordinates. We found a cave over there. The man hurried in and said, panting. This forest was a bit weird. During the time they came in, they kept wandering around as if they were lost. Just now, they discovered a cave in the hidden place over there. Oh, what's so special about the cave? Luou raised his brows and said subconsciously. However, at the next moment, his expression changed suddenly, and then he came to his senses. He grabbed the man's collar and said, You said there is a cave nearby. Yes. Yes. The man was shocked by Lu's pull and hurriedly said, No wonder I can't find it. Lu's face turned hideous at this time. He saw Lindu swallow Thunder Lotus fire with his own eyes. This was the first time he has seen this method of swallowing the Thunder Lotus fire, and he has never even heard of it before. But even if he dared to devour Thunder Lotus like this, it would not be so easy to completely digest the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire. Moreover, the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire was huge. If the person who swallows it does not run the cultivation technique to speed up the absorption, he would definitely die. That's why he kept searching around nearby. But he was very puzzled that Lindu was not found. Now that he heard that there was a cave, it was very possible that the person who devoured the Thunder Lotus fire was probably hiding nearby. Found it. Luou Bai also seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly changed and he said, If we're not wrong. Luou said with a sneer, Take us there. Yes. At this time, Lindu, who was in the cave, could clearly feel the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire. With his cultivation technique running and the influence of his engulf skill, this energy was constantly being absorbed. If nothing goes wrong, this energy will be almost completely absorbed in another hour or two. However, at this critical moment, Lindu heard a sound coming from the entrance of the cave. Someone is coming. It's here. The man who found the cave walked over with Luou and Luou Bai and said aloud. Hearing the man's words, Luou and Luou Bai approached. There were some black trees and weeds here, so it was hard to notice the cave. Go in and find him. Luou looked at the warriors behind and shouted loudly. You guys go in too. Luou Bai looked back and said aloud. Because no one knows what will be inside. There might be evolved beasts too. Luou and Luou Bai were both old foxes. Although they were high-ranking warriors, they didn't dare to take risks at this time. Yes. As soon as Luou and the Luou Bai spoke, these people took the lighting equipment and started to move inside. Because there were so many people, the sound of footsteps was very loud at this time. And in this cave, there were echoes. Not good. Lindu, who was absorbing the Thunder Lotus fire energy in his body, opened his eyes at this time, and then he looked back suddenly, and saw a light shining on his face. Ah! The man in the front holding the lighting equipment suddenly saw Lindu over there, and he got a fright as his body fell to the ground all of a sudden. What are you doing? Luou, who followed behind, frowned and said aloud. It seems that someone is there. The man got frightened because of his fear of the darkness in the cave and Lindu's sudden appearance. Someone? Wan Lu and Lao Bai's eyes changed, and then they rushed in with the lighting equipment. Now they had determined that the person who devoured the Thunder Lotus fire is probably inside, and is still absorbing the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire. As long as they killed him and cut open his belly, it is very possible that the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire that has not been absorbed will be released again. Lin Zia's reaction was not slow at all. At this time, he had recovered from the state of cultivation and ran into the cave without looking back. This cave was very long, and the deeper you go, the more empty it seems. What the hell is this place? Lin Ziu said to himself. But now it's too late for Lin Ziu to think about it. If he didn't run quickly, it would be very difficult for him to deal with the two rank 7 warriors once they catch up. Chapter 539 Things in the Lake. Chapter 539 Things in the Lake. This mountain cave was like a cave, and it was extremely rugged inside. As soon as Lin Ziu activated his mind, the source strength gathered in his palm, and in the next moment, the source strength was transformed into a red lotus. The safflower released a red glow, and in this dark environment, it became brighter, but the flame didn't seem to be stable. The reason was that the Thunder Lotus fire energy in Lin Zia's body has not been completely absorbed, causing a certain load to the body. It must be that Kid Wan Lu shouted loudly at this time, holding the lighting equipment and running frantically to the front. Not to be outdone, Lao Bai, who was beside Wan Lu, also quickly ran forward. Lin Ziu was a little out of breath at this time, and after continuing to run forward for a certain distance, Lin Ziu was surprised to find that the front side turned out to be an extremely empty area. Where is this? Lin Ziu opened his eyes wide to see all this. His eyes filled with shock. It was really spacious and wide, and there were many strange stalactites around. A drop of water dripped onto Lin Zia's cheek, making Lin Ziu feel a touch of cold. Moreover, the surrounding stalactites protruding from the ground are very huge, taller than people, and there are clusters of things like creepers growing on them, emitting a faint blue light. Because of these lights, Lin Ziu didn't need to keep releasing flames to light up the place. He continued to look forward and found that there was a lake in front of him. The lake water was emerald green. Lin Ziu approached, using the blue light emitted by the surrounding vegetation, and seemed to see his own reflection. And there were some white skeletons on the shore of the lake. Seeing this scene, Lin Zia's eyes couldn't help but change. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now Lin Ziu, who found these skeleton bones, couldn't help but change the look in his eyes. Where are you fleeing to? Before Lin Ziu could take a closer look, a loud roar came from behind. Oops! Lin Zia's pupils shrank. It was obvious that someone was chasing after him. He looked around and it seemed that he had reached the dead end of the cave. There was no way. Lin Ziu quickly hid behind some huge stalactites growing from the ground, crackling. And at this time, Lin Zia's body was still flashing with lightning. 98. Lin Ziu checked the system interface while hiding behind the huge stalactite, and found that his engulf skill had already helped him to absorb most of the energy of Thunder Lotus fire. But this too would still take some time. He hoped those people wouldn't find him so quickly. Otherwise, given his current situation, he would definitely be killed by these two. Where's he? As soon as the angry Wan Lu walked in, he found that this place was empty, and there were many very thick stalactites growing out of it. The surrounding vegetation seemed to be fluorescent, emitting a faint blue light. What on earth is this place? Lao Bai looked around and was surprised at this time. Crack! As he just lifted his foot and walked to the front, he heard a strange sound, as if he had stepped on something. Looking down, he saw that it was a white hand bone. There's something weird here. Lao Bai's face became cautious, and the long sword in his hand was clenched tightly. Wan Lu nodded. Although he and Lao Bai were both fighting for Thunder Lotus fire, the situation here was really weird, and now was not the time to quarrel. I know you are here. Come out. Wan Lu looked around and shouted loudly. As he shouted, there was an echo in the cave. Lin Ziu, who was hiding behind a huge stalactite not far away, took a deep breath and continued to run the cultivation technique to quickly absorb the surrounding energy. Lin Ziu wasn't so stupid to answer him. Now he could only run the cultivation technique frantically with his engulf skill to quickly absorb the energy of this thunder lotus fire. At the same time, the warriors behind also came over. These people were holding lighting equipment, which instantly illuminated the surroundings even brighter. Find him, Wan Lu and Lao Bai said aloud when they saw their men and horses coming over at this time. Lin Ziu frowned. He knew that Wan Lu and Lao Bai were rank 7 warriors, and all their subordinates were rank 6 warriors. Under this state, if those people came over, he would be in big trouble. What was he going to do? I think he should be right here. Wan Lu looked at a huge stalactite in front of him. As if he felt something, he began to approach there step by step. Oh no! Lin Ziu opened his eyes and clenched the dark edge spear with both hands. Now the icon on the engulf skill shows 99. Almost done. Without completely absorbing the energy of this thunder lotus fire. Not only could he not use the power of this thunder lotus fire, but some of the residual energy of this thunder lotus fire was still destroying the cells in his own body, which affects him severely. But now it's too late to think so much. Someone has already come to his side. He could only fight. Wan Lu clenched his hands into fists, looked at the stalactite near the lake in front, and told him directly that the man who devoured the thunder lotus fire was here. Come out. When Wan Lu was about to approach the stalactite, the fists of both hands gathered a lot of energy, and the gloves became brighter. Lin Ziu held the black-on spear tightly in both hands. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. And when he was about to start to move, he heard a strange sound. Clap clap. Ho Wan Lu, who was just approaching the other side, heard the sound clearly at this time. When he looked forward, he saw a lake in front of him, and it seemed to be boiling. The water in this lake is weird. When Lao Bai saw this scene, his eyes changed greatly. Those warriors who were going to search in front were all taken aback. All the lighting equipment shone towards the lake. The lake water, which was perfectly calm, now made a crashing and splashing sound, and they saw a huge black figure slowly emerging from the lake. What is this? At this time, Wan Lu and Lao Bai couldn't help but tremble, and they clearly felt that there were creatures in this lake that even they were afraid of. Roar. Chapter 540 Green Dragon. Chapter 540 Green Dragon. A loud roar resounded through the entire space at this moment. In this turquoise lake, a green creature in the shape of a giant snake rushed out. At first glance, it looks a bit like a dragon, but it had no horns on its head and its eyes were fixed on everyone. It's a bit like a legendary dragon. Lin Ziu directly used the analytic eye at this time, but found that it couldn't be analyzed. This thing, could it be rank 9? Thinking of this, Lin Ziu's body couldn't help but tremble. Green Dragon Wan Lu also swallowed secretly at this time, then opened his eyes wide and said aloud. At this time, the people around were shocked. This green dragon was really too big. Just looking at it like this gave people a lot of pressure. The rank 6 warriors behind were all taken aback at this time. They never thought that such a terrifying evolved beast was hidden here. This is the top evolved beast of rank 8. It should be close to rank 9. At this time, Lao Bai's hand holding the long sword also trembled. This is really terrifying. Roar. This green dragon, looking at the warriors around, rolled his huge eyes, then let out a huge roar again. The entire cave shook at this moment. Lin Ziu, who was closest to the green dragon, had the deepest impression. At this time, the green dragon looked at Lin Ziu here with its eyes wide open. Inside its mouth, there were 2 sharp fangs. It was terrifying. Lin Ziu looked at it, and it looked at Lin Ziu. In the next moment, it was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, biting towards Lin Ziu. Fuck. Lin Ziu cursed secretly, turned around and dodged. Boom. The huge stalactite was smashed to pieces by the green dragon. Lin Ziu, holding the dark edge spear, dodged frantically. Who was it attacking? Wan Lu was stunned when he saw that green dragon didn't attack him, but he quickly came to his senses. This kid is indeed here. Wan Lu roared loudly, and when he was about to make a move, he found that green dragon opened his mouth wide and there was a terrifying lightning energy gathering in his mouth. Lindu saw the scene in his eyes and rushed towards Wan Lu and the others. And that green dragon was also attacking Wan Lu and the others. Get out of the way. Wan Lu looked at Lindu, who was rushing over, and he wanted to kill Lindu directly. But if he didn't leave now, the green dragon would attack him. Damn it. In the next moment, a terrifying ball of lightning energy spewed out from the sky from the green dragon. Lindu turned around and saw the scene. At the critical moment, he rushed to the left and dodged. Boom! As the huge lightning ball hit the ground over there, the ground exploded in an instant and the terrifying lightning energy spread around. Some rank 6 warriors who were caught off guard were directly killed. Boom boom boom. At this time, the whole space was shaking wildly and the stalactites above them fell down. Although some warriors avoided the impact of the terrifying energy body just spat out by the green dragon, they were directly penetrated by the huge and sharp stalactites that fell from the top of their heads. Their deaths were very tragic. These stalactites above were so sharp that they could even penetrate the body of a rank 6 warrior. Wan Lu and Lao Bai reacted quickly and wanted to leave the place. But the huge explosion blocked the entrance of the cave with a lot of stones. They couldn't leave. Roar! The green dragon let out a huge roar again and continued to attack the surviving people. That kid is dead at this time. Lao Bai looked at Wan Lu, who was standing opposite him, and said aloud. Who knows? Wan Lu was annoyed. But seeing that many rank 6 warriors were killed by the stalactites that fell from the top of their heads, Lindu was also likely to be pressed under those boulders. But now he couldn't think so much. That green dragon treated all the people here as his target, and now he's attacking him too. A bright light flashed from Wan Lu's body as he unfolded a sphere, then dodged the attack of the green dragon. Like a poisonous snake, this green dragon opened its mouth wide and bit these people frantically. Boom! A rank 6 warrior couldn't escape and wanted to unfold the sphere to resist the bite of the green dragon. But he didn't expect that his sphere would be bitten by the green dragon, and he was shredded in half. Blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely bloody. Lao Bai. Now we can only kill it. Otherwise we will all die. Wan Lu looked at his subordinates and Lao Bai's subordinates. All of them were dead, wounded, and at this time, he could not help but grit his teeth and say, now that the passage is blocked, it is not so easy to leave. Not to mention that the green dragon was frantically attacking them. As soon as Wan Lu finished speaking, the green dragon rushed over again and its sharp claws were about to grab onto his body. Boom! However, Wan Lu quickly reacted, then quickly dodged. And while dodging, he slammed a punch on the green dragon's body. Roar! The green dragon's body was smashed by Wan Lu and it flew directly to the back, hitting the wall heavily. Although the power of this punch seemed to be very powerful. At this moment, the green dragon shook its head and seemed to be getting up again. Do you want to die? Wan Lu roared as she looked at Lao Bai, who was standing over there and didn't move. Damn it! Hearing Wan Lu's roar, Lao Bai also came back to his senses. Holding a long sword and attacking such a green dragon. Now there was no other way. He could only deal with this green dragon together with Wan Lu first. Otherwise, they will die. Boom boom boom. As Wan Lu and Lao Bai attacked the green dragon at the same time, the terrifying power emanating from those skills made the entire space vibrate continuously. But even though their skill were very strong and their combat experience was rich, they still fell into a hard battle in the face of such a terrifying green dragon. Cough cough. The battle on this side continued, and at the same time, a hand came out from the pile of rocks on the other side. Soon, Lindu, whose hair and cheeks were covered in mud, slowly crawled out. Bah! Lindu spat out the dirt that had entered his mouth, then shook his head and swept the dirt off his head. When he looked to the front, he found that Wan Lu and Lao Bai were fighting frantically with the green dragon. And at this moment, a sound suddenly sounded in Lindu's mind. Ding! Chapter 541 Level Up. Chapter 541 Level Up. 99. 9. The energy is engulfed. Congratulations to the master for successfully upgrading. The current level is 33. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully upgrading. The current level is 34. Hearing the constant prompts in his mind, Lindu's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. Level up, and it was 2 levels in a row. After absorbing the energy of this Thunder Lotus fire, how much experience did he gain exactly? Lindu couldn't imagine. At this time, he looked around, and many rank 6 warriors were penetrated by the huge stalactites that fell from the top of their heads, and some who dodged were also hit and were struggling. These stalactites were not ordinary stalactites. They were ridiculously heavy and sharp. They fell from a high place above their heads and even pierced through the bodies of some unsuspecting rank 6 warriors. Now, no one has noticed Lindu here, and when Luou and Bai were still in the middle, madly fighting with the green dragon. Seeing this scene, Lindu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He wouldn't be so foolish to run out at this time. Instead, he would stay here, let them both suffer, and take advantage of their kill. After entering the system interface in his mind, Lindu saw his current data: level 34, experience point 030 billion, strength 700, physique 330, speed 220, skills analytic eye, fury, disguise, engulf, mirror image, heavenly array, rage build-up to 1, potential point 67. Title rank 6 warrior. Unused titles: rank 1 warrior, rank 2 warrior, rank 3 warrior, rank 4 warrior, rank 5 warrior. After another level up, I would be a rank 7 warrior. Thinking of this, Lindu couldn't help but get excited. Looking at these 67 potential points, Lindu hesitated. Which attribute should he add them to now? Now his strength was fairly good, and his speed was also very fast with the cooperation of his body skill without a trace. Forget it. Strengthen my physique first. After thinking about it, Lindu directly added all the 67 potential points to his physique. As soon as it was added to his physique, Lindu immediately felt a burst of relief in his body. Damn, Luou also had a lot of wounds on his body at this time. At this time, he clenched his fist suddenly and attacked the green dragon with another punch. Not only Luou, but Bai's situation also looked very bad. The green dragon left deep bloody scratch marks on his right hand. In the beginning, the two of them were able to keep using sphere to resist the attack of the green dragon, but it was draining the source strength in their bodies. As soon as the protection of the sphere disappeared, the green dragon's offensive became wilder. "I'll go all out with you." Bai had blood all over his body and looked very terrifying. At this time, he gritted his teeth. Then, holding the long sword in his hand, he frantically stabbed the green dragon. The battle soon came to an end. At the next moment, the green dragon was swaying under the attack of Luou and Bai, 2 warriors who were infinitely close to rank 8, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Finally dead, Bai heaved a sigh of relief. The long sword in his hands also fell to the ground. His legs were weak, and his body almost fell to the ground. Luou was also out of breath at this time and then sat down on the ground. Really dead. Lindu looked at the huge green dragon and looked at this scene with some doubts in his eyes. Go and see. Let this green dragon bleed. Bai felt the pain in his body now, and couldn't help but clench his teeth. At this time, he looked at the fallen green dragon over there, and there was an extremely angry expression in his eyes. The few rank 6 warriors who were lucky enough to survive and were not injured also nodded at this time, and approached the green dragon. Go to hell. A warrior held a long sword in his hand and was about to bleed the green dragon to death. Roar! But just as they were approaching the green dragon, it suddenly stood up, opened its huge mouth, and instantly tore off the few people in front of them who had yet to react. Not dead yet. When Luou and Bai saw this scene, their eyes changed greatly, and their faces showed horror. They went all out just now. Now, they no longer had the strength to fight. This beast is actually pretending to be dead. Lindu looked at this scene, and was startled. The next scene looked a little bloody, including Luou and Bai. All of them were brutally bitten off by the green dragon. In this space now, there was only one living person. Lindu. The green dragon's eyes seemed to be scanning all over the place. It also had many injuries on its body, and its mouth was still full of blood. Lindu held his breath and remained motionless. This green dragon seemed to be watching the surroundings very cautiously. Then it looked at Lindu. Found me. Lindu was startled. But in the next moment, the green dragon turned his head and looked at the other side. When Lindu heaved a sigh of relief, he found that the green dragon suddenly turned around, and a powerful and terrifying energy body had gathered in his mouth. At this moment, Lindu directly attacked him. Damn! Lindu couldn't help but cursed and flew to the side. Boom! The lightning ball hit the place where Lindu was at just now, and instantly made a loud noise. Lindu rolled, and while standing, he lifted the dark edge spear from the ground. Looking to the back, this green dragon was rushing towards Lindu at a very fast speed. With its mouth open, it was about to bite Lindu. Its speed was really amazing. Even with such a size, it seemed like a dangerous poisonous snake. Although Lindu had just leveled up twice, he was not sure that he would be able to kill the green dragon at this time. At this time, without any hesitation, the system skills Fury and Heavenly Array were activated directly. As soon as Heavenly Array was activated, a pattern of pale white light appeared on the ground, coupled with Fury. Lindu's physical strength at this time has reached its peak. Swoosh! Lindu leaned to the side and dodged the bite of the green dragon, and at the next moment, the dark edge spear in his right hand stabbed its upper body. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lindu let out a loud roar, and instantly stabbed dozens of times, each stab going all the way to the flesh. Chapter 542 Killing the Green Dragon. Chapter 542 Killing the Green Dragon. The green dragon, who was already injured, got hit by such a powerful impact from the dark edge spear and was not able to dodge in time. The spear's head pierced its body and caused a large number of blood holes. Roar! The green dragon seemed to feel severe pain in his body, and at the same time it let out a miserable howl. Another loud roar broke out. Then it bit towards Lindu wildly. But Lindu was in the most powerful condition now, and his body's reaction speed was very fast, so he could easily dodge it. Just when Lindu wanted to attack it reflexively, he found that the monster opened its mouth wide and a ball of lightning energy quickly gathered in its mouth. Then he vomited violently and charged towards Lindu. This energy ball was huge and fast, and at Lindu's position, it was almost impossible to dodge it. Boom! The entire energy ball hit Lindu's body, and made the ground where Lindu landed dent. Lindu held the dark edge spear in both hands and gritted his teeth. All the lightning from the lightning energy ball hit Lindu's body. But Lindu didn't feel much pain. It was probably because he absorbed the energy of the Thunder Lotus fire. Now Lindu could still absorb the impact of this Thunder attribute energy body to a certain extent. Go to hell. Lindu rushed out of this huge energy body at this time, holding the dark edge spear in both hands. He was about to continue to stab the green dragon's body. The green dragon obviously didn't expect that Lindu would react so quickly after being hit by its energy body. Boom! The long spear that Lindu was holding instantly penetrated into its body. A blood hole was directly pierced, and blood splattered from the green dragon's wound to Lindu's body. Roar! Because of the severe pain, the green dragon let out a roar at this moment, opened its mouth wide and was about to bite Lindu's body. Lindu forcefully pulled the spear out of its body and shifted slightly, dodging the green dragon's bite. Bang bang bang. The green dragon seemed to be going crazy at this time and attacked Lindu frantically, and even the tail kept swinging towards Lindu. It's slowing down. Lindu had turned into holding a dark edge spear to dodge the attack of the green dragon and muttered to himself secretly. There were still 8 minutes remaining before his fury was gone, but that was enough. Go and die. After Lindu dodged another attack from the green dragon, he swung the dark edge spear in both hands and continued to charge towards the green dragon. Lindu didn't dare to use Awe of the Phoenix in this space, because the burning of the flames might cause a shortage of air. Bang bang bang. The spear frantically attacked the green dragon's body, making a dull sound. Green dragon's body was very tough. Lindu stabbed it several times in a row, but he didn't penetrate its body again. Moreover, the green dragon was great at counterattacking. While being attacked by Lindu, It also frantically wanted to bite Lin Zia's body. At this time, there were already many wounds on the green dragon's body and blood was constantly flowing out of its body. But it is immortal. Damn. The fury skill was almost over. If he doesn't kill this green dragon now, as soon as the current fury expires, he would be the one who would die. This kind of dragon-like creature was likely to have evolved from snakes. As the saying goes, to beat the snake, one must strike 7 inches below its head. Lin Ziu wasn't sure if that would work. Roar! The green dragon suddenly let out a huge roar and continued frantically biting towards Lin Ziu. It had too many wounds on its body, but it simply wouldn't die, which gave Lin Ziu a headache. Time is running out. Only 1 minute left. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Ziu, who was being chased by the green dragon, turned around and stabbed directly. The black giant dragon transformed from his source strength, directly charged towards the green dragon, biting its body. When he saw green dragon being restrained by the black dragon, his dark edge spear stabbed directly at its vital point. Boom! This position seemed to be a little weaker than other parts of the green dragon. At this time, as Lin Ziu stabbed it violently and his spear instantly penetrated through the body of the green dragon. A large amount of blood sputtered out from the penetrated part and it sputtered directly onto Lin Zia's body. Lin Zia's body was dyed red. In the next moment, a strong burning sensation spread throughout Lin Zia's body. It was as if the whole body was melted by its blood. It hurts too much. At this time, Green Dragon also seemed to become even crazier, because Lin Ziu had penetrated this part of his body. With a sweep of its tail, it slapped Lin Zia's body down. The next moment, Lin Zia's body was swept away and fell into the turquoise lake. Roar! Green Dragon continued to let out a roar and rush towards Lin Ziu. Soon, it plunged into the lake, frantically searching for Lin Zia's figure. The dark edge spear was still stuck in its vital point. Lin Ziu, who sank into the lake, didn't suffer much damage. Due to the evolution of his body, it was as if he was on the land when he was in the water. Lin Ziu swam. Even in the lake, he was as fast as a sharp arrow. Looking at the lower body of the green dragon under the lake, Lin Ziu could still see that his dark edge spear was still stuck on its body. Go to hell. Lin Ziu frantically swam over and held the dark edge spear. Then he triggered a thought and the spear instantly turned red. Roar! The green dragon's body trembled wildly and the entire lake was lit up in red. Clap clap. Even the lake water appeared like it was boiling. Boom! The green dragon struggled for a while. Then the whole body fell down and the huge body floated on the lake. Hoo-hoo! At the same time, Lin Ziu also swam up from the bottom of the lake, with his head above the lake surface. He panted for a while, looking at the gigantic green dragon with half of its body was floating on the lake. It seemed to have died and Lin Ziu heaved a sigh of relief. And at this time, the lake water was all dyed red because of the blood shed by the green dragon. It's so hot. Lin Ziu, who was soaking in the lake, trembled at this time and the skin on his body could clearly be seen turning red. Chapter 543 Bathing in the Blood of the Dragon. Chapter 543 Bathing in the Blood of the Dragon. It hurts. It hurts too much. The fresh blood of the green dragon, coupled with the fact that he had just used fire-type skill in the lake water and caused the entire lake water to boil. It seemed that the lake water had produced some kind of special chemical reaction, which made Lin Ziu feel even more scorching hot. At this time, a prompt of the experience gained from killing Green Dragon rang in his mind, but Lin Ziu didn't pay much attention to it. Damn it. Damn it! Lin Ziu grimaced in pain and in the next moment, he was about to swim to the shore. Just then, Lin Ziu discovered something very strange. Because when Lin Ziu wanted to check his attributes, he found that the progress of his experience bar was slowly increasing. How is this happening? Lin Ziu was stunned when he saw this. Could it be that the blood of this green dragon has some kind of special effect on his body? Lin Ziu thought for a while, then threw the dark edge spear on the shore. Also, Lin Ziu didn't leave the lake, which was stained red by the blood of green dragon. After the skin on the body was corroded by the blood of the green dragon, a new layer grew at a very fast speed. Lin Ziu also fell into a strange state at this time. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the state of running the cultivation technique, and at the same time, he also activated the bodybuilding technique. At this time, the numbers in the experience column were also turning wildly. After some time, when Lindu opened his eyes again, he found that his skin seemed to be incomparably white, tender and delicate. Moreover, Lindu could also feel that his skin was full of vitality. The fresh blood of the green dragon seems to have some effect. Lindu couldn't help but clicked his tongue secretly when he looked at his body. Now the lake water was still bright red, but Lindu's body no longer felt any sensation. The burning sensation from before has completely disappeared. Oh right. At this time, Lindu swam over to the corpse of the green dragon and with the strength of his hands, he tore its body apart. Soon, an odd crystal emitting a strange red glow was taken out from its corpse. This is the rank 8 top-level odd crystal. Just holding this thing in his hand, he could clearly feel the burning sensation brought by this thing. Lindu put the odd crystal in his arms and looked around. The bodies of those people were now beginning to emit a stench. He picked up the dark-edged spear and walked over to the previous cave. Taking a deep breath, Lindu vigorously began to slowly remove the stones that were blocking the entrance of the cave. It didn't take long for Lindu to come out of the cave again. Finally out, Lindu walked out, stretched and muttered to himself. He looked around and it seemed like it was dawn. It's been a night. Lindu looked back at the cave behind and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When Luou and Lao Bai, 2 top-tier rank 7 warriors, died here in the end. And in the end, he gained from everything. Crackling, Lindu stuck the spear on the ground, then stretched out his right hand. As the source strength gathered in the palm of his hand, a lotus fire, dominated by lightning, quickly appeared in Lindu's hand. At the same time, Lindu's left hand stretched out at the same time and soon, a flame shaped like a lotus fire appeared on Lindu's other hand. Compared with the thunder lotus fire, the red lotus fire was purer. It was completely pure flame and did not contain any attributes. If these two energies are brought together. At this moment, Lindu did not know why such a thought popped up in his mind. Without thinking much, Lindu began to fold his hands together to let the 2 lotus fires converge. The thunder lotus fire was lavender, while the red lotus fire was crimson. After the 2 lotus fires converge, the colors seemed to start to overlap. When Lindu saw this scene, he still found it quite interesting, but at the next moment, the 2 lotus fires seemed to become unstable. Boom! In the next moment, there was a loud explosion and Lindu flew out, hitting the trees behind him heavily. With a dull sound, Lindu's entire body fell to the ground. Damn! Lindu couldn't help but cursed secretly, then slowly got up, feeling the pain all over his body. He was just trying it out of curiosity. He didn't expect such an explosive effect. If Lindu didn't react faster, he would have been seriously injured. After getting up and picking up the dark-edged spear, Lindu thought about it and continued to walk forward. He was currently in a black forest, and Lindu ran in directly at that time, so he didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. Now that he looked around, Lindu suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He didn't even know which way to leave. Forget it. After looking around, Lindu shook his head and walked forward in one direction. Maybe it was because he absorbed the energy of the thunder lotus fire and bathed in the blood of the green dragon. Now Lindu felt very comfortable. Every part of the body was full of power. The forest seemed to be endless. Lindu kept walking forward for a long distance, but he did not manage to leave. Swoosh! Just as Lindu continued to walk forward, he heard a slight sound. Lindu raised his brows. The dark-edged spear in his right hand blocked it, and a steel needle shot into the tree trunk beside him. The expression in Lindu's eyes changed, and in the next moment, he took the spear and rushed forward, under the body skill of without a trace. Lindu was like a trail of shadows, and within a blink of an eye, he rushed to the front. Boom! The spear slashed diagonally, and the giant trees in front were chopped off by Lindu directly. At this time, he could clearly see a man in black clothes, holding a special bow and crossbow, and he was the one who shot him just now. HNG. Lindu, who jumped up high, didn't give him a chance to attack again. A cold light flashed and directly penetrated his head. Just when he killed this person, Lindu, who had very good listening, heard another sound breaking through the air. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw cold lights flashing across. Chapter 544, almost rank 7. Chapter 544, almost rank 7. Just like before, they were steel needles. And these needles were very dense and fast. Dang dang dang. Lindu waved the dark-edged spear in his hand and swept away all the steel needles. Looking at the front, he could sense that there was someone hiding there. HNG. Lindu snorted coldly. Then the figure rushed over instantly. Those men hiding in the shadows who used special bows to attack Lindu. Their eyes widened. Obviously did not expect Lindu's speed to be so fast. But before they could react again, blood holes appeared on their foreheads. Ding. Congratulations master for killing a rank 5 warrior and gaining 12. Experience. This time, when the system sounded again, Lindu realized that he had just killed these warriors and seemed to have gained a lot of experience. And after checking the information that was ignored before, Lindu's eyes widened. Damn, he just killed the top rank 8 green dragon and actually gained more than 20 billion experience. Because he was busy escaping before, Lindu didn't look at it. Now, when he looked at the system prompt, Lindu was a little dumbfounded. This means that I should be leveling up soon. As long as he goes up 1 level, he would be able to reach the level of a rank 7 warrior. At that time, all his attributes would be substantially improved, and it was very likely that a new system skill would be acquired. After being excited, Lindu continued to look at the corpses of the warriors who had been killed by him on the ground. Who are these people? These people are wearing uniform black battle suits and their weapons were all this special bow and crossbow. Don't underestimate this kind of crossbow. The steel needles it shoots can penetrate even the branches of these hard. I am like trees. And the steel needle seems to be poisoned. So if one got shot, the consequences would be dire. Are they just here to get odd crystals? Lindu used the dark-edged spear to pick at one of the men's backpacks, and tore through his backpack. In the next moment, a large number of odd crystals fell out of the backpack. These odd crystals were mostly rank 5 and 6 order heteromorphic and 6th order. Although for the current Lindu, they weren't very useful, but it was still better than nothing. Without any hesitation, Lindu stretched out his hand and grabbed those odd crystals, then simultaneously activated the cultivation technique. With the operation of Lindu's cultivation technique, those odd crystals quickly changed from different colors to transparent crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Lindu, who absorbed this large amount of different crystal energy, felt that every part of his body seemed to be filled with powerful energy. He seemed to be full of vigor. Who? Lindu stood up comfortably, stretched, and continued to walk forward. Now that these warriors have appeared here, it was very likely that there were others ahead. Moreover, Lindu clearly felt that if he continued to walk forward from this forest, he should be able to walk out. However, at this moment, Lindu, who has a good ear, began to hear rustling sounds. There are more people. When he looks to the front, he saw a group of people running towards him. It seemed to be a group of young warriors. But the faces of these people looked a little pale. Run quickly. The man in front looked distraught at this time and shouted loudly while looking back. When the man ran to the front, he saw Lindu, who was looking over, and was immediately startled. The people beside him were also stunned at this time. They didn't seem to think that there were still people here. These people quickly held their weapons and looked at Lindu over there with a wary expression. Brother, are you the one who killed these people? The man who walked to the front was with his men, and initially wanted to just bypass Lindu and walked directly to the other side. But when he saw the bodies of the men behind Lindu, his gaze suddenly changed and he said subconsciously, "Yeah." Lindu nodded and glanced at these people. They were both male and female and they looked quite young. Under Lindu's analytic eye, he found out that these people were rank 5 warriors. I advise you to leave quickly. Those people will soon catch up. At this time, The man glanced at Lin Xiu with a dreadful look, then said aloud, "Lin Lang, don't talk anymore. Let's go." A man looked at Lin Xiu, then tugged at Lin Lang's clothes and said aloud, although he felt that Lin Xiu looked very young. For some reason, Lin Xiu had a dangerous aura. "Where are you going?" At this moment, a voice could be heard, and soon, a group of people appeared from all directions. An encirclement was formed in an instant, and as Lin Xiu glanced over, he could clearly see that these people were wearing the same kind of black combat suit. They should be in the same group as those who had just been killed by him. And these young men and women originally wanted to escape, but when they saw themselves being surrounded, their expressions suddenly changed. The rank 8 odd crystal. Hand it over. A man in a black battle suit and holding a huge sword looked at the young men and women in the middle and said indifferently at this time, "Rank 8 odd crystal." Hearing his words, Lin Xiu couldn't help but be surprised. The rank 8 odd crystal was rare. How did they get it? Did they also kill a rank 8 evolved beast? Impossible. We found it. The man called Lin Lang stood in front and said aloud to the man, "What's in Thunder Valley is ours," the man said with a sneer. And at this time, the surrounding warriors, holding those strange bows and crossbows, all aimed at Lin Lang and the others. "You guys are all going to die anyway. We can just take it from you then." The corner of the man's mouth turned up, revealing a hideous smile. Hearing his words, Lin Lang and the others saw that the bows and crossbows held by the people around were aimed at them, and their expressions changed greatly. These crossbows didn't look vintage. The steel needles that shot out were made of a special material, and the penetrating power was really terrifying. "We are students of Second Region Academy. If you dare to kill us, the people of our academy will not let you go." Chapter 545 I will help you kill them. Chapter 545 I will help you kill them. A man in Lin Lang's group looked at these people and said loudly. Now they were also in a cold sweat. There were too many people on the other side, and they were also holding those strange bows and crossbows. Now that they haven't reached the level of rank 6 warriors, they simply couldn't unfold the sphere to block. If it goes on like this, their situation would be very dangerous. Sacred Region Academy. The man holding the saber frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." Hearing his words, the faces of Lin Lang and the others became ugly. "Why don't we just give him the rank 8 odd crystal?" one of the men said aloud in cold sweat. Under the current circumstances, even if they were killed, no one would find out. "Now I don't want the odd crystal anymore." The man heard his words and said with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, "I want your lives." Having said that, all the people around were holding crossbows and were ready to shoot right away. Seeing this scene, Lin Lang and the others were completely panicked. They originally came out to experience and complete the task, but what they didn't expect was that they would encounter such a thing. "Why don't you give me the rank 8 odd crystal and I will help you kill them?" At this moment, Lin Xiu on the other side suddenly said. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone around looked at Lin Xiu. "Oh, you're not with them." The man with the giant saber looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud. At this time, he also discovered that there were several corpses in the grass behind Lin Xiu, and at a glance he knew that his own people were killed. "Don't believe me." Lin Xiu ignored the man, then grinned. Although Lin Lang and others also felt that Lin Xiu was strong, now that there were so many people on the other side, they were obviously doomed. "Boy, so arrogant, huh?" The man looked at how fearless Lin Xiu was and found it interesting, and the rest of the people with bows and crossbows also aimed their attacks at Lin Xiu. It seemed that as long as the man gave an order, Lin Xiu would be shot into a sieve. "Do we have a deal?" Lin Xiu ignored him and said aloud to the people over there. "I'll give it to you." Lin Lang hesitated for a while, then said through gritted teeth. Lin Lang, his partner, was surprised when he heard Lin Lang's words. The man on the opposite side looked younger than them, although he seemed to have killed a few warriors in black battle suits just now. There were so many people here and he would definitely die. "I believe him," but Lin Lang said with certainty at this time. Although he didn't know what was going on, Lin Lang had an intuition. These people didn't seem to be simple, and more importantly, now that he has no choice, these people would definitely kill him and others. "Deal?" Lindu grinned. Then he waved the dark-edged spear in a circular arc and pointed directly at the leader and said, "Send your head over then." What a joke, seeing how arrogant Lindu was. The man just now was angered, and at this moment, he laughed. "Kill him for me," as his voice just fell. At this moment, the men around him with bows and crossbows directly pulled the trigger. The steel needle on the mechanical bow instantly made a swish-swish sound and stabbed towards Lindu in all directions. At this critical moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared around Lindu's body, and a sphere instantly enveloped Lindu's body. "Hee, you're dead," seeing Lindu unfold the sphere. The leader was not surprised at all, but instead laughed ferociously. Their steel needles, made of special materials from different dimensions, could break the sphere of a rank 6 warrior, so this was much better than using a laser gun to deal with warriors. "It's over." When Lin Lang saw that Lindu didn't dodge and simply unfolded the sphere and stood there, he was shocked, because before they fled here, they saw with their own eyes that a rank 6 warrior who unfolded sphere was directly penetrated by those steel needles. His body was covered in holes like a sieve. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, when these steel needles hit Lindu's sphere, they were all shot away. Some of the men who were close to Lindu suddenly let out a wailing and miserable scream as the steel needles they shot out bounced back. How could this be? The leader of this group of people saw the scene and his eyes widened. Taking a closer look, you could clearly see that Lindu's sphere was different from ordinary warriors. There were even some lightning bolts on the sphere. Swoosh! And without waiting for the man to see more, Lindu's figure was like a phantom, instantly appearing in front of those men with bows and crossbows. Although the lethality caused by these bows and crossbows was great, as long as you got close, the effect was obviously much weaker. This was the weakness of long-range weapons. Lindu held the dark-edged spear in both hands, and with a slash, he beheaded several men, and while beheading these men, Lindu's movements did not stop. With the dark-edged spear in his hand, he danced wildly. In a short period of time, these men with bows and crossbows were all killed. The situation was completely one-sided. "This is too crazy." The mouths of everyone around Lin Lang opened wide, and they were all dumbfounded. The spear in Lindu's hand was so gorgeously wielded that with one pick, one stab, one wave, at least one person's life was taken away. "Stop." The leader saw this scene and his heart was bleeding. Lindu killed so many of his subordinates. At this moment, with his loud roar, the next moment, holding the huge saber in his hand, he attacked Lindu. His speed was also very fast, and he seemed to be comparable to Lindu, obviously using some kind of extremely fast body skill. "Be careful." Seeing the scene, Lin Lang and others blurted out. After Lindu killed the last man with a bow and crossbow, he looked behind him from the corner of his eyes and found that the leader jumped up with a huge saber and wanted to slash his body. Go to hell. Chapter 546 Classmates. Chapter 546 Classmates. Boom! As his saber came down, Lindu directly blocked it with his dark-edged spear. Under the collision of the weapons, there was a loud noise. Die! The man was obviously furious. At this time, he waved the saber in his hand and slashed towards Lindu frantically. Although the weight of this saber was very heavy, this man could hold and swing it wildly. The sword aura produced by this saber was very terrifying, and because of the influence of the sword aura, a large number of deep cracks appeared on the surrounding trees. You must know that this kind of tree was not an ordinary tree, and its branches were harder than steel. And Lindu, who was fighting the man with the dark-edged spear, also clearly felt the tingling sensation in his hand. After Lindu resisted his blow again, he slammed hard, and the moment he pushed him away, the dark-edged spear in his right hand swung violently. Awe of the phoenix. The flames shot out of the spear tip, instantly forming flaming birds, which charged directly in front of them. The man's expression suddenly changed when he saw this scene, and he stopped attacking at this time, then quickly dodged the incoming flaming birds. The flaming bird passed by his side, and he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. The surrounding space suddenly became extremely hot. And at this time, Lin Ziu took advantage of these flaming birds charging over and he rushed towards the man. After using the without a trace body skill, Lin Zia's body was like a phantom, making it impossible for people to see clearly. Damn it. The man with the saber gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of raging anger. However, Lin Ziu was too unpredictable. All he saw was Lin Zia's phantoms and he didn't know which was the real Lin Ziu and which was fake. Swoosh! When he was looking around at Lin Zia's phantoms, the real Lin Ziu had already stabbed the back of his head from behind. Dang! But at this critical moment, the man still reacted and the saber directly blocked the attack. The tip of the spear collided with the blade of his blade, bursting with sparks. And at this moment, a large amount of lightning surged from the spearhead and it was transmitted directly to his body through his blade. It's useless. The man let out a loud roar. Just as he was trying to prove that he was often trained in electric shocks and would not be affected by the lightning released by Lin Ziu at this time, he felt a strong tingling sensation in his body instantly, like being struck by lightning. How could this be? His body went numb and when he didn't have time to move, Lin Zia's spear continued to stab his body. Sphere! He roared in his heart, but still came his senses and a light blue barrier instantly surrounded his body. But as soon as his sphere was unfolded, Lin Zia's spear pierced through it. Not only the man was horrified at this scene, but even Lin Lang and the others opened their eyes and mouths wide and were completely shocked. Goodbye. The man thought that his sphere could resist Lin Zia's attack and wouldn't need to block at all. At this time, as Lin Zia's dark edge spear pierced his head and blood spurted out instantly. As Lin Ziu pulled the dark edge spear out of his head again and his body fell directly to the ground, his eyes were still wide open. Even when he died, he still didn't understand how Lin Ziu could break the sphere. Ding! Congratulations master for killing a rank 6 warrior and gaining 50 experience. The 50 million experience was about the same as before. For Lin Ziu now, even a peak rank 6 warrior would not be a match for him. Lin Ziu saw that the man seemed to be carrying a backpack. Looking at this scene, Lin Zia's eyes narrowed slightly. Then holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he directly cut through his backpack and could clearly see more than a dozen different crystals of different colors. At this time, he checked it, and the purity of these odd crystals was very high and half of them were rank 7. This was an unexpected gain. Now Lin Ziu needed to quickly absorb the energy of these odd crystals, then improve his physical strength. The presence of the people from Sky City really put a lot of pressure on Lin Ziu. And Lin Ziu thought of something and looked at the jade pendant around his neck and seemed to feel a touch of warmth. Senior. Just when Lin Ziu was lost in thought, a voice came from beside him. After Lin Ziu put these odd crystals in the pocket of his battle suit, he turned around and looked behind and saw Lin Lang and the others approaching. Don't call me senior. Lin Ziu looked at the people walking by, then shook his head. Then, Lin Lang was startled, because Lin Zia's strength just now was so terrifying that they couldn't believe he was so young. All of them thought that Lin Ziu merely looked young, and his real age was definitely not that young. You can call me classmate. Lin Ziu glanced at them. The corners of his mouth curled up and said, Classmate. Lin Lang and the others were taken aback when they heard Lin Zia's words and it took a while before they reacted. You are also from the Sacred Region Academy, a man said excitedly at this time. What could be more exciting than meeting your classmate and this classmate actually saved them just now? Yeah. Lin Ziu nodded. My name is Lin Lang. How should we address you? Lin Lang had a surprised look on his face at this time, then said to Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu said with a faint smile. When these people heard Lin Zia's name, they immediately started thinking, but no matter how hard they thought, they never found the name Lin Ziu familiar. Could it be a hidden expert in the academy? They never thought that Lin Ziu would be a freshman. We just entered the second year of high school and came out to practice. We didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Lang relaxed at this time, then said a little depressedly, When you go out, danger is inevitable. Lin Ziu nodded. Yeah. It's fortunate that I met classmate Lin. Lin Lang and the others also said happily at this time. Lin Ziu smiled, then stretched out his hand to face Lin Lang. Seeing Lin Zia's actions, Lin Lang was taken aback for a moment, as if he didn't know what to do. The rank 8 odd crystal. Give it to me. At this time, Lin Lang and the others were dumbfounded. What happened to being peers? 1. Chapter 547 Bones Everywhere. Chapter 547 Bones Everywhere. Give it to him. Lin Lang glanced at the woman behind him and said aloud. Although the woman was a little reluctant to give up, she nodded at this time, and then took out a rank 8 odd crystal from the backpack. As soon as the odd crystal was taken out, the sharp-eyed Lin Ziu saw the faint white light emanating from the odd crystal. A white odd crystal. Here, the woman hesitated for a while, and when she saw Lin Lang nodded to her, she handed the crystal to Lin Ziu. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ziu directly took the odd crystal. Lin Lang and the others felt a pain in the flesh when they saw that the rank 8 odd crystal was transferred to Lin Zia's hands. By the way, where did you get this odd crystal? After Lin Ziu put the rank 8 odd crystal into the pocket of his battle suit, he said to them curiously. Hearing Lin Zia's words, their expressions changed slightly. I don't mean anything. It's just that with your strength, it shouldn't be so easy to kill a rank 8 evolved beast. Lin Ziu said with a smile at this time. Student Lin is amazing indeed, Lin Lang said with a wry smile. After thinking about it, he sighed and said, That's right. We didn't kill a rank 8 evolved beast to get this rank 8 odd crystal. But we found it. Found it. Hearing Lin Lang's words, Lin Ziu raised his brows. This was not an ordinary odd crystal, but a rank 8 odd crystal. How could they find it so easily? There is a place from where we just came with many bones of warriors and evolved beasts. We found it there, Lin Lang said to Lin Ziu seriously. Oh, Lin Ziu suddenly became interested at this time, and always felt that there would be interesting places ahead. But a lot of warriors went over later. If you go over now, it would be dangerous. These people saw that we found the rank 8 odd crystal and kept chasing us. Well, thank you for the information. Lin Ziu nodded, then took his dark edge spear and was about to leave. Student Lin, are you going there? There should be more warriors there now, and it would be dangerous after all. Lin Ziu just saved him and the others, so Lin Lang reminded him kindly at this time. It's okay. Lin Ziu shook his head, then hesitantly said to them, You are going back now. I can only go back. After all, I didn't expect that there are so many strong people in the Thunder Valley. These people suddenly smiled bitterly when they heard Lin Zia's words. Originally, they wanted to come to the Thunder Valley to experience and complete some small tasks. But for some reason, so many warriors suddenly came, and if they continue to stay here, there was a high possibility of losing their lives. Go towards that direction. There shouldn't be any danger. Lin Ziu showed them the way. The previous warriors were all dead, and the remaining Wan Lu and Lao Bai have also died in a cave. Now, except for the possibility of monsters falling from the space crack, there was generally no danger. But there are space cracks over there. You better be careful. After Lin Ziu finished speaking, he directly held his dark edge spear and walked in the direction Lin Lang said just now without looking back. After watching Lin Ziu leave, Lin Lang and the others came to their senses. Space cracks, they really have it here, a man standing next to Lin Lang said excitedly at this time. The rest of the people were also excited. It was very likely that the space cracks would be accompanied by energy bodies from different dimensions or some materials from different dimensions. Go and have a look. But be careful. Lin Lang nodded. At this time, he had already written down Lin Zia's name. After all, the power that Lin Ziu showed just now was really too powerful. When he returned to the academy, he must inquire about which class of students was so powerful. Lin Ziu continued to walk to the front at this time. There were too many unstable factors here. He has to find a safe place and absorb the energy of the rank 8 odd crystal. As long as the energy of the 2 rank 8 odd crystals was completely absorbed, he should be able to directly break through to rank 7. But even so, Lin Ziu was not happy. Parents' hatred, and Luou. He had to go to Sky City, but in a place like the Sky City, the rank 7 was not enough. Thinking of this, Lin Zia's desire to improve his strength became even stronger. When he continued to walk forward, he saw a group of people in black battle suits, walking forward while searching around. "Stop!" a man shouted coldly when he saw Lindu approaching from here. The rest of the men in black battle suits also looked at Lindu at this time. The battle suities of these people were exactly the same as those of the people just now. And at a glance, you could tell that they were from the same organization. But instead of using crossbows, these people were holding sabers. Lindu ignored the person who was yelling at him and continued to walk forward. When he walked in front of the man, he directly held the dark-edged spear and penetrated the man's head. The people around were shocked. They didn't expect that Lindu would be so ruthless. "Kill him!" When the others saw this scene, they immediately shouted and attacked Lindu. Bang, bang, bang. But with a dull sound. A dozen corpses lay down on the ground. All of these corpses had a hole pierced through their head. For these people, Lindu didn't bother with them too much. Since he had just killed so many of their accomplices, he didn't care about killing them. They weren't good people anyway. Following the direction Lin Lang said, he continued to walk ahead and found that the area in front seemed to be replaced by a barren area. In this land, there were many huge stones and the ground was full of corpses. There were warriors and various evolved beasts. And there were some weird black crows around, pecking at a corpse that seemed to have died not long ago. Lindu looked at everything around this place in surprise. It seemed that this was what Lin Lang said. But why are there so many corpses? Damn, all the good things here had been taken away. Just as Lindu walked around a few huge rocks and towards the front, he saw several groups of warriors looking for something among the bones. Chapter 548 Burial Grounds. Chapter 548 Burial Grounds. Lindu ignored these people. At this time, he also looked at the surroundings. Then he was also looking for something on the ground. Judging from the bones on the ground, they should have been dead for a long time. There was a huge battle here some time ago, and many warriors and evolved beasts died. Lindu looked down at his feet and saw that under the bones at his feet, there was an odd crystal that was not brightly colored. But the energy in this odd crystal was indeed very powerful. If he guessed correctly, this odd crystal should be rank 6. Although the level was not very high, it was still passable. Lindu directly picked up the odd crystal and put it in his pocket. There were many warriors here, and it seemed that they had found a lot of good things in this place at this time. There are really a lot of good things in burial grounds, but we can't stay for a long time. It is still dangerous here. A middle-aged man not far from Lindu's position said to the man beside him. The warriors around him also nodded after hearing his words. Burial grounds. Is that the name of this place? However, he did collect a lot of good things. Lindu has already found a rank 7 odd crystal and 5 rank 6 odd crystals on the ground. There were some people's exclamations from time to time around, and it was obvious that some high-level odd crystals were found. This place was very strange. So strange that it made Lindu feel a little uneasy. Logically speaking, this place was simply a treasure. If you simply searched around, you would be able to find some odd crystals. But why were there still so many different crystals here? They should have been scavenged long ago. Just when Lindu was puzzled, a loud wail came from the side. Hearing this voice, Lindu looked forward and saw a man's hand being cut off, and it was cut very neatly. His severed hand was on the ground with an odd crystal in his hand. At this time, there was a rustling sound and a mantis-like creature with a color similar to the surrounding environment appeared. The size of this thing was about the size of a pair of human palms combined. The forelimbs were not only like a sickle, but also much sharper. The rank 6 color-changing mantis. One of the warriors was well informed, so we could easily know the name of this darn thing, and he was shocked at this moment. The characteristic of this evolved beast was that it could change its color with the surrounding environment, and it was easy to conceal itself. Moreover, its forelimbs were like a scythe and were very sharp. If warriors were not careful, it was very likely that their heads would be directly chopped off. It was a very terrifying evolved beast, but the horror of this evolved beast was more than that. Squeak! Just as some people over there panicked, Lindu heard a strange sound. Looking ahead, A group of scavenger crows flew over and quickly pecked the man's broken arm on the ground until it became bones. My hand, seeing that his hand was instantly pecked into bones. The man couldn't help crying. Idiot, seeing that he was still there. Some experienced warriors couldn't help but curse. Sure enough, in the next moment, those scavenger crows seemed to be going crazy and they rushed towards the man's bleeding arm. Ah! The man struggled frantically. But the scavenger crows seemed to become extraordinarily violent as they were stimulated by fresh blood and frantically pecked at his body. In a short moment, the man's body was pecked and his flesh was gone. Soon, the man's body had turned into bones. Only then did these scavenger crows disperse. This terrifying scene appeared in this short moment, causing many warriors who were not very strong to tremble. Humph, what a fool! He couldn't even use fear. When a man saw this scene, he immediately gloated and sneered. He looked at the odd crystal that the man had just found and his eyes lit up. He was about to walk forward. This odd crystal was of the 7th rank and it was quite valuable. But the rank 6 color-changing mantis was still there. He was still cautious now and directly unfolded his sphere. Lindu squinted at this scene, showing a look of interest. He wasn't sure if the characteristics of this monster were really what his analytic eye had shown. And this color-changing mantis was an extremely rare evolved beast. Because of its characteristics, it was also hunted by a large number of warriors. Go to hell at this moment. The man had reached the rank 6 mantis that seemed to be motionless on the ground. Looking at the rank 6 mantis, he immediately roared, holding the sword in his hands and slashed towards the mantis. Boom! However, his attack looked very fast, but was dodged by the rank 6 color-changing mantis, and this mantis fluttered its wings and flew over to his hand. The man was startled, then retracted his hands within the protection range of his sphere. Originally thought that once he had a sphere, this rank 6 mantis would not pose any threat to his life at all. But in the next moment, something that terrified him happened. All he saw was the forelimb of the flying rank 6 mantis moving, and it actually cut a hole in his sphere. Lindu, who saw the scene, couldn't help but be surprised, because just through the analytic eye, although this monster was a rank 6, its characteristics were very terrifying, because its forelimbs could cut through the warrior's sphere. Lindu had seen it in the history of evolved beasts before, but there was no picture of this monster in the books and Lindu didn't know what it looked like. However, according to the data description, it was because of this characteristic that this thing was killed and was about to become extinct. Some researchers have also studied its scythe-like forelimbs, hoping to use this to develop a weapon that can break the sphere, but it seems that it has not been successfully developed. At this time, the man looked horrified as the rank 6 mantis split his sphere and flew in. His face changed greatly and his eyes were full of disbelief. However, he was still a good warrior after all, and in the next moment, he still managed to dodge quickly with his body skill. While dodging, holding the sword in both hands, he volleyed across the sky. Chapter 549 Collection. Chapter 549 Collection. Boom! The color-changing mantis was attacked, and its body was not directly split in half, but it fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the scene, the man heaved a sigh of relief. Glancing at the people around him who looked very alert, he couldn't help sneering proudly. Are you guys afraid of this kind of thing? Ah! As soon as he spoke, a scream came out of his mouth. Lindu, who has been paying attention, also clearly saw that his foot was cut off by something. At this moment, his whole body fell to the ground. Like the previous scene, a large number of scavenger crows gathered towards his body because of the outflow of blood. Go away, go away. He fell on the ground watching this scene. His body suddenly sat up, then frantically waved the sword in his hand, trying to kill all these scavenger crows. But these scavenger crows seemed to be crazy and they gathered frantically towards his bleeding wound. Now it was impossible for the man to expand the sphere again, and soon a voice that made one's scalp tingling came over. Under the man's body, there was another color-changing mantis, and the sickle-like forelimb cut off the man's head directly. Ah! At the same time, there were also wails coming from the surroundings. A lot of color-changing mantises. At this time, The warriors who seemed to be watching a play were all shocked. There were so many color-changing mantises hidden on the ground, and many people who were searching for odd crystals on the ground had their hands directly cut off by those color-changing mantises. Go, let's go. Just now, it seemed as if they had entered a treasure land, and these excited warriors all began trembling and shouting to leave this place. It is quite dangerous here after all. Lindu narrowed his eyes at this time, then said secretly, Kala. At this moment, a sound rang under his feet, and the pupils in Lindu's eyes shrank suddenly and his body moved in a flash like a phantom, and the skeleton under his feet just now was cut in half. Below this, there was a color-changing mantis whose appearance was very similar to the color of the surrounding skeletons. Damn beast. Lindu's eyes changed. Then he waved the dark-edged spear he was holding, and a flaming bird charged towards it instantly. The reaction speed of this color-changing mantis was not slow at all. Seeing the flames rushing towards it, it flapped its wings and quickly dodged. Lindu looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and the movement of without a trace started to work. Then he charged forward with the dark-edged spear. Boom! The speed of the spear piercing was very fast, and the color-changing mantis, which was trying to dodge the flaming bird, was directly penetrated by Lindu's dark-edged spear. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing the rank 6 color-changing mantis and gaining 10 million experience. Lindu didn't have a lot of experience now, but now he was about to be upgraded. No matter how little points he got, they were still points. And what Lindu wanted was the sickle-like forelimbs of this color-changing mantis. Looking at the corpse of the mantis, he directly took out a small dagger and separated its pair of sickle-like forelimbs from its body. Then he found a backpack around and put it directly into the backpack. After doing all this, he looked around and saw that many warriors had their hands and feet cut and broken by those mantises, then pecked by those terrifying scavenger crows and turned into bones. Now Lindu knew why so many odd crystals could be picked up here. It turns out that there are so many warriors who died here, and there are probably warriors who die here every day. Lin Lang and others were probably lucky and did not alarm the color-changing mantises and escaped the catastrophe. At this time, Lindu didn't dare to be careless, because the color of these color-changing mantises would change with the surrounding environment, so it was very dangerous. Directly unfolding the sphere, a light blue circular barrier surrounded Lindu. Boom! Lindu held the dark-edged spear and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Soon, another color-changing mantis was discovered. The combat power of these discolored mantises was not particularly high. Lindu easily killed another one, and just like before, he cut off its scythe-like limbs. And Lindu couldn't see the odd crystal in its body, and under the current situation, it was not easy to dig out the odd crystal from its corpse. Buzzing. Just as Lindu was hunting for those mantises, a slight sound made Lindu's face change. Go to hell. A warrior not far away watched Lindu unfold the sphere to hunt those mantises and couldn't help sneering. Because at this time, behind Lindu, there was a color-changing mantis fluttering its wings and rushing towards Lindu. Soon, the color-changing mantis rushed to Lindu's sphere, and its forelimbs was about to break Lindu's sphere. Once a warrior's sphere was destroyed, it wouldn't be possible to unfold another one immediately. If Lindu's sphere broke at this time, his situation would be very dangerous. Zizizi. But the moment the color-changing mantis touched Lindu's sphere, it made a strange sound, and soon, white smoke emitted from its body, and even its body turned black. It's burnt. How can this be? The warrior who saw this scene opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief. Boom! Lindu turned around with a shot and directly smashed the head of this mantis. Hey, you want to sneak an attack on me? Lindu raised his brows at this time, then said lightly. On his sphere, there was lightning around. An evolved beast of this rank couldn't withstand this terrifying voltage at all. This color-changing mantis was electrocuted. But what surprised Lindu was that even so, its scythe-like forelimbs didn't seem to be affected by his own lightning at all. After that, Lindu continued searching for the color-changing mantis here. After about an hour of hunting, Lindu's backpack was already loaded with a lot of the forelimbs of the color-changing mantis. Chapter 550 Exchanging vs Robbing. Chapter 550 Exchanging vs Robbing. This front foot of the color-changing mantis was quite useless. If he was able to collect more of these front feet, he would be able to melt it and make it into a miraculous weapon. If he didn't want to, he would even sell them for a good price with the special skills of these materials. I think that's all. Lindu took a good look around him before muttering to himself. There were multiple odd crystals in this place, but Lindu could clearly feel that other than this color-changing mantis and the scavenger crow, there was still something even more dangerous out there. This wasn't a place that he should stay for a long time. Lindu carried the heavy front foot of the color-changing mantis into his bag and headed in the other direction. Due to what happened earlier, most of the warriors did not want to stay any longer, and all of them decided to leave the burial ground. Compared to the odd crystals, their lives mattered more. He took a look at the road before him and continued walking in that direction. Young man, looks like you're pretty powerful. Just when Lindu was about to leave the burial ground, a voice came from behind him. Lindu frowned when he heard the voice from behind because he had been feeling that there was someone following him. When he turned around, he noticed that there were 8 warriors who were standing right behind him. These were the men who at the burial grounds earlier, and Lindu recognized a few of them. What's the matter? Lindu smiled as he asked. Lindu was showing such a gullible smile that it made him look like an innocent, harmless young man. These men started laughing. According to Lindu's age, he definitely wouldn't be a powerful warrior. He was just lucky and was brave enough to fight the terrifying color-changing mantis. Nothing. We're just interested in the front foot of the color-changing mantis. Give them to us. One of the men pointed towards the backpack that Lindu was carrying, which was now filled with the mantis front foot. Oh, so you're planning on robbing me? Lindu thought about it before saying, no. Why will we be robbing? One of the warriors shook his head and took out an odd crystal from his pocket. Then, he held it in his hands and told Lindu, we will be exchanging it with this odd crystal. Lindu looked at the crystal that was held in his hands. It was indeed a rank 7 odd crystal. Back in the days when Lindu had just started cultivation, he might think that this odd crystals were precious, but now, these rank 7 odd crystals were just something mundane. Your jokes aren't very funny. Lindu smiled as he answered them. Young man, there are some things that may be unsuitable for you. When the man heard Lindu's answer, their faces turned awful. That's rubbish. Isn't this a robbery? Then Lindu repeated his question. You. After being repeatedly questioned by Lindu, the man turned even more angry and he picked up his machete. The rest of them started moving towards Lindu as well with an unfriendly look in their eyes. It was obvious that these men were aware of the values in these color-changing mantis, and none of them would care about the life of a warrior. I didn't think that there would be someone here to deliver me EXPs. Lindu shook his head helplessly. Go to hell. Although they didn't really understand what Lindu was saying, the man who was negotiating with Lindu with the odd crystal was already dashing towards Lindu with his machete. Kill the man and get his load. The rest of them reacted as well and completely surrounded Lindu. All of them started attacking Lindu at once. This was because they had already seen Lindu's full abilities just now, and they did not dare to look down on him. Lindu took his time to observe these men, and as he activated his analytical eyes, he could clearly see that these men were all rank 6 warriors and only one of them was a rank 7 warrior. The man holding the machete was the rank 7 warrior. He leaped high into the machete in both his hands. He aimed it towards Lindu and was about to chop him into halves. Pilihuala. 1. Lindu remained on his spot and in an instant, there was a pale blue sphere that appeared all over Lindu's body. Yuan. Lindu blocked all of their attacks with his Yuan. As their weapons landed on Lindu's Yuan, they suddenly felt a surge of sharp pain all over their body. It came with a sense of numbness as well. When they took a closer look, they noticed that the lightning from Lindu's Yuan had passed onto them, and had spread to all over their bodies as well. Damn it. The lightning was deadly for the rank 6 warriors, but the rank 7 warrior was the only one who could bear the deadly effects of the lightning. He was still able to move the machete in his arms and started hacking Lindu's Yuan uncontrollably. Boom boom boom. The loud sound followed one after another. Forget about breaking the Yuan. Lindu remained on the same spot and was not moved at all by the attacks. You're too weak, Lindu said calmly. What did you just say? The rank 7 warrior got pissed after hearing what he said, and the energy in his body burst out like crazy. At the very next moment, even the machete was filled with energy and it was slowly emitting a bright light. Clang! As he tried to attack him with the machete once again, Lindu had the dark edge in his arms that blocked the machete. SHD. There was a massed amount of lightning that surrounded the spear. Since both their weapons were in contact with each other, the lightning from the dark edge soon spread towards the rank 7 warrior. The current of the lightning became much stronger than before. Even though he was a rank 7 warrior, he could feel the terrifying lightning all over his body, and he was about to turn crazy because of it. But how is it that he was still standing? The man was filled with questions, but he had no other choice. If he doesn't kill Lindu now, he would be the one who'll be dead next. Ah! He roared in rage as he continued fighting with Lindu. Since he was a rank 7 warrior, it wouldn't be that easy for Lindu to defeat him. Lindu was also frantically waving the spear that was in his arms. Other than the lightning that was already surrounding the spear, there were flaming birds that flew out of the spear. Kunlun kunlun. The flaming birds landed on the ground and it gave out a loud explosion. The ground around them was filled with holes all of a sudden. As for the rest of the rank 6 warriors, they finally escaped the numbness that they felt from the lightning from before. When they saw Lindu fighting, they didn't dare to come any closer to him. Chapter 551 Horrible. Chapter 551 Horrible. They had entered the most important phase in their match and were both surrounded by a thick layer of ashes. Boom! Along with a few soft groans, there was a man who got thrown onto the ground. But who was it? The rest of them had a curious look in their eyes, and as they turned around, they noticed that the rank 7 warrior was the one who was lying on the ground. Damn it! The rank 7 warrior widened his eyes in shock and only managed to say these 2 words before blood started splurging out of his mouth. As they looked at the man on the ground, his body was filled with holes and there was a large amount of blood spurting out of his body. He struggled for a bit and then he turned completely silent. He died. Dead. Dead. All of the rank 6 warriors were shocked. That man was the strongest amongst them, and because of him, they always thought that they would be able to defeat Lindu since he was just a young man. No matter how powerful he might be, they assumed that it was impossible for Lindu to survive their cooperative attack. However, they didn't think that the reality was so different from what they had expected. Anyone else wants the same thing. While they were still in shock, there was another figure that appeared from the other side. It was Lindu who was asking them in a calm tone as he stared at the warriors before him. Lindu's smile was still as innocent as before. With the look on his face, who would have expected that this young man was the one who killed a rank 7 warrior? Were the ones who didn't know any better? One of the men looked at Lindu and his lips were trembling. Lindu's spear was already covered in blood and the color of it was still fresh. It was obvious that they were the blood of the rank 7 warrior. "I'm sorry," were the ones at fault. The rest of the warriors said respectfully towards Lindu as well. At this moment, they definitely weren't Lindu's opponent, which was why they immediately surrendered. "What's wrong now that you can't defeat me? You want me to let you go?" Lindu raised his eyebrows and asked. "Did you think that there would be such good news in this world? What do you want?" When the men heard what Lindu said, they frowned and grabbed onto their weapon as well. Although the rank 7 warriors were killed, the rest of them were rank 6 warriors as well. It's not like they were useless men. "Keep one thing here," Lindu said bluntly. "What do you want? We can give you anything." One of the warriors clearly did not want to fight Lindu. When he heard what Lindu suggested, he let out a breath of relief and quickly asked Lindu, "There's only one thing that I want." "One thing?" Lindu put out one of his fingers and said, "Your life." When Lindu was done, his spear was already heading towards the warriors within a blink of an eye. Defeat him. Most of them had a determined look in their eyes when they heard what Lindu said and screamed out loud. If they fled and allowed Lindu to defeat them one by one, death would be the only way out. They might as well fight him together. However, They didn't think that their abilities would be so far behind Lindu's. Clang clang clang. With the sound of the metals colliding into each other, the rank 6 warriors started dashing towards Lindu, but most of them lost control of the weapons. Before they could even activate their Yuan for protection, there was already a bloody hole that appeared on their heads. The EXPs aren't too bad, Lindu mumbled to himself as he got rid of the ones that wanted to rob him and checked the EXP that he gained from them. He took a good look around and headed in the other direction. He's so strong. Some of the warriors hid in the back as they watched Lindu fight, and when they saw Lindu leaving, they let out a breath of relief. In fact, there wasn't only one group of men who were interested in the color-changing mantises. There were lots of warriors who stayed back and watched Lindu fight the creature, hoping to get the loot as well. However, they didn't expect for it to end this way. Lindu continued heading towards the exit of the Thunder Valley. Initially, he thought of looking for a safe spot in the Thunder Valley to absorb the energy from the rank 8 odd crystals, but Lindu could clearly feel that the dangers in this area were much more than he expected. It is important that he isn't disturbed during the process while he was absorbing the energy from the crystal, or else it may cause some irreversible effects to him. Then, he decided to head back to the Sacred Region Academy. As he continued walking forward, Lindu suddenly found that he had returned to where he picked the dark sacred fruit. So that's where this is. There is a byroad here. As Lindu muttered to himself, he continued walking forwards, and then he noticed that the dark sacred fruit tree had been chopped. There were also a lot of bodies surrounding the area. When he saw what happened, Lindu's pupil shrank uncontrollably and rushed forward. The bodies that were lying on the ground belonged to Jiang Tao and his team. Were they in a fight with someone else just for the dark spirit fruit? He looked around and saw that these people died a painful death as if they had been slashed 1,000 times with a sword. Their eyes were still wide open and were filled with dissatisfaction. Lindu felt heartbroken as well when he saw them, since these were the men who fought by his side with those from the Royal Beast sect. PFFT. Just when Lindu was walking around, checking the scene around him, there was a soft voice that caught his attention. Who was it? Lindu turned around and saw a familiar face. Jiang Tao. Lindu walked towards him and noticed that Jiang Tao was now lying in a pool of blood. He was in such a horrible state that Lindu's scalp turned numb. This was because all of his limbs had been chopped off, and there was some substance that had been sprinkled on his wounds, causing a large amount of ants that gathered around his wound. It looked incredibly gross. Jiang Tao was also numbed by the pain from his limbs. When he saw that it was Lindu, he was trying to warn Lindu. A warrior's determination to stay alive was strong, and this was why Jiang Tao was still alive. You should leave, Jiang Tao said with all the strength left in his body. Who was it? Lindu was a little heartbroken after hearing what Jiang Tao said. They haven't known each other for long, but Lindu knew that Jiang Tao was a righteous man. At moments like these, instead of asking Lindu to save him, Jiang Tao was asking him to leave. The Royal. His mouth was moving, trying to say something, when Lindu noticed a black shadow that was rushing towards him. Lindu's eyes widened in shock and moved backwards due to his reflex. The black shadow immediately landed on Jiang Tao's head and caused it to break into 1,000,000 pieces. Chapter 552 The Horrifying Rank 8 Warrior. Chapter 552 The Horrifying Rank 8 Warrior. It was a stone. A huge stone landed on Jiang Tao and broke his head. As he turned around, he could clearly see a huge young man who was standing on top of a hill. His eyes were like a hawk, glaring at Lindu. You're the one who killed the men from my sect, the young man sneered as he asked Lindu. After hearing what he said, Lindu's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. He was from the Royal Beast sect. While Lindu got reminded of it, he clenched onto his fist. There was a burning rage that built up inside of him. What's wrong? You're angry, the young man continued asking Lindu. You killed the men from the Royal Beast sect. You'll have to pay for it. With that said, he jumped off the hill and headed directly towards Lindu. Lindu reacted immediately, seeing how the young man leaped from above. He picked up his spear and accepted the fight instead of running away. He had just witnessed the death of Jiang Tao, which was why his eyes were bloody red now. Ziu! The young man came towards him, and Lindu pierced his long spear forward. A loud sound came from it as his spear broke the silent air around them. When the dark edge was just about to pierce into the man's body, the man disappeared and the spear was pierced into thin air. He missed. As for the young man, he had a sword in his arm and attacked Lindu from the back. Lindu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He took a step back and felt a sharp pain on his neck. His sword aura was so strong that it managed to cut through the skin on his neck. There were droplets of blood that came dripping down his neck. Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. The young man sneered as he let out a hideous smile. The sword was just like a flexible snake in his arm. It was fast as it continued to attack Lindu. Clang clang clang. Lindu was trying his best to block his attacks with the dark edge. However, his attacks were too strong. Lindu had no other choice but to back down, and he didn't have the chance to attack. Plus, the sword aura from that young man was incredibly terrifying. Lindu continued blocking his attack with the dark edge, and he could feel the skin on both his arms slowly breaking away. You have a pretty good speed. The young man laughed as he aimed the sword towards Lindu's chest. Lindu was wearing the silver leopard armor that he won from the lucky draw. Although the sword didn't pierce through him, Lindu could still feel a sharp pain on his chest. It was obvious that there was a cut on his chest. The young man also realized what was happening and placed even more force on both his arms, trying to drive the sword through Lindu. Boom! With a soft groan, the look in his eyes changed. It's a fake one. He immediately found out what was happening and chopped Lindu into two. Then, when he turned around, he could see Lindu, who was standing in the distance, holding onto his long spear and was panting on the spot. Although his combat suit was still intact, there was already a small cut on his chest, and Lindu could clearly feel that there was warm blood sipping out of it. This man was a rank 8 warrior. Obviously, it wouldn't be that easy for Lindu to defeat him. With their short encounter, Lindu already knew that this was a powerful man. Damn it. Now that rage was still in its cooling time. He wouldn't be able to use it now. You may be quite strong, but still, it isn't enough. The young man may not know what skills Lindu had just used, but for him, these were all just little tricks, and no matter how many Lindu had, he would still be a dead man by the end of the day. Lindu completely ignored the young man. He still held onto the dark edge with both his arms while staring at the young man before him. Lindu took a deep breath, and with his body as the center, there was a glow that surrounded him. Soon, the glow spread. There was an array that was slowly formed across the ground as well. System skills: the heavenly array. Although this wasn't as effective as rage, Lindu could still feel the energy in his body building up. On the other hand, the young man's strength was being suppressed. The young man, who could feel the strength in his body being slowly suppressed, frowned in confusion. What is this? The young man frowned as he looked at the ground and saw the white markings. But soon, he thought of what it was, and there was a change in his facial expression. Source field. That's impossible. The young man was at most a rank 6 warrior. How could he activate a skill that belonged to a rank 9 warrior? He may not know what was happening, but he could already clearly feel the pressure all over his body. He had to kill Lindu immediately. The young man's eyes were filled with hatred, and so was the same in Lindu's eyes, especially when he thought of how painful Jiang Tao's death was. The rage in Lin's eye was like a roaring flame. Kunlun. Before the young man could attack him, Lindu waved his long spear, and the flaming birds started heading towards the young man. The awe of the phoenix. Dozens of flaming birds rushed out at once, and the air around them was so scorched that even the surrounding air looked distorted. The flaming birds attacked the young man's body from all angles, and there wasn't a spot that wasn't covered. Dainty tricks. The young man sneered before unfolding a bright purple shield around him. As soon as the flaming birds landed on the man's Yuan, they completely dissipated. How was that possible? Lindu was surprised when he saw what happened. He knew that the Yuan of that young man was obviously different from the rest of the Yuan that he had seen. This one had a purple glow. Rank 8 warriors were indeed of a different level from his. If he made it to rank 7 and with the abilities of rage, He may be able to put up a fight, but for now, it would be impossible. The awe of the phoenix, Lindu screamed as he held onto his dark edge, and there was a large number of flaming birds that rushed towards the young man. HMPH, I don't know if you noticed, but your skills don't really have any effect on me, the young man said as he stared at the flames around him. With his Yuan protecting him, these flames were basically useless. Disappointed now that you've learned that your skills are useless, the young man continued laughing and he looked incredibly arrogant. However, as the flames around him disappeared, he noticed that Lindu's body had disappeared as well. Chapter 553 Jumping Off the Cliff. Chapter 553 Jumping Off the Cliff. There was a hideous expression on the young man's face. He finally realized what Lindu had done. The only reason why Lindu had released those flaming birds was so that he could block the young man's vision to create an opportunity for Lindu to run. Where do you think you're going? As he screamed, there were cracks formed all over the ground. SHD. Lindu was running in the opposite direction with his spear. He was unhappy about how it turned out. The rank 8 warrior was much scarier than he expected. With his abilities now and with no rage, it was impossible that he would be able to win this man. This was why he chose to run. Lindu quickly ran in the opposite direction, but before he knew it, he realized that he ended up at a cliff. That guy wouldn't be after him, right? There were lots of huge rocks behind him and it would be highly unlikely that the man had seen where he ran to. The only thing that he could do now was to absorb the energy from the rank 8 odd crystal. Then, with the power from rage, he may have a chance in fighting the young man. Did you really think that you could run away? Just then, a familiar voice rang inside Lindu's head. When he heard the voice, Lindu was shocked. He turned around and saw the rank 8 warrior from before, standing on top of one of the huge rocks and was looking down at him. How did he follow him? Lindu did not have the time to think about these. For him, it was a life or death situation. The man had his eyes locked onto Lindu. Then, he placed his fingers on his lips and gave out a loud whistle. With that, a long, loud, ear-piercing whistle ran throughout the area. With the loud whistle, the ground beneath them started shaking. Then, the shaking grew and it was getting stronger. What was that? Lindu was stunned. At the very next moment, there was a huge, black figure that appeared from afar. Evolved beasts. Lots and lots of evolved beasts. The ranks of these evolved beasts were quite high as well. Not only were they coming at a terrifying speed, they were all running towards Lindu and surrounding him. I will chop off your limbs, one at a time. The rank 8 warrior, who stood on top of the rocks, laughed at Lindu. When he was done, the rank 8 warrior jumped off the rocks and headed towards Lindu. Lindu stood by the edge of the cliff with an awful look on his face. With the situation that he was in now, he would only be able to use mirror image for another 2 more times, but for some reasons, this young man was able to summon all these evolved beasts at once. There was no way that he could escape in such a situation. What should he do? He took a look at the cliff behind him and it was an abyss down there. It was completely covered with a thick layer of clouds and he had no idea what was at the end of it. The young man looked at Lindu with a fierce, murderous look in his eyes. He held onto his sword and was continuously swinging it around. The terrifying sword aura was headed towards Lindu. He had no other choice. Lindu bit onto his lips before jumping off the cliff. Roar! The evolved beasts that got summoned by the young man's peculiar whistle all rushed towards Lindu, and all of them jumped off the cliff along with him. He jumped. The rank 8 warrior stood by the cliff and looked at the scene below it, looking extremely angry. He didn't think that Lindu would have chosen to jump off the cliff. From where he was seeing, he had no idea how deep the cliff was even if he was a rank 8 warrior. He still didn't dare to just jump off the cliff. But, if you think that you would be able to run away from me like this, you're wrong. The young man sneered and blew another whistle. A huge evolution beast flew next to him. At the same time, Lindu's body was falling off the cliff at a very fast speed. While he was in the air, Lindu activated his Yuan. He may have activated his Yuan, but it wouldn't be able to very much reduce the impact from the falling. It was the only thing that he had. He was surrounded by a thick layer of cloud and Lindu could not clearly see what it was beneath him. All he could see were just white clouds. Plus, the cliff was actually quite tall, as Lindu would still feel himself falling and his body hasn't reached the ground. Boom! Then, Lindu felt his body landing on top of a hard surface, and it let out a loud explosion. His entire body was in pain due to the large impact from the fall. His body did not suffer any serious damage. He even continued sinking into the ground. Water. This was a river. If it was anyone else who jumped off from such a height and landed on the river, they would have died. As for a warrior like Lindu, he only suffered minor injuries. Kulung. When Lindu's body continued sinking into the water, he let out a breath of relief. If he had landed on the land, he would definitely suffer much more injuries than he did now. But, as his body continued falling downwards, Lindu was completely surrounded by a vast amount of evolved beasts in the river. Although he was deep inside the river, Lindu had already unlocked his gene lock. His body had evolved into a state that was similar to an underwater creature. Seeing as to how the evolved beast were rushing towards Lindu, he tried to focus and let out a Yuan that had lightning bolts that were much scarier than before. As soon as the evolved beast touched Lindu's Yuan, they immediately got toasted. This river was different compared to the other rivers. The water here was much thicker than the rest, which made it much more difficult for him to swim. Lindu ignored the evolved beasts that were around him. After swimming around for his dark edge, he went to the surface. As soon as he stuck his head out on the surface, Lindu could clearly see the black evolved beast falling out of the cliff. These evolved beasts were the ones that came rushing towards him after being summoned by the rank 8 warriors. Boom boom boom. The evolved beasts slammed heavily into the rivers, smashing them into pieces, and there was a large amount of blood that spread into the river. This also attracted even more evolved beasts from the river, and all of them swam towards the bodies of the evolved beasts that were sinking into the river. The entire river turned into an uproar and there was a large amount of river-evolved beast that went to the surface. With their mouth wide open, it showed their horrifying, sharp teeth. The evolved beasts that fell into the river were immediately eaten up by those from the river. Lindu did not want to spend any more time here and quickly swam to the shore. As soon as he got on the shore, Lindu took a good look at the area around him. He noticed that the areas around him were both surrounded by cliffs. There was only a small piece of land that he could stand. Chapter 554 Absorbing Energy from the Rank 8 Odd Crystals. Chapter 554 Absorbing Energy from the Rank 8 Odd Crystals. Lindu looked up to the sky. It was cloudy, but he could still vaguely see a black figure that was flying towards him. When Lindu realized what it was, the look in his eyes changed, as he was reminded about how those from the Royal Beast sect had the abilities to easily control these evolved beasts. It was possible that the rank 8 warrior was riding on that flying evolved beast that was headed in his direction. As he had expected, he saw the evolved beast that spread its wings, and there was a human standing on top of it. Lindu widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't have much time to react and quickly jumped back into the river. Run! The rank 8 warrior from the Royal Beast sect obviously saw Lindu, and immediately jumped off the flying evolved beast that he had been riding. The place that he landed was the exact spot that Lindu was standing at just seconds ago. However, Lindu had already dived into the waters. The young man got angry and his eyes were filled with a fierce, murderous look. He must kill Lindu. Did you think that I wouldn't be able to do anything to you just because you jumped into the river? As for Lindu, who was inside the river, he started swimming frantically. Although he was deep inside the waters, his actions were similar to when he was on land. For him, even when he was underwater, he didn't have a problem with breathing since he could breathe with his skin. After swimming for some time, Lindu hid under a rock that he found at the bed of the river. This was a shady spot and no one would be able to find him. That young man might be a rank 8 warrior, but it was impossible for him to stay underwater for as long as Lindu could. Therefore, even when the rank 8 warrior was close behind him, Lindu wasn't worried at all. The only thing that he wanted to do now was to absorb all the energy from the odd crystals, so that he could increase his ranking. Lindu, who was hiding behind a rock, quickly reached into his pocket and took out the 2 rank 8 odd crystals that he had from earlier. He got one of them from killing the rank 8 green snake, and the second odd crystal was given to him by someone from the Sacred Region Academy. Both the odd crystals had a large amount of energy, and in comparison, the one from the green snake was much more powerful than the second one. But Lindu had decided to absorb the both of them together, as he thought of the trouble that he was in and how he might be heading towards Sky City very soon. Lindu had no other choice. He clenched onto his teeth and grabbed onto both the odd crystals. For the others, in order to absorb the energy from these higher rank crystals, he would have to palace them inside his body for him to absorb the most of its energy, but this wouldn't be necessary for him since he had the skill engulf. He would be able to absorb the energy from these crystals even without swallowing the crystals. Without thinking much, he activated the cultivation technique. With the help from the skill, a large surge of energy came from both the crystals, and they were slowly transferred into Lindu's body through his hands. The energy from these rank 8 crystals were incredibly horrifying. Lindu could feel that every single cell in his body was now scorching hot. The water around him was really cold, but his body was burning. If he had the choice, Lindu should have absorbed these crystals one at a time, but now, Lindu did not have the time for him to do so. Both the crystals were being absorbed at a really fast speed, which was why all the cells in his body were being filled up by a large amount of energy. There was so much of it that the cells in his body were about to explode. With the help of the cultivation technique and the engulf, the speed at which he was absorbing the energies from the crystals were at its peak. Some of the fishes seemed to have found Lindu, who was hidden in the corner. As they tried to get close to him, they could feel that the water around him was turning hot and they would quickly swim away. Lindu closed his eyes, and at that moment, he had completely entered into his cultivation zone. As for the rank 8 warrior, he entered the water as well. There was a pale purple yuan that was enveloped around his body. The fishes that accidentally came into contact with his yuan died as soon as they touched it. The rank 8 warrior had a ferocious look in his eyes as he moved around the waters, hunting for Lindu, who was hiding under the water. The river in the water was different from the others. It was much more dense and it made it even more difficult for him to swim in it. Plus, the bed of this river was dark in color, as it was filled with lots of weird-looking rocks, which made it even more difficult for him to find Lindu. Damn it. After hunting for a short while, he could no longer stand it even when he was a rank 8 warrior. He quickly went up to the surface and jumped back onto the small piece of land that he was at earlier. Damn it, I don't believe that you can stay in there for that long. He was sure that Lindu wasn't dead, but he didn't know where Lindu was hiding. He believed that Lindu would definitely show himself very soon. Even if Lindu was good at holding his breath, he would still have to come up for air. Otherwise, he would die from suffocation. Lindu, on the other hand, was completely in his zone and had forgotten what was happening around him. His entire body was giving up a bright red glow as the energy moved around his body. He may be in the cultivation zone, but Lindu could still clearly feel the sharp pain that was all over his body. Even the cut that the rank 8 warrior caused earlier. He had already stopped the bleeding earlier, but now, it felt as if it was slowly tearing apart. Not only that, he could also feel that there were pale stretch marks all over his body. Fresh blood slowly started sipping through his body, and it attracted a lot of evolved beasts that soon surrounded Lindu. However, the scorching hot water that surrounded Lindu immediately caused them to quickly swim away. With the engulf still being activated and with Lindu's cultivating technique, his EXP bar on the system was madly increasing. He's not out yet. The man by the shore was getting impatient as he frowned. There were a few of the flying evolved beasts that were flying around in the air as if they were being commanded by the young man. I don't believe that you would be able to be in there any longer. The young man snorted and decided to sit on the ground by the shore with his eyes locked on the surface of the river. Time passed by quickly and soon the sky started to turn dark as well. Lindu was still underwater and he felt as if his body was being stretched in every direction. His body was extremely bloated and his skin was being torn into a horrible state. But the wounds that Lindu had earlier were recovering so quickly that it could be seen by the naked eyes. As for his bloated body, it was slowly recovering into its original state. By taking a closer look, Lindu had already let go of one of the rank 8 crystals that he had in his palms. The crystal slowly fell onto the ground. The crystal that used to be transparent had suddenly turned dull, as if there was no energy left in it. Ding! At that moment, there was a bright sound that rang in Lindu's mind. Chapter 555 Rank 7 Warrior. Chapter 555 Rank 7 Warrior. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on the level up. You are now at level 35. Congratulations, Master, on the level up. You are not a rank 7 warrior. You have gained the title rank 7 warrior. Congratulations, Master. There were multiple notifications that continued ringing inside Lindu's mind. However, Lindu ignored the noises in his head and focused on his meditation as he continued to absorb the energy from the rank 8 odd crystals that he obtained from killing the rank 8 green snake. This odd crystal had much more energy than the other rank 8 odd crystals. As he was absorbing both simultaneously, there was still a lot of energy left in this crystal. Lindu focused on his cultivation and completely ignored everything around him. Although his body was in pain, he had gone through much painful experience in the earlier stages, which was why Lindu could no longer feel it now. His skin that had been completely torn all over his body was recovering so quickly that it can be seen by the naked eyes. It looked as if his body had shedded the old skin and the newer ones were much fairer and smoother. Although that's how it looked, his skin was much tougher and stronger than before. The skin all over Lindu's body slowly turned red once again. He was quickly absorbing the remaining energy from the second crystal. The speed at which he was absorbing the energy was much faster before he became a rank 7 warrior. Luou. The water around Lindu started bubbling. The rank 8 warrior who was meditating on the ground seemed to have noticed it, and immediately opened his eyes. He had been waiting by the shore. He can't be sure that Lindu was dead if he didn't see Lindu's body. Plus, there were a lot of flying evolved beasts that he controlled that were flying in the air. As soon as Lindu's head appeared above the water, they would be able to find him within seconds. But Lindu still hasn't appeared when the sky has already turned dark. He thought that Lindu might have died underwater, but he didn't expect that there would be movement coming from the riverbed. The young man stood up. The moon was already high up in the sky and it shone brightly onto the river. When he took a closer look, the waters in the center of the river seemed to be bubbling. Plus, there was also a dim red glow that was coming from underneath the water. What's happening? The young man frowned when he saw the scene before his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening underwater, but he had a bad feeling about this. His eyes were locked onto the river and all of a sudden, he could see that there was a large amount of river-evolved beast that started swimming away from this part of the river. Some of them even jumped out of the river and were swimming in the opposite direction. The entire scene was a peculiar thing to look at. There were evolved beasts in the river. The young man frowned as he felt that things were getting weirder as time passed by. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on the level up. You are now level 36. Lindu, who was still under the waters, suddenly opened his eyes after hearing the last notification. Although he was still subconsciously cultivating, he could now clearly hear the notifications chiming in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he looked at the odd crystal that was in his palm and saw that the energy in it had been completely absorbed by him. It now looked like a normal glass bead. Lindu looked at his body once again and noticed that he had a new layer of skin. His skin that was originally a few shades darker was now smooth and fair once again. The wound that was previously on his chest had now disappeared. If he wasn't wrong, all the injuries that he had on his body had now completely recovered. Rank 7. He was now a rank 7 warrior. Lindu quickly logged into the system inside his mind and he could clearly see his stats board. Level 36. AXP 1 billion. Strength 810. Physique 450. Speed 250. Skills Analytic Eye. Rage. Disguise. Engulf. Mirror Image. Heavenly Array. Rest. Rage Build Up 1. Potential point 71. Title Rank 6 Warrior. Unused titles Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. Rank 6 Warrior. Rank 7 Warrior. He really became a Rank 7 Warrior. Lindu could clearly feel that his entire body had been filled with a vast amount of energy and was sure that he had gained a new skill. He didn't think too much and immediately clicked onto the description of his new skill. Reset once a skill has been used. You can immediately use the skill again without the cooling time. Cooling time 5 days. Lindu raised his eyebrows. He felt that this skill was a little useless, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. This skill meant that he would be able to use rage and engulf twice in one day. Oh, he also had a new warrior title. Since he was already a rank 7 warrior, is there any other effect from his new title? Lindu did not hesitate and quickly clicked onto his new title and it showed. Rank 7 warrior fatality rate 1. Continued having the effects as a rank 6 warrior. Fatality rate. What was that? When Lindu saw the description from the rank 7 warrior title, he was confused, but since he was able to continue using the skill from the title of a rank 6 warrior, he didn't mind, since the effect of that title was just like a bug. After replacing his own title with the new one, Lindu closed his eyes, allowing his body to rest. Then, as he opened his eyes, he stomped onto the ground with his full force and he shot out of the surface of the water like an arrow being shot from the bow. Hula! There was water being splashed everywhere and Lindu's body was high up in the air. As soon as he got out of the water, Lindu could feel the sharp, screeching whistling that was coming from those birds. He even landed on top of one of those flying evolved beasts. Evolved beasts. Lindu, who just got out of the water, was completely confused. It was already night time, but the moon was shining brightly today. There was also lightning that struck suddenly which made it easier for him to see what was around him. The evolved beast felt Lindu standing on top of him. It was trying to frantically move his body so that he could throw Lindu off his body. HMPH. Lindu snorted and noticed that there was a small piece of ground where he could land. He leaped from the body of the evolved beast and headed onto the ground. As soon as he jumped, he could see a sharp, bright glow that came from the side. Since he was now a rank 7 warrior and another level higher, Lindu's reflex was much faster than before. Ziu! Lindu's body was still heading down towards the ground where he suddenly shifted and dodged the attack. Chapter 556 Going Against the Rank 8. Chapter 556 Going Against the Rank 8. At this time, Lindu's body stood firmly on the other end of the shore, and he could clearly see that what had just stabbed towards him was a long sword. Okay. The middle-aged man held the long sword in his hand, showing a look of surprise. He found Lindu jumping out of the water and wanted to find a chance to kill him, but he didn't expect that Lindu would dodge. Boy, I didn't expect that you could survive underwater for so long. It seems that you have learned some special skills. The middle-aged man looked at Lindu, who was standing opposite him and said aloud. He never thought that Lindu was still alive, and he clearly felt that the current Lindu seemed to be different from the previous Lindu. It seemed that the current Lindu has become stronger. What happened under the water? Old guy. You actually want to piss me off, huh? Lindu looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly at this time. Lindu didn't expect that he was really patient and waited for him here for so long. But now Lindu has just become a rank 7 warrior and his physical strength has reached the strongest state. And with the addition of system skills, he still had the strength to fight another battle. Hearing Lindu calling him an old guy, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned gloomy. He does look a little old and his temples were also a little gray. But he hated people saying he is old. Courting death. He burst out with strong killing intent and in the next moment, holding the long sword in his hand, he directly attacked Lindu. Whoosh whoosh. The long sword in his hand swung and there were bursts of swishes in the air. Lindu looked at the long sword. His body moved and he kept dodging at an extremely fast speed. The speed has increased. The pupils of the middle-aged man shrank for a moment. Then he roared, breaking through 8 desolates. As soon as he finished speaking, there were dozens of sword aura emitting a cold glow around him and charged towards Lindu. The sword aura was very terrifying. Lindu raised his brows and triggered his thought as a dark red light appeared on his body. A sphere instantly wrapped Lindu's body. Bang bang bang. All those terrifying sword aura hit Lindu's sphere, making a loud noise. A red sphere. The middle-aged man originally thought that his sword aura would be able to chop Lin Xiu into minced meat, but he did not expect that Lin Xiu would be able to block his diamond skill just by using the sphere. And after a closer look, Lin Xia's sphere has become different from before. Now Lin Xia's sphere was actually dark red and there were electric arcs flashing on it, which looked very unusual. PFFT. Lin Xiu, who had just resisted the middle-aged man's skill, had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. After all, it was a diamond skill used by a rank 8 warrior and Lin Xiu could still feel the powerful impact. But seeing his sphere turned into this color, Lin Xiu was also a little puzzled. What the hell is going on here? How did my sphere become like this? Looks like you're really lucky, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice and once again attacked Lin Xiu with his longsword. Lin Xiu's dark edge spear has not yet been found at the bottom of the river. Now that he has no weapons, his combat effectiveness has obviously plummeted. But fortunately, Lin Xiu was still wearing the red moon. At this time, as the source strength was transmitted to the glove and it suddenly emitted a bright red light. Bang bang bang. His longsword attacked Lin Xiu's sphere, but it couldn't break Lin Xiu's sphere at all. However, Lin Xiu still felt a strong impact, which made Lin Xiu's body hurt a little. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Lin Xiu resisted his attack, then seized the opportunity and smashed his fist on his body. Although it has been a long time since he used Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist, the skill that Lin Xiu used at this time was more powerful than before. Moreover, the power of this lightning was also mixed with the power of Thunder Lotus, making the lightning even more terrifying. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he dodged Lin Xiu's punch. Reset. Fury. Heavenly Array. When he dodged his punch, Lin Xiu directly used the system's skills. At this moment, Lin Xiu's power rose several times. Although the punch with his right hand was dodged by him, the punch that Lin Xiu attacked with his left hand was even more terrifying than the punch he had just attacked with his right hand. Whether it was speed or strength, it was completely different from the punch just now. Boom! This punch directly hit the middle-aged man's chest, causing his body to fly out. However, he was a rank 8 warrior after all and had a lot of actual combat ability. Although he was hit by Lin Xiu's punch at this time, when his body flew to the edge of the bank, he slammed on the ground and steadied himself. PFFT. Although his body steadied and did not fly into the river, he still felt a pain in his chest and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Crackling. On his body, there was also the lightning from Lin Xiu's Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. These lightning bolts made his body constantly tingle and were accompanied by a sense of numbness. How did you do it? The middle-aged man said to Lin Xiu, who was not far away, while covering his chest. He was really shocked. The power of Lin Xiu just now, at that moment, clearly showed the power that only rank 8 warrior could possess. He looked around and there was a faint light on the ground by the bank, as well as strange patterns. This thing was like a source field, same as the one they were fighting on today. And now he also clearly felt that with the appearance of this thing, his power has also been suppressed a little. That goes without saying, Lin Xiu said coldly. The time for system skills was limited. Lin Xiu waved his fists directly and continued to attack. Crazy. Seeing Lin Xiu continue to attack, the middle-aged man roared and let go of the long sword in his hand directly like an arrow, and instantly stabbed towards Lin Xiu, who was rushing over. And the moment the long sword flew out, it split into dozens of long swords. Every long sword seemed to be real and it has a terrifying sword aura. Chapter 505 Then Kill the Rank 8. Chapter 505 Then Kill the Rank 8. Bang bang bang. These long swords quickly stabbed Lin Xiu's sphere, causing Lin Xiu, who rushed over, to retreat back due to the huge impact. Another diamond skill. Through his sphere, Lin Xiu saw all those long swords flying over and he couldn't see the middle-aged man at all. However, the long swords flying over were too terrifying. Lin Xiu could only maintain the sphere and let the sphere resist these stabbed long swords. In the next second, as these long swords disappeared, the figure of the middle-aged man instantly appeared in front of him. He held a long sword in both hands and it actually had a purple light. Before Lin Xiu could react, He directly slashed down with his long sword from top to bottom. Boom! Lin Zia's sphere was cut open at this moment. How can this be? It was the first time that Lin Ziu saw someone other than himself using a skill that could break the sphere. The long sword stabbed in through the broken hole, and it seemed that it was about to pierce Lin Zia's neck. Die! The middle-aged man exerted all his strength, and he was about to pierce Lin Zia's neck from his longsword. But at this time, Lin Ziu directly grabbed the body of the long sword with both hands, preventing it from stabbing. CC. Under the friction between the long sword and the glove, sparks appeared. The middle-aged man was too strong. Lin Ziu clenched the sword tightly with his hands, but it was still inching forward, about to stab Lin Zia's neck. The strong sword aura made Lin Ziu feel a tingling sensation in his neck, and a slight cut appeared on the skin of his neck. The pupils in Lin Zia's eyes changed. He grabbed his long sword and stabbed directly at his body. The middle-aged man didn't expect that Lin Ziu would actually do that. However, it wasn't Lin Zia's neck that was stabbed, but his shoulder. You. The middle-aged man was obviously shocked by Lin Zia's action. Go to hell. Lin Ziu slammed his fist directly on his body again, hitting the same spot. This time, the man flew straight out like a broken kite and fell into the water. Lin Zia's expression remained unchanged. He directly pulled out the long sword stock on his shoulder with force and threw it on the ground. Then, his figure moved in a flash and he jumped into the water. The middle-aged man, who was hit by Lin Ziu and fell into the water, slowly came to his senses after sinking to the bottom, and quickly tried to swim to the surface. But at this moment, Lin Ziu appeared underwater, grabbed his clothes and pulled his body back. The middle-aged man had already suffered a lot of injuries because he was punched by Lin Ziu. At this time, he was punched again by Lin Ziu and he was a little weak. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ziu in the water and reached out to attack Lin Zia's body. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Ziu. The two fought frantically in the water, but the rank 8 warrior was obviously powerless. Not only because of physical injuries, but also because fighting in the water consumes a lot of oxygen. Now he felt a little out of breath. When he was dodging Lin Zia's attack, he was going to swim up the water, but Lin Ziu wouldn't let him go so easily. Lin Ziu, who was as nimble as a fish, swam directly beside him, then dragged him to the bottom again. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that Lin Ziu wouldn't be deprived of oxygen at all, except for the fact that the resistance of the water had used up a lot of energy. Lin Ziu seemed perfectly fine. Click. Lin Ziu put his hands on his arm. Then, with a sudden force, he broke his arm. Ooh! The middle-aged man frantically struggled to swim up. Now, he already felt that his vision was blurred due to the lack of oxygen in his head. Now his body was even weaker. Lin Ziu took advantage of this to kill him. Lin Ziu didn't stop attacking. Instead, the attack became even more severe. Bang bang bang. Lin Ziu attacked him frantically, one punch after another, hitting his body firmly. The middle-aged man completely lost the strength to resist and was killed by Lin Ziu underwater. At this time, there were wounds all over his body and Lin Ziu even broke his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the rank 8 warrior and gaining experience. When the system's prompt sounded, Lin Ziu heaved a sigh of relief and was left with no energy at all. He slowly sank under the water, lying on the soft soil. For Lin Ziu, there wasn't a huge difference between being underwater and on land. So Lin Ziu closed his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion made Lin Ziu fall into a deep sleep. Those evolved beasts seemed to be a little afraid of Lin Ziu and did not surround Lin Ziu. At the same time, the blood flowing from the middle-aged man's body attracted a lot of fish. It didn't take long for the middle-aged man's body to become bones. No one would have thought that a rank 8 warrior would die tragically underwater. After some time, when Lin Ziu opened his eyes again, he found that the sun was shining through the lake. It made the bottom of the water a little brighter. Okay. Lin Ziu rubbed his eyes, and in the next moment, he woke up. It turns out that it's already morning. The after effects of that fury had completely disappeared at this time. Lin Ziu felt that his body was full of vitality. When he looked ahead, he could clearly see a white skeleton. It must be the rank 8 warrior. He definitely didn't expect that Lindu would be the same in water as he is on land. But he couldn't and still needed to breathe just like ordinary people. Oh right, how much experience did he gain? Lindu hasn't killed a rank 8 warrior before and he didn't know how much experience he has gained. He entered into his system directly and after checking the information, his eyes widened. 100 billion. Lindu's eyes widened in disbelief. However, this 100 billion was not the experience of killing the rank 8 warrior, but the experience obtained from killing a rank 8 warrior for the first time. This 100 billion experience has directly helped him to level up. Chapter 558 Level 37. Chapter 558 Level 37. And killing this middle-aged man. He also gained 5 billion experience. Now he has reached level 37. This upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. If this was always the case, he would probably be able to reach the level of a rank 8 warrior in a short time. But this was just a thought. How could it be so easy? Moreover, he was still a bit far from becoming a rank 8 warrior. Now he had a total of 108 potential points. Lindu pondered for a while now that his strength and physique were almost the same. How about increasing his speed? 1. With this thought, Lindu allocated 50 attribute points to speed, making his speed 308 points. The rest was added to physique. As soon as the potential points were added, Lindu could clearly feel that his body felt a little lighter and had a sense of comfort. Oh right, he had to find his weapon. Lindu began to swim around, looking for the dark edge spear he threw from the cliff. After searching for about half an hour, Lindu found his dark edge spear and also found his backpack full of the forelimbs of the color-changing mantises. This is not bad. After all, the forelimbs of this color-changing mantis were a little difficult to collect and the value of this thing was also high. Whew! Lindu heaved a sigh of relief as he carried his backpack and dark edge spear to the riverbank. Although being underwater didn't have a huge impact on him, he still liked being on land. The warm sunlight shone on Lindu's body, making Lindu feel very comfortable. But at this moment, a screeching sound came over. Looking up, those huge bird-type evolved beasts rushed towards Lindu at this moment. Humph! These bird-evolved beasts were undoubtedly brought by the rank 8 warrior. Looking at them rushing over at this time, Lindu snorted coldly, then slammed the dark edge spear in his right hand and suddenly flaming birds burst out from the tip of Lindu's spear. The power of the flaming birds seemed to be getting more and more terrifying as Lindu's strength becomes stronger. The flaming birds gathered together in the air, forming a fire phoenix and pounced directly on those bird-evolved beasts. In a short moment, the bird-evolved beasts were all scorched, then fell into the bottom of the river. However, one of the bird-evolved beasts dodged, glared at Lindu, then fluttered its wings and left. Although Lindu wanted to kill the last bird-evolved beast, it flew away too fast and Lindu didn't have wings, so he couldn't chase it at all. Forget it. Lindu shook his head and glanced at the surroundings. There were cliffs on both sides, and there was no place to stand except where he was at. There was no way of going to the top. It seems that if you want to leave, you can only swim through the river. Lindu didn't think much about it. He took the dark edge spear in his hand and plunged into the river. After swimming along this river for an unknown amount of time, Lindu finally swam to the shore again. After passing through a forest, Lindu found that he had arrived at the entrance to the Thunder Valley before he knew it. I see. You can go out from here. Lindu also suddenly realized at this time, because of the sunlight, Lindu's body was completely dry now. Have you heard the Thunder Corp has found a space crack? As soon as Lindu walked out, he heard the warrior standing in the marble archway at the entrance of the Thunder Valley, discussing something. Yes. I also heard that they hunted down a huge space creature. This is a space creature. The materials on their bodies should be able to sell for a lot of money. When Lindu heard their words, he couldn't help but snicker secretly. The most useful energy body, the energy of Fire Lotus, has been absorbed by him. What use are those evolved beasts from different dimensions? They are out. The people from the Thunder Corp. At this time, some warriors seemed to see something and exclaimed. Lindu stood aside and looked very ordinary so not many people paid attention to Lin Ziu. Lin Zia's eyes also looked to the front and he saw a crowd of people in black coming out from the entrance. A huge black evolved beast was being carried out by more than a dozen warriors. Taking a closer look, this evolved beast was like a huge beetle and its forelimbs were like two sickles, with a lot of blood on them. At this time, as those people carried it and walked forward, the blood kept dripping on the ground. It seems that these people really found the space crack. Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. This evolved beast was obviously the huge evolved beast that came out of the space crack. At that time, Lao Bai and Wen Lu were both dealing with this evolved beast, so they gave him the opportunity to devour the Thunder Lotus fire. Get out of the way. As they approached, all the people around were driven away. Lin Ziu, who was standing by the side, wanted to leave. But at this moment, Lin Ziu found out that Lin Lang and the others were following behind. But they looked like they were in a difficult situation and there were also a few burly men who seemed to be watching over them. They lowered their heads and seemed very down. Senior. Just as they continued to walk forward, one guy among Lin Lang and the others looked up and saw Lin Ziu standing in front. Hearing his voice, Lin Ziu smiled helplessly. However, these people obviously regarded him as a year 3 or 4 student. When Lin Lang and the others heard his words, they all raised their heads to look at Lin Ziu. Their eyes filled with surprise. They didn't expect that they would find Lin Ziu at this time. What are you doing standing there? Walk. The burly warriors standing beside them looked at them and pushed them violently, then said aloud, "What are you doing?" Seeing his classmate being pushed to the ground, Lin Lang immediately got angry and shouted at him, "Yo boy, do you know your current situation?" The strong man looked at Lin Lang and instead of getting angry, he laughed. "If you're not going to be obedient and tell us what exactly did you guys get, you guys can just stay in Black Rock City forever," a man said coldly. "What's going on?" Lin Ziu came over at this time and said to Lin Lang. After all, they were from the same school. Since they met here, Lin Ziu couldn't ignore them. Chapter 559 You use electricity too. Chapter 559 You use electricity too. Who the hell are you? Before Lin Lang and the others could speak, a sturdy man stood in front of Lin Ziu and said coldly. He looked at Lin Ziu with disdain. Because Lin Ziu was really too young. There are gifted people in this world, but most of the powerful warriors were over 30. Tell me. Lin Ziu ignored the man's words and continued to speak to Lin Lang. They said we hid some energy body and asked us to explain where this thing is. Lin Lang said without hesitation at this time. Energy body. Lin Ziu was stunned for a moment, and then he figured it out. It was very likely that they had reached the area where the space crack appeared and met this group of people there. These people thought that Lin Lang and the others got something, so they asked them to hand it over. However, they would never have thought that the Thunder Lotus fire had already been absorbed by Lin Ziu. Well, let's go. Lin Ziu nodded and said directly, "Boy, you are very arrogant." Seeing that Lin Ziu ignored them directly, the faces of these warriors also became nasty. At this moment, one of the warriors directly reached out to Lin Ziu and grabbed him. Boom! But when his hand was about to touch Lin Ziu's body, Lin Ziu dodged his attack. And in the next moment, Lin Ziu's left hand grabbed his wrist. You! The sturdy man's face changed. And just as he was about to make a move, he heard a clack-clack sound from his wrist. What? The severe pain made him cry out loudly. Courting death. The rest of the strong warriors also came to their senses, holding the weapons in their hands and attacking Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu shoved hard and pushed the man out, waving his dark-edged spear in one hand. Dang dang. With the continuous sound of metal collisions, the men who besieged Lin Ziu were all knocked out by Lin Ziu. Let's go. Lin Ziu looked at those warriors who flew out and lay on the ground crying endlessly, and then said lightly. Lin Lang and the others were stunned. The strength of those warriors was not simple. They were definitely around the 6th rank, but they were knocked out by Lin Ziu so easily. They didn't have any power to fight back. Although they knew that Lin Ziu was very strong before, they never imagined that he would be so strong. Let's go. Lin Lang also came to his senses now, and then said to his companions, "Where are you going?" But at this moment, a voice came from the front. Taking a closer look, the people of this Thunder Corp had all gathered here. The corpse of the huge evolved beast of different dimensions was also thrown aside. A man with a crew cut, dressed in a very retro style, walked in the middle. "You hit our people and want to leave." The man glanced at Lindu and the others, and said coldly, "These guys dare to offend the people of the Thunder Corp. They are finished." Some warriors who clearly knew them also whispered at this time, "It was your people who started it." A man among Lin Lang and the others clenched his fist and said aloud, "We don't know about the energy body at all, yet your people captured us." Lin Lang also said emotionally at this time. For them, this was indeed a very humiliating thing. The students of the Sakikard Region Academy were the cream of the crop. How could they have suffered such humiliation? "I only saw that you've touched my people." Lei Jun looked at Lin Ziyu and the others and said lightly, "Lei Jun, the man with the crew cut, has a powerful aura, and the killing intent in his eyes was even more terrifying. Let's go," Lin Ziyu said without panic, looking at Lin Lang and the others. But Lin Lang looked around, and dozens of people from the Thunder Corps surrounded them. "How? Follow him." But Lin Lang watched Lin Ziyu walk forward, hesitated for a moment, then said aloud to the person beside him. They nodded, and the group ignored the Thunder Corps people and continued to walk forward. "These people are crazy." Seeing Lin Ziya's arrogant behavior, the warriors who were watching the show not far away were shocked. "Very good." Lei Jun watched Lin Ziyu continue to move towards him, ignoring their existence, his eyes bursting with infinite killing intent. Just when Lin Ziyu was about to walk in front of him, Lei Jun moved. He took the twin warhammer in his hand and smashed it directly towards Lin Ziyu. It was relatively rare to use a warhammer as a weapon, but almost all those who used this weapon were very powerful. As his twin warhammer swung towards Lin Ziyu, there seemed to be an explosion in the air. If he was hit, Lin Ziyu might be seriously injured. But Lin Ziya's speed was very fast like a shadow, and he easily avoided his attack. "That's all," Lin Ziyu said indifferently while dodging the attack of his warhammer again. Lei Jun's face became a little ugly and the speed of swinging the warhammer with both hands became much faster. And at this time, a large number of electric lights flickered on his twin warhammers. Obviously, he was serious. "Oh, you also use electricity?" Lin Ziyu immediately became interested when he saw the scene. Lei Jun is the one who forged his body with Thunderbolt in the Valley of Thunder. This guy is dead. Looking at the lightning that appeared on Lei Jun's twin warhammers, some warriors were excited. But at this moment, the dark edge spear in Lin Ziya's hand also had a lot of lightning. "What's going on?" Seeing the lightning that appeared from the dark edge spear in Lin Ziya's hand, the surrounding warriors were all shocked. He uses lightning too." Lei Jun was shocked when he saw the lightning burst from Lin Ziya's spear. After all, if you want to use the source strength to transform lightning as an attack method, your body must also be able to withstand the impact of this lightning. That is to say, Lin Ziyu has also undergone lightning body forging, and has a certain resistance to lightning. Displaying your mediocre skill before an expert, Lei Jun roared, moving even faster. Bang bang bang. Lin Ziyu held the spear in his hand and fought him wildly. Chapter 560 Back to the Academy. Chapter 560 Back to the Academy. Boom boom boom. As both of their weapons clashed, it let out loud noises of explosion. The lightning on both of their weapons collided with each other. What's happening? As the lightning from Lin Ziya's dark edge spear traveled towards him, he could feel a sense of numbness all over his body. There was also a sharp pain that accompanied the numbness that was felt. For Lin Ziyu, it was as if those lightning didn't have any effect on him. Instead, his attack grew to become even stronger. "Goodbye." Lin Ziyu waved his spear and continued piercing it forward. At that moment, there was a large amount of thick, black smoke that appeared from the dark edge. The smoke gathered together and turned into a huge, black dragon that rushed towards Lei Jun's body. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lei Jun's pupils shrank uncontrollably. He lifted up both his hands and placed them in front of his body, hoping to block the attack. However, as the black dragon opened his mouth. He bit onto Lei Jun's body. Lei Jun struggled, trying to escape from the dragon's mouth, but he soon noticed that he no longer had the energy to do so. Boom! Lindu swung his dark edge across the air and threw Lei Jun's body into the distance. Lei Jun's body then landed on the huge stone pillar that wrote Thunder Valley, and it let out a loud sound. Lei Jun was completely embedded onto the stone pillar, and there were also large amounts of stones that fell onto the ground because of the impact. As for the twin warhammer that he had in his arm, it had now been dropped heavily onto the ground. PFFT. Lei Jun stared at Lindu with his wide eyes as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had completely ignored the pain that could be felt all over his body as his eyes were locked onto Lindu. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Just a while ago, he had completely lost all the abilities to fight and was defeated by Lindu. One would only be able to feel the difference between them once they have personally fought with Lindu. Let's go, Lindu said towards Lin Lang and his group of friends who were also in shock. Sure. When they heard Lindu talking to them, they finally came back to their senses. Lindu's performance just now was incredibly terrifying. As for those from the Thunder Court noticed that Lindu was about to leave, but this time, none of them dared to stop him. They moved the sides instead, giving him space to walk. Their leader, Lei Jun, had been defeated by Lindu within seconds. Who would have the guts to actually fight Lindu now? You, who are you? Seeing how Lindu was leading a group of them that included Lin Lang and was leaving Thunder Valley, Lei Jun asked him the question. A student from Sacred Region Academy. Lindu answered bluntly and left without even turning back. Captain, some of the men from the Thunder Corp finally came back to their senses and immediately gathered around their captain. Lei Jun, don't go after him. Lei Jun looked at his men and commanded them. After fighting with Lindu, he knew that not only himself, even the entire corp fought with him simultaneously. They wouldn't be able to fight him. The differences between their abilities were way too much than they had expected. Sacred Region Academy. What is that? Lei Jun suddenly thought of what Lindu said and his eyes were filled with confusion. As Lin Lang and his gang continued walking with Lindu, Lin Lang let out a breath of relief. Senior Lin, thank you so much. Lin Lang and his friends thanked Lindu respectfully. Lindu was stunned as he was humored by their actions. Did they really take him as a senior student? Just call me Lindu. I'm just a first-year student. Lindu replied. First-year student? How is that possible? None of them believed what Lindu said and thought that Lindu was just acting humble. Senior Lin, where are you headed to now? One of them asked Lindu. Seeing how they were still persistent that he was a senior student, Lindu found it hilarious and did not bother changing them. Back to campus. Lindu thought about it before answering them. In his original plan, he was supposed to take a look at Area E99, but since Luou had already left, he felt a little down and had already lost interest in that area. Plus, the audition for the World Warrior competition was about to start, and it was about time for him to head back. That's right. The World Warrior competition is about to start. We should head back to witness it as well. Lin Lang suddenly clapped as if he was reminded of something. Right, it is one of the biggest competitions that is held every 5 years. The rest of them started getting excited as well. Let's head back together then. Lindu smiled and said. As for the rest of the journey, it was smooth sailing and nothing special happened. After a few days, Lindu and the rest of them finally returned to the Sacred Region Academy with their designated aircraft that was prepared by the Academy. Finally back here. As soon as Lin Lang got off the plane and felt the sea breeze blowing at his face, he stretched his back and screamed out loud. Lindu walked out of the aircraft as well. It was supposed to be a happy thing that he has finally returned to campus, but as he thought of how Luou, who left with him, had not returned with him, he suddenly felt a little sad. He looked at the jade that was huge around his neck and grabbed it with his right hand as if he was holding Luou's hand. It gave Lindu a little warmth. Senior Lin. Just when Lindu was deep in thought, he heard someone calling him. What's wrong? Lindu saw that it was Lin Lang who stood in front of him. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lin Lang and his friends thanked Lin Xiu with gratitude, not only because Lin Xiu had saved their lives, but their journey back home was also extremely safe because of him as well. They were only able to come back so smoothly because of Lin Xiu. It's just a small matter. You don't have to thank me. Lin Xiu shook his head. I'll be heading back first. You guys should head back as well. Lin Lang and his friends nodded their heads and bade goodbye to Lin Xiu. How did you end up with him on your way back? Then, as Lin Lang and the rest of them walked back into campus, a student from the Sacred Region Academy walked towards them while asking the question. Yang Chen? You know him. When Lin Lang heard the question, he got curious. As for the rest of them, they were curious as well. With Lin Xiu's abilities, he should be a famous person in the academy, but they have never heard of his name during their stays in the Sacred Region Academy. Of course, he's the famous first-year student. Yang Cheng nodded his head. Due to the events that have happened before, almost everyone on the campus knew who Lin Xiu was. First year, he's a first-year student. Lin Lang and his gang were all stunned. Chapter 561 Aoyang Hang's Intel. Chapter 561 Aoyang Hang's Intel. Lin Xiu had just returned to his home, and as soon as he opened the door, there were two white figures that rushed towards him. Ha ha! As both of them got closer to Lin Xiu and were gently rubbing themselves on Lin Xiu, he felt ticklish and even laughed out loud. Lin Xiu looked at them, and weren't they Rolly and Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai, the ice crystal white bird, was much bigger now. As for Rolly, he has also grown into a huge, fluffy ice ball with a ball of huge, dark eyes. That's weird. How did the both of you turn out so big? Lin Xiu gently brushed through their furs and mumbled to himself. Plus, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that both Rolly and Xiao Bai had suddenly turned stronger than before. Compared to when he first got them, it was completely different. Lin Xiu continued walking into his home, and for some reason, his entire house was really clean with no dust seen. The both of you, did you absorb all the energy sources? Lin Xiu went back to his room and saw that the box that hid the energy source was now completely empty. He stared at it in shock and was bemused. The energy source belonged to the artificial intelligence robot that he destroyed earlier. Although he had gotten it a long time ago, he couldn't figure out why he wasn't able to absorb the energy from it. He didn't think that the both of them would have absorbed it instead. Xiao Bai and Rolly started acting coquettish around Lin Xiu as if they really understood what he had just said. Fine. You already ate them anyway, Lin Xiu said helplessly. Although he still didn't know what he could do with the energy, Lin Xiu knew that the source contained a large amount of energy. This would explain why Xiao Bai and Rolly suddenly became so large. Just when Lin Xiu was about to rest, he could hear a soft sound from outside of his house. As his level advanced, his hearing improved as well, and he could easily hear the noises outside his house. Lin Xiu raised his brows and walked outside. Xiao Bai and Rolly went out at a fast speed and rushed out of the door. FK, what is that? Before Lin Xiu stepped out of the house, he heard a familiar voice. When he heard the familiar voice, Lin Xiu looked out the door and saw the man who was busy dodging the attacks from Xiao Bai and Rolly. Xiao Bai blew out a gigantic ice-cold breath and caused the entire ground to be covered by a thin layer of ice. Aoyang Hang? Lin Xiu frowned when he saw Aoyang Hang, who was in his courtyard. Although he had a beef with this man, the relationship between them has been much better than before. Why was he here? Lin Xiu, are you here? Quick, help me get rid of these two, damn it. Aoyang Hang panicked when he saw Xiao Bai, who was continuously blowing out ice-cold breath in his direction. Plus, it wasn't only Xiao Bai who was attacking him. Rolly, who looked extremely adorable and cute, gave Aoyang Hang an even scarier feeling. What on earth is this horrible thing? Xiao Bai, Rolly, Lin Xiu called for them. As soon as Lin Xiu called out for them, Xiao Bai flew straight towards Lin Xiu's shoulder, while Rolly rested next to Lin Xiu. Aoyang Hang saw what happened. He let out a breath of relief. You're breeding them? Aoyang Hang took a good look at Xiao Bai and Rolly before asking Lin Xiu. Say it. Why are you here? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and immediately asked Aoyang Hang. You're being rude, Aoyang Hang said helplessly. Do you know about the World Warrior competition that will be happening next week? Aoyongheng paused for a moment before asking. Lindu nodded his head. This was the reason why he rushed back to the campus. Since he had already promised Dean Bai Lai, he wouldn't go back on his words. Lindu also wanted to see for himself the difference between himself and the warriors from around the world. The auditions are about to start. Do you think that you're good enough? Aoyongheng put on a stern look and asked Lindu. He had no idea that Lindu was now a rank 7 warrior and thought that Lindu was still rank 6. Just say whatever you want to. Stop it with the nonsense. Lindu shrugged his shoulders. Dumbass. Aoyongheng gritted his teeth in rage but soon calmed down. I will be going home for a week and will only return before the competition. By then, my abilities would be at rank 7. Rank 7. Lindu frowned as well. It hasn't been long since he had turned into a rank 6 warrior. How did he manage to become a rank 7 warrior in such a short period of time? Since Aoyongheng wasn't the same as he is. He didn't have the system like Lindu did. This is related to my family's secret, which is why I can't tell you much. I just hope that you aren't too weak and that you aren't able to keep up with me. Aoyongheng said it in pride. Don't worry. You won't be able to fight me. Lindu said. Aoyongheng clenched onto his fist and almost threw a punch onto Lindu's face. He took a deep breath and said to Lindu, do you want to know how you can improve your strength within the shortest period of time? Increase my strength. Lindu was stunned, but he looked at Aoyongheng in suspicion. He didn't think that Aoyongheng would be someone so nice and would tell him about these things. I wasn't planning on lying to you. When Aoyongheng saw the look in his eyes, he immediately told Lindu, do you know about the Tower of Trial? Of course. Lindu nodded his head. Before he came to the Sakikrid Region Academy, he had already heard about the Tower of Tournament and the Tower of Trial. The Tower of Tournament wasn't something new for Lindu since he has been there a couple of times, but as for the Tower of Trial, Lindu has never stepped into that building. One should know that there were only 2 towers that were found in the entire Sacred Region Academy. There's a secret in the topmost floor of the Tower of Trial. Aoyongheng took a look around him before whispering to Lindu. What's the secret? Lindu was surprised and asked subconsciously. I don't know what it is. I only heard it from someone else, but from what I know, most of them who reached the 100th floor are rank 9 warriors now. Lindu was stunned as his pupils shrunk, but he quickly recovered and tried his best to stay calm. Then, Lindu said with an emotionless look on his face. Then it was Aoyongheng's turn to be shocked, and he didn't know what to say as well. I just want to tell you that you're the first person who defeated me. I don't want you to fail in the qualifying rounds at the World Warrior Championship. With that said, Aoyongheng turned around and left. Chapter 562 11 Lucky Draws. Chapter 562 11 Lucky Draws. That fella. As Lindu watched Aoyongheng leave the house, he shook his head. Lindu fell into deep thoughts as he was reminded about the Tower of Trial. For him, the most important thing now was for him to improve his skill as quickly as possible, and the Tower of Trial that Aoyongheng mentioned was definitely something that Lindu was interested in. The 100th floor. He has never been to that tower and has no idea what the situation was like on the inside. Plus, why would Aoyongheng be so kind as to tell him something so secretive? Forget it. Let's see what we have on the lucky draw. Lindu mumbled to himself as he walked back into his living room and sat on the floor. As he turned back into the system inside his mind, he was surprised to learn that he had already completed 11 lucky draws. Well, I didn't think that I'd already done that many lucky draws. Lindu tried to recall, and ever since he became stronger, he seemed to have lost interest in the prizes from the lucky draw. He no longer collected the monthly chances and the lucky draw chances where he would get after advancing to another level. With the remaining draws that he had, Lindu didn't want to waste it, and he thought that there might be a chance where he could get something nice, even if it is only an odd crystal. Soon, Lindu clicked onto the lucky draw interface. When the view appeared in his mind, Lindu started reminiscing. The last time that he had a lucky draw was something that happened a long time ago. This interface was similar to the ones from before. There was a wheel with 10 boxes. 3 of them had warrior skill hard. The other 3 had odd crystals and another 3 had a question mark on it. As for the last box, it was a small box that mentioned grand prize. Alright then, should he draw 11 times in a row? Previously, he could only draw once at a time and has never continuously done these lucky draws. Lindu did not hesitate for long and quickly pressed on the button that said draw. As soon as he clicked on it, the wheel started spinning. What would he get? Lindu started to get excited. If he got the grand prize, maybe it could be something unexpected. Ding, congratulations! You have got the oud crystals. Ding, congratulations! You have gotten a potential pill. Ding, congratulations! You have gotten Thor's armor. Ding! As the lucky draw continued, the notifications continued ringing inside Lindu's head. At the same time, there was a bright light on top of him that appeared, and the prizes that he got were being dropped all over the ground. That's quite a lot. Lindu looked at the things that he got that were being dropped all over his living room and mumbled to himself. He was a little bummed since he had done it 11 times in a row, but he still didn't get the grand prize. Looks like the chances of getting the grand prize would be quite low. Lindu started looking through the prizes that he got. There were a lot of odd crystals, but most of them were of the lower ranks. For Lindu's current state, anything that was less than rank 8 was considered low. Here you go. Lindu looked at Xiao Bai and Roly who were sitting next to him. Their eyes were both stuck onto the odd crystals that he held in his hands. As usual, they acted as if they could understand Lindu and quickly went for the odd crystals. They moved all the odd crystals that were gathered together like a small hill to one corner of the room and started chewing on it. Lindu chuckled before scavenging through the rest of his prizes. Thor's armor. This looks cool. Lindu's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the new combat suit that he just got. The silver leopard armor that he had before had been damaged in the fight with the rank 8 warrior. It was about time that he needed a new suit. Lindu removed the silver leopard armor and replaced it with Thor's armor. The new armor seemed thick and heavy, but as he put it on, it felt light. Plus, as soon as he put it on, Lindu could clearly feel that his body strength was a little stronger. It does feel amazing. Potential bill, and this warrior skill card. Huh. As he continued looking through the prizes that he got, one of the warrior skill cards caught his attention as his eyes lit up with surprise. The word middle was written on the card and on the back of it. It says clean sweep. This was the same card that he had gotten previously. He still remembered the one that he got before was up, but this one was middle. I already have an up and a middle, so the only one that remains is down. As he made sense of the cards that he had, Lindu got excited. Although he had no idea what level these cards were. You can only use them after collecting all 3 parts of it. That shows that these cards had extremely powerful skills. With that thought in mind, Lindu felt even more excited. He stored the cards carefully and swallowed the potential pills. There were a total of 50 of them, and after taking all of them, he had a total of 50 potential points. That's quite a bit. Lindu was surprised. He didn't think that there were so many potential pills. His strength, physique, speed have all been increased. After adding those points, there was a comfortable feeling that ran through his body. Lindu may be a rank 7 warrior now, but it still isn't enough. While facing a true rank 8 warrior, it wouldn't be as easy for him to deal with if he didn't have the system. As he thought about the warrior from the Royal Beast sect, Lindu was sure that he had to quickly improve his abilities. I'm leaving while the both of you stay at home. Lindu stood up and picked up his backpack. He also picked up Dark Edge before turning towards his pets. When they heard what Lindu said, they stopped chewing on the odd crystals and rolled towards Lindu. Seeing their reaction, Lindu asked helplessly, "What's wrong? Both of you want to go out as well? Both of you are too big. It'll be too difficult for me to bring you out." As soon as Lindu said that, both creatures shook their bodies and their entire body started trembling. What's happening? This was the first time that Lindu has ever seen this happening, and he was shocked. Soon, with Lindu looking at them, Roly and Xiao Bai started shrinking at a quick speed. Xiao Bai shrunk his body till he was the size of a small bird while Roly was only the size of his palm. Roly was like a bouncy ball as it bounced and landed on Lindu's left shoulder while Xiao Bai rested on Lindu's right shoulder. You can change sizes, Lindu asked as he couldn't believe what he just saw. Chapter 563 Weapons Pavilion. Chapter 563 Weapons Pavilion. Lindu wasn't sure about what just happened, but he could feel that ever since they absorbed the energy source, there was some mutation that happened to both the evolved beasts, especially Roly. It was already a weird evolved beast that he has never seen in his entire life and was now becoming a bigger mystery. This time, Lindu headed towards the only place in Sacred Region Academy where you can forge weapons Pavilion. This pavilion was located in a more secluded area in the campus, and there weren't many people in this area. He could already hear the loud sound of metals clunking from outside, and as soon as he walked into the pavilion, he could clearly feel that the air around him had a higher temperature than the air outside. "Young man, here to forge a weapon," a man with a beard smiled and asked as he noticed Lindu. Lindu nodded his head. What is this?" The bearded man was about to say something else when he noticed the two creatures that were resting on his shoulder, and he suddenly got interested. Just normal beasts," Lindu quickly answered. "Can I have a look?" the bearded man asked. Chirp chirp chirp. Xiao Bai immediately understood what the bearded man wanted and immediately chirped in anger, acting like an angry bird. The bearded man jumped when Xiao Bai reacted. He was about to touch it but suddenly pulled his arm back. "Your pets are really fierce," the bearded man mumbled to himself. "Can you help me forge a weapon?" Lindu asked politely. "Of course. I am Cayne, the best forger in the entire academy, but do you have enough points to pay me?" Cayne asked in arrogance. He wouldn't have similar confidence if it was anything else, but when it came to forging weapons, he was indeed one of the best. "How many points would you need?" "You'll have to take a look at your weapon." Cayne didn't say anything else and asked for the long spear that Lindu was holding onto. "Sure." Lindu handed over Dark Edge Spear to the bearded man. When he took over the long spear, Cayne was stunned when he saw what it was. "Dark Edge Spear. You know as well?" Lindu was surprised. "Of course. Although the Dark Edge series isn't the sharpest weapon, they are still extremely rare. There are only a few of them left in the entire world. But yours seemed to be a little different. There were other materials that had been added to it before this." "What is it though?" As Cayne continued checking out Dark Edge Spear, he got even more excited. He even took out a high-tech instrument to take a better look at Lindu's spear. "Wow. This is too good to be true. Who was the one who incorporated the materials? It's done perfectly." After hearing his compliments, Lindu couldn't help but think of the face of the cold young girl. Only God knows when he would be able to see her again. "Your weapon is already perfect. I don't have any material that is good enough to be incorporated into it." Cayne told Lindu the truth. He did a thorough check on the spear, and noticed that the other material that he incorporated into the spear was something that he couldn't recognize as well. It definitely wasn't something that they could find on Earth and was something from another planet. Although he had materials from the alien planets as well, it still wasn't as good as the one that has been placed into the Dark Edge. After hearing what he had, Lindu didn't say much as he knew that the materials that could be added onto the Dark Edge Spear was something that was precious. "I brought my own ingredients. Why don't you take a look at it, and see if it's suitable to be used?" Lindu took out his backpack and asked Cayne. "What did you bring?" Cayne got curious. When he opened the backpack that Lindu showed him, he could see a few things that were in the shape of a sickle. "Is this the front foot of a color-changing mantis?" Cayne immediately recognized what it was after looking at it for a while. "Yeep. The front foot of a color-changing mantis." Lindu nodded his head. "Oh, so it is." "Wait, what did you say?" Cayne's eyes were opened wide and he seemed a little overexcited. "The front foot of the color-changing mantis." Lindu chuckled before repeating himself. Cayne's reaction was something that Lindu expected since the color-changing mantis was an evolved beast that was endangered. Who knew that he would be able to meet such a creature in the burial grounds of the Thunder Valley? However, he has killed all of the color-changing mantis that was alive. This should be the last of the front foot of the color-changing mantis in this world. It definitely is." Cayne took a better look at it before screaming in excitement. "Do you think that it is possible for us to incorporate this into the spear?" Lindu asked. After hearing his question, Cayne took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "I'm not sure. I've never seen a color-changing mantis in my life. I've only heard of it. Cayne, who looked at the backpack that was filled with the front foot, and there was a burning passion in his eyes. You can try. It doesn't matter if it didn't work. Lindu paused before continuing. The scariest skill of these front feet was that they could break the Yuan. If they were able to melt it and incorporate it into his spear, would his spear have the terrifying abilities to break Yuan as well? If that was possible, his spear would be an extremely powerful weapon. Alright, since you trust me, I'll try. Cayne, who rubbed his hands, and he was getting excited. From the looks of it, it seemed obvious that Cayne, who couldn't wait to start on this weapon. When can I pick it up? Lindu asked. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll start now, and if it works, you should have an entirely new dark edge by tomorrow. Cayne, who tried to control himself. Sure. How much would it cost? Lindu continued asking. Forget about the points. It's an honor for me to be able to forge such a weapon. Cayne, who simply told Lindu. The weapons from the Dark Edge series were already extremely rare, and he even had one of the rarest materials on Earth, the front foot of the color-changing mantis. This was a rare opportunity where not all forgers would get in their entire life, which was why Cayne, who was jumping in joy. Alright then. I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Sure. Sure. Cayne, who continued nodding and couldn't wait to start forging. After leaving the pavilion, Lindu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the tall tower that was far away from him. Chapter 564 The Secrets of the Tower of Trials. Chapter 564 The Secrets of the Tower of Trials. You're here. Come in. In a spacious office, Dean Bai Lai sat behind his desk with his eyes looking at the notification that came from his screen. Yeah. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the office were pushed open. You have really good detection skills. It was obviously Lindu who opened the door. Lindu was still in shock. He had just stepped into the office, and was still hesitating if he should go into the office when Dean Bai Lai already knew that he was there. Dean Bai Lai looked at Lindu and smiled. Looks like you have grown a lot from this trip. In his eyes, it seemed like the dean knew everything, and it made Lindu a little uncomfortable. I didn't go to Area E99. Lindu walked over to his table and comfortably sat on one of the chairs. Well, it's good that you didn't. The federal government just got involved and they have probably locked down the area. You won't be allowed inside even if you wanted to. Dean Bai Lai chuckled helplessly when he saw how Lindu was already making himself comfortable on his chair, and even poured himself a cup of tea. Thank God for that. Lindu pursed his lips. What about your girlfriend? Dean Bai Lai seemed to have thought of something and asked Lindu out of curiosity. PFFTTT. When Lindu heard what Dean Bai Lai said, he choked on his tea. Ha ha ha. Take it slowly. Dean Bai Lai gently stroked his beard, seeing how Lindu was embarrassing himself. Lindu glared at him before answering him. Something happened in her family, which is why she headed home. Oh. Dean Bai Lai showed an interested look on his face as he said, back to Sky City, I believe. Do you know about it? Lindu asked subconsciously. I know a little. But this would mean that there would be one less member participating in the World Warrior competition. Looks like we'll have to find a replacement. Dean Bai Lai continued stroking his beard as he was deep in thoughts. By the way, old man, regarding the Tower of Trial, is there something up there? Lindu looked at him for a brief moment. Young fellow, this is the first time that anyone in this academy has called me an old man. Dean Bai Lai jokingly judged Lindu for his action, but still answered his question. What about it? Why are you suddenly interested in the Tower of Trial? Someone told me that if I made it to the top of the tower, I would be able to greatly improve my abilities. Lindu looked at Dean Bai Lai for confirmation. He's right. Dean Bai Lai immediately nodded his head. Seriously, Lindu was stunned as he didn't think that Dean Bai Lai would answer so casually. Do you think it's necessary for me to lie? Dean Bai Lai smiled. Then, he stood up with his hands behind his back as he stared outside the window where he could see the Tower of Trials that was hidden amongst the thick clouds. This is one of the secrets of Sacred Region Academy. Only those who reached the 100th level would know. What's up there? Lindu got interested as well. He couldn't help but wanted to know more. Dean Bai Lai did not answer Lindu's question. Instead, he said something else. From the very beginning, other than the founders of the academy, there have only been 9 students from the Sacred Region Academy who have been to the top. Those students are now as strong as me, or perhaps they are even stronger than me. Could it be that they are now rank 9 warriors? Lindu was bemused. What is it that is found on the highest ground of the Tower of Trials? You shouldn't ask me what's there. If you want to become stronger, you should try it yourself. Even if you don't reach the 100th floor, you should still be able to reach the 50th floor. You would still gain a lot from that itself. Dean Bai Lai seemed to know what Lin Xiu wanted to ask and answered him even before Lin Xiu opened his mouth. I will definitely reach the 100th floor, Lin Xiu said in a serious tone. If it was only Ouyang Hang who told him, Lin Xiu might be suspicious, but he was sure that the dean wouldn't lie to him. Up on the highest floor of the Tower of Trials, he was sure that there was something hidden there. Haha. Let's hope so. Dean Bai Lai showed a peculiar look on his face before breaking out into a laugh loud. Oh, by the way, I can feel that both the evolved beasts are quite powerful. Where did you find them? Dean Bai Lai also noticed Roli and Xiao Bai, who were sitting on Lin Xia's shoulder. I found it on my trip. They are my pets. Lin Xiu simply gave him an answer. Dean Bai Lai replied with a smile and did not say anything else. You can try the Tower of Trial. You are qualified to do so now, Dean Bai Lai told Lin Xiu as he flipped through one of his notebooks. Then, he took out a unique card from inside and threw it to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu caught the card and took a look at it. There were multiple markings on the card and it looked mysterious. Just come back for the competition next week, Dean Bai Lai reminded Lin Xiu. Alright, you may leave now. Okay. Since Dean Bai Lai had already told him to leave, there was no point for Lin Xiu to stay any longer. He took the card for the Tower of Trials and left the room. As soon as Lin Xiu left, there was another figure that walked out from a hidden spot in the office. He, looks like he has grown a lot. He's almost catching up to me. You. When Dean Bai Lai saw her, he shook his head. I have already helped him as much as I can. As for the rest, it's all up to him. That's weird. Why did I feel that there was another person inside that old man's office when Lin Xiu stepped outside of the office? He couldn't help but mumble to himself as he turned back and looked at the dean's office. But Lin Xiu didn't think too much about it and went back to his home. He wanted to directly head for the Tower of Trials, but he thought of his weapon that was still being forged in the pavilion and decided against it. Lin Xiu picked up a normal spear and continued training a few basic skills in the courtyard. The foundation was the most important thing compared to anything else. Time passed by quickly and it was already the next day. After finishing his lunch, he went to the weapons pavilion. Since it was still early, there weren't many people here since not many of them liked forging their weapons. Plus, a good weapon would usually last a long time, which was why there weren't many of them who were here to fix or get a new weapon. He's not around. Lin Xiu took a good look and frowned when he couldn't find Qianhu. Chapter 565 The New Dark Edge Spear. Chapter 565 The New Dark Edge Spear. Even the staff from the pavilion seemed to be much less than yesterday. He didn't even see the foragers that he saw yesterday. I'm sorry. The foragers are completing a task and they wouldn't be accepting any today. Lin Xiu overheard one of the staff informing another student who was at the pavilion. The student was sad, but he had no other choice but to come back another day. Lin Xiu paused for a moment before walking over to him. I'm sorry. When the staff saw Lin Xiu walking towards him, he repeated the same phrase he told the student a while ago. But before he could finish, Lin Xiu stopped him and said, I'm here to get the weapons. I got Qianhu to help me with it. Master Qianhu. The man paused and then immediately said, was it a spear from the Dark Edge series? That's right. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Our foragers are still working on it, but Master Qianhu mentioned that if you are here, you can come in and take a look. The young man informed Lin Xiu. I'll head in then. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and stepped inside. Lin Xiu then realized that the only reason why most of the foragers were occupied was mainly that they were helping out with his spear. Right here, the young man led the way for Lin Xiu to where the spear was being transformed. As he walked through the tunnel, Lindu could clearly feel the extreme heat that was coming from the other end. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang loudly throughout the area. It worked, it finally worked. With the young men leading Lindu, they soon reached a spacious room that was deep inside the pavilion. As soon as they got there, they could hear the cheers from inside. Lindu took a closer look and saw that there were a few foragers who were panting, and there were some who had already passed out on the ground. Cayne, who was inside the room as well. He was holding onto a huge metal hammer and was looking delighted. Master Cayne, who? He's here. The young man notified them. When Cayne heard the young man, he turned around and saw Lindu, who was standing next to him. Young man, come here. Cayne could no longer hide the joy that was all over his face. Lindu nodded his head and walked towards Cayne, but he didn't see his spear anywhere in the room. Your spear is still inside, Cayne said when he saw the confusion on Lindu's face. He placed the hammer onto the ground and pointed towards the huge machine that was in front of them. For now, we wait. All right. Lindu stood next to Cayne, and his eyes were fixed on the huge machine before him. The machine looked a little aged, and it was covered with black soot all over. 111. About 15 minutes later, there was thick smoke that started coming out of the machine along with a weird noise. It's done. Cayne let out a breath of relief and directly sat on the ground. Conlun. When the machine was pushed open, there was a large amount of steam and smoke that rushed out of it. It immediately caused the temperature around them to rise even more. Lindu stared at the scene before him with his eyes wide open. Soon, with the steam disappearing, Lindu finally saw his dark edge that was inside the machine. The outer appearance of the dark edge was still the same. There were still white markings all over the body of the spear. These were the ones that Luou had left on the spear when she helped with forging the spear for the very first time. Well, in conclusion, there wasn't much difference seen on the spear. Cayne, once again noticed the confusion on his face, quickly stood up and with his dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night to finish the spear, explained himself. We melted the front foot of the color-changing mantises. With a unique method, we managed to instill all of them inside your spear. It may look the same from the outside, but the inside of it is now completely different. And Lindu couldn't really see the difference by just looking at it, which is why he wanted to pick up the spear. We can chill it immediately. Wait for it to cool down a little before picking it up. Don't burn yourself, Cayne reminded Lindu. Lindu had no other choice but to wait. When the temperature of the dark edge slowly decreased, Lindu reached towards the machine and picked up his spear. As soon as he had his hands on it, Lindu could clearly feel the heat that was coming from the inside of the spear. The spear was heavier now. The additional weight did not make it uncomfortable for Lindu. Instead, it made it even more comfortable for Lindu. As his strength increased, the weight of the weapon was something minor for Lindu. Try it, Cayne suggested. Lindu nodded his head and with the dark edge in his arms, he started swinging it around. The spear was just like a part of Lindu's body as he was able to move around it smoothly, and as he moved, there was an ear-piercing noise that came from it. The crowd that focused on Lindu were all looking at him with looks of admiration. At that moment where Lindu's energy had been released, there was something happening on the body of the spear as well. The shape of the spear remained the same, but it was the color that changed. It suddenly glowed and it started turning white. It's changing color. Lindu was shocked. That's the effect. Cayne got excited as well as he looked at Lindu in shock as well. But I'm not sure what its exact effects are. Lindu thought of the abilities of breaking Yuan that he saw with the color-changing mantises. Would it be possible that his spear had inherited this effect? After trying out his spear, Lindu turned towards Cayne and the rest of the forager and said, "Thank you so much. You don't have to say that. It's our honor that we got to create such a beautiful weapon." The men here were emotional men as well, and when they heard Lindu, they couldn't help but laugh. Lindu didn't stay for long and left the weapons pavilion. As he stepped out of the pavilion, he stretched his back and felt great. Then, from his pocket, Xiao Bai and Rolly stuck their heads out. Ever since Lindu came back, both of them have been following Lindu everywhere. However, It was too eye-catching for them to stay on his shoulder, which was why Lindu placed them in his pocket. Since they were able to change sizes, they could easily fit inside Lindu's pocket. Now, it's time to go there. Lindu took out the card that had the peculiar markings and looked at the black tower that was covered by thick clouds. Chapter 566 The Tower of Trials, Aka Tower of Death. Chapter 566 The Tower of Trials, Aka Tower of Death. The Tower of Trials was located on the highest ground of the academy. Lindu could see the black tower from far, hidden amongst the clouds. Compared to the Tower of the Tournaments, there were much fewer people gathered here. It could also be said that he could barely see people walking around this tower. As Lindu was walking towards the tower, a familiar voice stopped him. When he turned towards the direction from where the voice was coming from, it was Jing Yuan who called him. Jing Yuan. Lindu was stunned as he didn't think that he would be here. You're back, damn. You didn't even come to visit us. Jing Yuan gave a soft punch on Lindu's shoulder and laughed. I just came back last night. Lindu laughed as well. I live right over there. Jing Yuan pointed at the area behind him. Oh, did you move recently? No. I just wanted to take a look there. Lindu shook his head and pointed at the Tower of Trial. The tower was tall and with its sharp, black appearance, it was difficult for one to miss it. The Tower of Trials. Jing Yuan looked in the direction at which Lindu pointed to, and was in shock. He had a stern look on his face. What's wrong? Lindu asked when he noticed the change of expression on Jing Yuan's face. I heard from the others that there were quite a lot of people that died in that tower. Jing Yuan lowered his voice. You better be careful. Don't worry about it. I'm just there to have a look. Lindu smiled. Alright. You should go ahead. You'll pay a visit when I'm back. Lindu patted his shoulder. After bidding goodbye to Jing Yuan, Lindu continued walking towards the tower. Lindu started looking more serious as he got closer and tightly gripped onto his spear. He has heard of it previously that the Tower of Trial was also known as the Death Tower. Most of the students from the academy who have heard of how the others have died usually wouldn't go close to the tower. Soon, Lindu reached the Tower of Trial. Although there was a smaller crowd here, there were still students gathered around the tower, since a bigger risk meant a bigger opportunity. Compared to the Tower of Tournament, there was a huge gate at the bottom of the Tower of Trials and there were guards from the academy guarding the area. Please show your pass, guard. Lindu was about to enter when one of the guards stopped him. After hearing what the guard said, Lindu took out the card that the dean had given him earlier. The staff took the card from him and placed it on top of a machine until a loud beep was heard. Then, the huge gates opened. Oh, looks like we have a newcomer. As Lindu walked into the tower, most of them turned around and laughed at Lindu. There were only at most 6 of them and there weren't many students there. As Lindu got closer, there was a huge screen that was being displayed. It showed the number of people who challenged the Tower of Trials and it also showed which level they were currently at. On the side, it showed the records of the highest level challenges. Those who successfully got to the 100th floor were already students from 8 years ago. This meant that for the past few years, there wasn't a single student who managed to get to the highest level. Suddenly, Lindu noticed that there was a huge X marked next to one of the students who was challenging the 23rd floor. He failed. Young boy, let me tell you what it means. That means that he failed and has died. One of the students around noticed what Lindu was looking at. When he saw the red X, he explained to Lindu what it was. Dead. In the Tower of Trials, there is a chance that you might die. If you aren't good enough, you should leave. The man continued. Hung. As soon as he was done, there was another door that blasted open and there was a man who walked out of the tower, covered with blood. A Jin. There was another man nearby who seemed to be waiting for this particular man. As soon as he saw his companion coming out covered in blood, he quickly rushed forward and carried him. Ahem. 53rd. I don't think I can go any higher. The man who had just come out of the tower looked pale due to the major blood loss. It's fine. His companion comforted him. But at least I got a rank 8 odd crystal. Better than nothing. The man smiled as he tried to withstand the pain from the injuries that were all over his body. Rank 8 crystals. Lindu was shocked as well as he overheard their conversation. Looks like there were rewards as well if you passed the levels. From what you just saw, the higher the level, the better the rewards. Then, the only girl who was at the tower walked towards Lindu. Hi, my name is Confronting. The girl smiled as he introduced himself. Hi, Lindu, he replied as well. Confronting was not a girl that was extremely pretty, but she seemed friendly and kind. Those that made you comfortable and would take her as an elder sister. I know you. Confronting smiled and said, the best of the first years. That's not true, Lindu said modestly. I'm in my 3rd year now. You can call me Confronting or Senior. She smiled and it was obvious that she was much nicer than everyone else in the tower. Senior, have you ever challenged the Tower of Trials? Lindu nodded his head. I have only been here once and managed to reach the 20th level. Confronting said regretfully. Tisk, with your abilities, it's already pretty good that you reached the 20th level. The man, who was acting arrogant a while ago, overheard their conversation and chirped in. Ignore him. He's always here to make fun of the newcomers. Confronting ignored the man and spoke to Lindu. Lindu was bothered at all. He was now in a better mood than before. With your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for you to reach the 20th floor. I was really lucky back then and even got a Diamond Oval Warrior skill card. Confronting continued speaking to Lindu. Do I just go in directly? Lindu looked at the tower and asked. Just go in from the entrance over there. Since it's your first time here, you would have to start from the 1st level. After that, you would be able to start from the ones that you have failed. While challenging the tower, there is a chance where you would get something known as the challenge card. You would need one every time you entered the tower. Chapter 567 entered. Chapter 567 entered. Alright, thank you. Lindu smiled as he answered. He took a deep breath, picked up his spear, and walked into the Tower of Trials. Soon, Lindu's name appeared on the huge screen and the rest of them could see which floor he was on. The 1st floor. Beep. At the same time, the man from earlier stared at Lindu's name that was on the screen and there was a hideous smile that grew on his face. Tankai. What are you doing? Confronting saw he was staring at Lindu's name and the hideous smile on his face. She couldn't help but frowned when he heard what Confronting said. The man known as Tankai sneered and said, nothing much. I just want to take a look at that newbie's abilities. You are going to start from the 1st floor. Confronting frowned as she asked. The Tower of Trials can be entered by multiple people, and there was definitely a chance where others would meet together on the same floor. There was also a hidden rule in the Tower of Trials. If anyone died inside the tower, no one would be held responsible for it. Hee hee. The man chuckled and immediately headed towards the entrance of the tower. As the door opened, it was pitch black and Lindu did not know what was in front of him. It's huge. Lindu has just entered the 1st floor of the Tower of Trial. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed how spacious it was and it looked much bigger than it was from the outside. The 1st floor was completely covered with buildings of the mechanical style. It was like a maze and Lindu was confused as well. As he continued further inside, he could hear a soft ringing sound from afar with his sensitive hearing. Ziu! There was a sharp noise that came from the back of Lindu's head. The look on his face changed when he heard the noise and quickly dove forward. Lindu, who was already prepared for the attack, swiftly moved his body and successfully dodged the attack. He managed to draw the distance between him and his enemies within seconds. Then, Lindu finally saw who it was that had been attacking him from behind. Well, not to say who but what. It was a robot. That's right. The first challenge in the Tower of Trial was a robot. This robot looks exactly like a human being and it didn't even give Lindu the time to rest. It dashed forward and continued throwing its golden fist in Lindu's direction. The robot's fist was extremely horrifying for most ordinary warriors, but for Lindu, defeating it was a piece of cake. Lindu no longer dodged its attacks. Instead, he used the spear in his hands and pierced it forward. Boom! With a soft groan, there was a hole that appeared on the robot's head due to Lindu's spear before the robot could even touch Lindu's body. By Lai Hua La, there was a large amount of light that came from the robot's head. Then, Within seconds, the robot exploded and turned into a group of scrap iron. Beep beep beep. At the same time, there was a peculiar noise that started ringing. As a bright light shone onto Lin Zia's body, he slowly dissipated into small particles and he soon disappeared into thin air. He finished it that quickly. When Lin Zia's figure disappeared, there was another figure that walked out, and that was Tang Kai. He looked at the metal scraps that were on the ground from the defeated robot and looked a little surprised. Lin Ziu has just entered this floor and has already succeeded. Although it's true that the first floor is relatively easier, he still spent quite some time fighting the robot. Hey, a newbie. Interesting. The hideous smile once again appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. He has a twisted habit of torturing those who were much more talented than him, but much weaker as well. He assumed that Lin Zia's abilities were definitely much below his, which is why he was going to teach Lin Ziu a lesson. Space teleportation device. Lin Ziu saw how his body had been teleported to another floor and was shocked. He took a good look at his surroundings and noticed that his environment now was completely different from the one before. Compared to the mechanical style just now, the second floor was a desert. See. Then, there was a weird noise that came from the brown sand beneath him. Lin Ziu took a step back subconsciously as he heard the noise, and that's when he saw a terrifying insect crawling out of the sand. A hermit worm. This worm was the one that he met while he was in the desert previously. That was also the first time he met Jiang Yin and his friends. Weak. Lin Ziu swung his spear in the air and let out the flaming birds. The flaming birds rushed out of his spear and headed for the hermit worm. The birds completely covered the body of the worm and there was a huge flame. The worm struggled and winced due to the fire, but soon, it ended up being roasted. Similar to before, a bright purple light appeared and shone on Lin Zia's body, and within seconds, Lin Zia's body dissipated and disappeared. The third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Lin Ziu was traveling up the floor at a quick speed. In the Tower of Trial, there were different types of creatures that you would meet on each floor. On some floors, it would require him to use his brains as he would have to trigger the mechanisms in order to leave the room. The 30th floor. Tingting, who was outside the tower, was getting ready to enter when she noticed the changes on the screen. Tingting stared at it with her eyes wide open and was completely dumbfounded. From the time that he entered the tower till now, it has only been a short period of time and he has already reached the 30th floor. That's frightening. Damn it. How did that guy move up so quickly? Tang Kai was still trying to catch up to Lin Ziu. Tang Kai was already panting, but he still couldn't find where Lin Ziu was. But, as soon as he stepped onto the 30th floor, he finally found Lin Ziu. Found him. However, it was exhausting for him to find Lin Ziu since the highest floor that he had gone to was only the 35th floor. This fella. What's the matter with him? How did he move so quickly? Then, he saw Lin Ziu sitting on the ground while grabbing onto something in both his hands. What was he doing? Tang Kai was confused after seeing what Lin Ziu was doing. Chapter 568 Assassin. Chapter 568 Assassin. However, Lin Ziu wasn't even moving and Tang Kai had no idea what he was doing. There was a sharp, evil look in Tang Kai's eyes as he slowly walked towards Lin Ziu. As he got closer, he slowly took out his dagger. The dagger gave out a pale blue glow and it was looking odd. Young boy, it's your luck that you met me here. The hideous smile appeared once again on his face as he muttered to himself. His concealment technique was one of the best. While he was walking towards Lin Ziu, there wasn't a single sound heard. He was just like the perfect assassin. His body started shaking due to the thrill as he thought of how he would be the one killing such a talented warrior like Lin Ziu. Goodbye. He got closer to Lin Ziu, and when he was sure that Lin Ziu was not moving at all, his body turned into a black figure that suddenly appeared right behind Lin Ziu. With a glowing dagger in his hand, he aimed it towards Lin Ziu's neck. Slashed. Boom. However, at that moment, he realized that the Lin Ziu who was supposed to be sitting on the ground suddenly disappeared. What happened? Tang Kai was stunned as he couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure that he would be able to kill Lin Ziu, but Lin Ziu has just suddenly disappeared. He suddenly turned around and noticed that Lin Ziu was actually behind him. Oh, so it was you. Lindu raised his eyebrows when he saw who it was. When did you know that it was me? Tang Kai widened his eyes in shock when he saw Lindu who was near him. He grabbed onto his dagger tightly and asked Lindu. He was now being very cautious, as he could clearly feel that Lindu was now an entirely different person. Compared to the one that had not entered the Tower of Trial, the man in front of him now was a complete stranger. When you entered, Lindu smiled and answered. That's impossible. Tang Kai screamed out loud. He had completely concealed himself. How would it be possible for Lindu to notice his presence? He was extremely confident in his own skills and couldn't take such defeat. Did you think that you could be happy just because I missed you once? Tang Kai was now completely enraged and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Lindu. I don't have to be responsible for it if I kill another person in here, Lindu asked out of curiosity. This bastard hasn't been kind since he met him outside of the tower. He didn't think that Tang Kai would follow him into the tower and even plan on killing him. In any other circumstances, if he killed his classmate in the academy, he would be kicked out of the academy. If it got worse, the founders of the academy would even punish him with a death sentence. However, this guy was publicly announcing that he wanted to kill Lindu, which meant that in the Tower of Trials, if a student died from either a murder or from failing the mission, no one would be held responsible for the student's death. That's right. Why did you think that the other name for this place was known as the Tower of Death? Tang Kai assumed that Lindu was getting scared and started laughing. I saw you sitting on the ground. It must be that you couldn't go any further. Not every floor is as easy as you think so. Tang Kai was grinning as he licked the dagger. Looking like a complete psycho. He'll make sure that you stay on the 30th floor forever. As he said that, he quickly moved and disappeared before Lindu had the time to react. With the blink of an eye, his body appeared behind Lindu. But, as he swung his dagger towards Lindu's body, he disappeared as well. He missed again. Boom! Then, he saw a bright red fist heading in his direction, and the punch immediately landed on his body, throwing him to the other side of the room. PFFD. Tang Kai rolled on the ground and held his chest as he tried to stand up. As soon as he got up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was now filled with numbness all over, and it was painful as well. It felt as if he had been hit but lightning. You want to kill me with that? Lindu shook his head as he asked casually. Shut up. When he saw how Lindu was acting, Tang Kai got so mad that his lungs were about to explode. It was a game of cat and mouse, but he didn't think that he would end up as the mouse. He held the dagger with both his hands and clenched his jaw as he attacked Lindu. Ziu ziu ziu. As the dagger pierced through the air, it sounded as if the air around them had been torn apart since he was moving at an incredible speed. Lindu, on the other hand, was easily dodging his attacks, and none of Tang Kai's attacks actually landed on Lindu. Tang Kai was about to lose his mind. He had already released all of his warrior skills and he wanted to kill Lindu badly. Guess it's my turn now. As he was still headed towards Lindu, Lindu suddenly grabbed the dagger with his right hand and asked Tang Kai. Lindu had the red moon on his fist and had already covered both his fist with his sword strength. Therefore, he did not suffer any injuries as he grabbed the dagger with his hands. Tang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. He placed all of his strength onto his right hand, trying to grab the dagger back from Lindu. But, no matter how hard he tried, the dagger still wouldn't budge. Boom! Lindu suddenly pulled and got hold of Tang Kai's dagger inside. Then, he threw the dagger onto the other side of the room and it landed on one of the walls on the floor. Well, I guess it's my turn now. Lindu gave a bright, sunshine smile. However, this smile was also the one that caused chills to run through Tang Kai's body. Ziu! Lindu moved and he disappeared just like a shadow. Tang Kai was about to turn around to see where he was when he suddenly felt a strong face that came from behind. That's when he felt his body being thrown in the air. But, that wasn't the end of it. His body was still in the air when he saw Lindu waiting for him at the exact spot where he was about to land. Goodbye, Lindu said coldly as he threw a punch. Chapter 569 The 30th Floor That Exploded. Chapter 569 The 30th Floor That Exploded. Boom! Before Tang Kai could reach the ground, he was hit by another punch from Lindu. One after the other, Lindu threw him in the air and kept him there. There wasn't a chance that Tang Kai could even touch the ground. Silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. In his last hit, the gloves that Lindu had on completely turned bloody red, and with his warrior skill, he flung Tang Kai far into the distance. With that, Tang Kai's body immediately landed on the wall behind him, and it almost broke the wall. By Lai Hua La, Tang Kai's body was on the ground and it was completely covered with the electric arc. This electric arc was one of Lindu's warrior skills. His body was trembling as he was completely covered by the arcs. Plus, with Lindu's mad attacks, his body was now completely swollen with blood everywhere. PFFT. Tang Kai's eyes were wide open and he spat a mouthful of blood. That's all you've got. Lindu walked over and looked down at Tang Kai. After hearing what Lindu, Tang Kai, who was already severely injured, felt even madder, and it was followed by another mouthful of blood. Hey ha! You will never make it past this floor. Even if I die, you won't be able to. Even when Tang Kai was already severely injured, he was still grinning and laughing out loud. Beep beep beep. It was then that Lindu heard a familiar sound. What was it that kept ringing? Lindu was stunned. He looked up and saw that there was a timer that was placed on a wall ahead of him. The numbers were in red and it was counting down from 10, 9, 8. It was obvious that it was counting down to something. When Lindu came on this floor, he didn't notice that there was a timer on this wall and had no idea when it appeared. But, from his assumption, if the timer turns to 0, does this mean that he would fail the challenge on this floor? Or, will something else happen? Boom! Just when Lindu was still trying to figure out what it was, Tang Kai, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and grabbed Lindu from the back. He grabbed onto Lindu as tightly as he could. His body was already completely covered in fresh blood, but he was acting as if he couldn't feel any pain as he pinned Lindu onto the ground. He didn't allow Lindu to move at all. You're dead, I want you dead. Tang Kai laid in his pool of blood and was acting like a complete psycho. His eyes were filled with a mad look as he screamed out loud. Lindu frowned as he tried to set free, but Tang Kai was extremely strong now as he was using every bit of the energy left in his body. No matter how hard Lindu tried, it was still impossible for him to set himself free. Beep. As the countdown ended, there was a sharp sound that spread throughout Kunlun. At the next moment, there was a huge explosion that happened and it looked as if the entire floor had been destroyed. Looks like the explosion on the 30th floor has been set off. Must have been a lot of sacrifices there. The warriors who had failed or were waiting for their chances could feel the vibration on the ground and all of them couldn't help but smile. As for those on the 30th floor, the entire place was filled with a thick layer of smoke. Ziu ziu ziu. Soon, it was as if a window had been opened and all of the smoke left the floor. Can you let go of me now? As the smoke slowly disappeared, Lindu was still unharmed, standing in the middle of the room. His body was now surrounded by a dark red Yuan. Then, at the very next moment, the Yuan disappeared. Tang Kai was still hugging Lindu from the back and was pinning him to the ground. It was impossible for Lindu to move. This is impossible. Tang Kai looked extremely bloody and was now screaming on top of his lungs with his eyes opened wide. He couldn't believe what just happened. He didn't think that Lindu would be able to activate his Yuan and that it would be able to withstand such a scary explosion. This was a trick on the 30th floor. Once it gets triggered, it would lead to a huge explosion. There were a lot of other warriors who died in this manner. Before they could find the way to escape to the next floor, they would have triggered the explosion and died in it. Lindu frowned and moved his body. Tang Kai, who was still hanging from his back, immediately lost it and even broke both his arms. This time, it was really the end for Tang Kai. There was a notification that came from Lindu's system. Lindu didn't even bother looking at it as he knew that it wouldn't be a lot. He picked up the spear that was on the ground and took a good look at his surroundings, and noticed that there was nothing but debris on the 30th floor. He could also see that there was a window by one of the walls that would allow him to see the view outside of the building. Lindu was stunned when he saw the window, and immediately looked out of it. As he stood by the window and looked downwards, he could clearly see the warriors that were on the ground. Tingting had failed on one of the floors and returned to the ground. She was meditating with her cultivation technique. She was still thinking of how to advance to the next floor and had just stood up. Then, as she looked up, she could see Lin Xiu from the window on the 30th floor. Tingting was shocked. She could obviously feel the vibration from the explosion, but she was still meditating, which was why she didn't pay too much attention to it. When she saw Lin Xiu by the window, she soon realized that it was Lin Xiu. He was on the 30th floor, which meant that he was there when the explosion happened, but he was unharmed. How did he do it? Lin Xiu saw Tingting as well and waved at her. Tingting saw Lin Xiu and she couldn't help but laugh as well. Tisk! Wow! He's still alive. Lucky him. One of the warriors noticed him as well and spoke to Tingting in a salty tone. But, I'm sure that he would only make it to the 35th floor. No. I think he can get to the 60th floor. Tingting shook her head in disagreement. Haha. The 60th floor is double of the floor that he is at now. You're joking, right? He's just a first-year student even if he's good. Do you think that he could be that good? Chapter 570 Crazy Changes. Chapter 570 Crazy Changes. What if he wins the challenge? Tingting heard his words and felt a bit upset as she looked at him and said, if he can reach the 60th floor, I will give you the rare diamond skill card I got at the 42nd floor, the man said loudly. Then you better get ready to take it out. Tingting said, but if he can't, why don't you promise me something? The man glanced at Tingting, then showed a wretched smile. HNG, you are going to lose for sure. Tingting snorted, but then she regretted it. Although Lin Xiu was the strongest amongst the freshmen, it wasn't so easy to reach the 60th floor. It's just that this man agitated her, so she said that. However, if this man asked for something too overboard, she could just leave directly. Looking up, she looked at the 30th floor of the Tower of Trial and the figure of Lin Xiu had disappeared. For some reason, when Tingting saw Lin Xiu the first time, she already had a feeling that he could possibly reach a very high floor. She couldn't say why she would feel this way, but if she had to, it should be a woman's intuition. At the same time, in the Tower of Trial, with the dark edge spear in his hand, a purple light flashed on Lin Xiu and Lin Xiu disappeared. It's only the 31st floor. There's still a long way. The person who placed a bet with Tingting just now sneered at this time. However, after this screen showed that Lin Xiu arrived at the 31st floor, he immediately went up to the 32nd floor. The man's eyes widened and had a look of disbelief. But all this has not yet finished. The rising number of floors was still changing in an incredible speed. 32, 33, 34. On this screen projection, Lin Xiu was going up one level in the tower almost every 5 seconds. This is too horrifying. This system has a glitch. The rest of the people were shocked to see this because it was simply unbelievable. No matter how fast one was, how could he possibly reach this speed? Wait, there are Murong, Tian Zhiliang and other rank 5 warriors there. He couldn't go through that easily. Sure enough, after Lin Xiu reached the 40th floor, the number of floors displayed on the screen stopped changing. This made these people heave a sigh of relief. The way the numbers jumped just now was simply too scary. There's someone. At the same time, Lin Xiu had arrived at the 40th floor, and he saw that there were a few men who were fighting with an evolved beast. There were rays formed by various skills around the battleground and sounds of battle. In addition to Tang Zhai, who chased after Lin Xiu to kill him just now, this was the first time Lin Xiu encountered another warrior during the challenge. And this time, he actually met 5 warriors. Damn, this money silver leopard is so difficult to kill. One of the warriors commented while fighting. This money silver leopard was mainly silver, but there were a lot of golden coins on its body. A peak rank 6 evolved beast actually made us fight for so long. Damn it. Did the academy make changes to it? The rest of the warriors who were attacked by the money silver leopard said unhappily. According to normal conditions, evolved beasts were a rank higher than warriors even when they have equal strength. For example, a rank 6 evolved beast was actually almost equivalent to a rank 5 warrior. 1. But everything was not absolute. Some rare evolved beasts could fight with the same ranking warriors. Just like the money silver leopard they were facing now. Roar! At this time, this money silver leopard roared and its eyes became red. Its attacks became fiercer and horrible. One of the warriors accidentally got its sharp claws on his arm, and there was a shade of red instantly as fresh blood flowed out of his arm. Get lost. However, this warrior obviously had combat experience and did not care about his injured arm. With the boxing glove on his right hand, he threw a punch directly. Boom! This hit sent the money silver leopard flying to the opposite side. Lindu looked at the body of this flying money silver leopard and was stunned. At the next moment, he dodged instinctively. Roar! This money silver leopard was on the ground but climbed up again. Looking at Lindu, who was nearest to it, it charged towards him directly. This money silver leopard was very fast, waving its paws and rushing over. Swish, swish, swish. However, Lindu moved fast. This money silver leopard couldn't get near him at all. Seems like I got into trouble the moment I got here. Lindu smiled, then attacked with the dark edge spear in his hand. Who is he? Murdong and others saw Lindu and were suddenly stunned. The 5 people were tangled with this money silver leopard and didn't manage to kill it. They didn't think that there was another person. And this person looks very young. It is very strange. However, just as they were taken aback, Lindu took the dark edge spear in his hand and attacked smoothly, stabbing the body of the money silver leopard several times. Blood sputtered all over the ground. While Lindu attacked, he created a distance between him and this money silver leopard. This money silver leopard could only get attacked by Lindu's spear and couldn't reach Lindu at all. There was no way. Hurry, this money silver leopard is going to die. If he gets to the next floor, we will not have a chance. At this time, Tian Jiliang thought of something and his expression changed. This challenge was the same as before. As long as one killed an evolved beast on this floor, one would be able to advance to the next floor. But only the person who killed this money silver leopard could advance to the next floor. Not all of the warriors. After listening to Tian Jiliang's words, the rest of the warriors also reacted and didn't attack the money silver leopard, but they attacked Lindu instead. Chapter 571 Trade. Chapter 571 Trade. N. Looking at these people attacking him, Lindu furrowed his brows and retreated to dodge their attacks. Kid. First come first served. We attacked this money silver leopard first. You can't snatch it. Murdong stood in front and pointed the long sword at Lindu as he spoke with a tone of displeasure. The rest of the people looked at Lindu. I see. Lindu nodded. Then he thought. But I was the one who stabbed it till it's this way. Hearing the words of Lindu, their eyes turned to the money silver leopard who was covered in blood and had stabs all over its body. This money silver leopard didn't even get hit with all of their attacks. But once Lindu made him move, he caused such a huge damage. This is ours. Murdong's face turned ugly. At the next moment, he held the long sword in his hand, did not attack Lindu, but the money silver leopard instead. If he killed this money silver leopard, he would immediately reach the next floor. This is mine. But in this moment, Lindu appeared in front of the money silver leopard, then waved the dark edge spear and collided directly with the longsword. Bang! As a dull sound rang, Murdong felt that his hand was numb, and he almost let go of the sword. He even took a few steps back. The 4 people also came to their senses and wanted to rush over when they saw Lindu charging towards the money silver leopard's head. This money silver leopard was originally seriously injured because of Lindu's attacks, and this time, it couldn't dodge at all. At this moment, the spear went through the evolved beast's head, with the system prompt ringing in his head. A purple ray of light instantly covered Lindu's body, and he disappeared on the spot. Damn it. Those who wanted to attack Lindu attacked the air in the end. Chit! Murdong was furious. I will remember you. You'd better not leave the Tower of Trial. Otherwise, I will kill you. This was just a small episode to Lindu. Very soon, he continued to challenge to reach the top. This Tower of Trial was indeed a little troublesome for ordinary warriors. But for Lindu, this was relatively simple. After some time, Lindu stepped into the 60th floor and sat down to cultivate. He did not continue. I shall stop here today. Lindu cultivated for a while and found that cultivating in this tower of trial was a bit slow, so he stood up and mumbled to himself. Lindu did not continue to challenge. Soon, a beam of light shone on Lindu, and he disappeared. Lindu was not transferred directly, but appeared in a lobby. When he saw this scene, he felt a bit strange. He looked ahead and saw that there was a huge screen with his information on it. Lindu looked at it and was stunned. However, at the next moment, this screen started to show the number of floors that Lindu got through. From the first floor and the item he received after getting through the level, everything was refreshing. It turns out that after the challenge, he would receive a reward for every floor he conquered. Ding! The calculation is completed. Soon, as a crisp sound rang, Lindu saw that on the side, a robot was holding a silver box to Lindu. Your reward, the robot said to Lindu. Lindu nodded, then took this box directly. This box had a bit of weight and they were the reward shown. I shall go and take a break first, then continue the challenge later. Lindu took this box and went straight out. After fighting all day, Lindu was actually a bit tired, especially since the difficulty increases as the floors get higher. Even for Lindu, it was not so easy to win. As Lindu left the tower, he saw a number of warriors standing around. Although it was already nighttime, there were still lights around, so it was very bright. The faces of these warriors were different from when they had just come. Lindu ignored these people and found a spot, then sat cross-legged. He opened the silver box in his hand. There were a lot of odd crystals, skills cards, and some Tower of Trial challenge cards. There were 11 challenge cards, which meant that Lindu could continue to challenge 11 times even if he failed. The skills card was just some ordinary skills, although there were 1 or 2 diamond skill cards. But they didn't catch Lindu's attention, because he already had several diamond skill cards. You guys can have them. Lindu looked at those odd crystals. All of them were about rank 6 or 7, and Lindu didn't care for these low-ranking crystals anymore. Roly and Xiaobao ran out from Lindu's pocket immediately and began gnawing on the odd crystals. They were very quiet in Lindu's pocket every day, like they were asleep. At this time, when they saw some odd crystals, they began eating them like they were starving. Hello there. At this time, several men walked over. Looking at those people, Lindu's eyes narrowed. Then he faintly said, "What's the matter? My name is Chen Yong. I'm a third-year student and I want to make a deal with you. Wonder if you're interested." The man who claimed to be Chen Yong maintained a safe distance from Lindu respectfully and smiled. Oh, what deal? Lindu was a bit interested at this time. This is still the first time someone talks to him about a deal. You probably got a challenge card, Chen Yong continued to say. Well, yes. Chapter 572. Don't touch it. You'd better not touch it. Chapter 572. Don't touch it. You'd better not touch it. There was nothing to hide, so Lindu nodded and said, I want to use something to exchange for your challenge card. Chen Yong looked at Lindu and said, when challenging at the Tower of Trial, there was a chance of getting this challenge card, and the chances were quite high. But if one went past the level in the Tower of Trial and challenged again, he or she would not have rewards. I failed twice on the 65th floor. I feel that there is a chance of getting through, but I have already used all my challenge cards. Chen Yong said, only when a person successfully gets through the challenge the first time, then he would receive a reward. Lindu did not respond to him and said this to him instead. Yo. In addition to this, you can also use points to exchange for it. Chen Yong nodded. Points. Lindu was surprised. He didn't know that there was such a thing in the tower. You don't know. According to the speed of the challenge, you will be ranked every night. If you enter the top 3, you can get points. Chen Yong explained. This was another way of gaining rewards. Instead of having to complete a challenge, depending on the points accumulated, one could exchange for items. How many challenge cards do you want? Lindu understood the points accumulated and asked Chen Yong. How many do you have? Chen Yong responded. The higher the floor, the more the rewards could be obtained, which was why these people would go after the challenges. I just got 11 and want to keep one for myself. I can sell the remaining 10. Lindu took out those challenge cards from the silver box, and then said, looking at the challenge cards taken out by Lindu. Some warriors that were secretly observing Lindu were surprised. They knew that Lindu got a lot of rewards when he took out a silver box, but did not think that Lindu had got so many challenge cards. 10 was really a lot. Do you really want to sell 10? Chen Yong was in disbelief when he heard Lindu. If he sold 10 and was left with only 1, if he fails the challenge later, it would be very hard to get the challenge cards from others. After all, warriors were usually unwilling to sell their challenge cards. He asked Lindu to try his luck, and did not think that Lindu actually agreed directly. Well, as long as you can have something to exchange my challenge card with, I can sell it to you. Hearing what Lindu said, Chen Yong and the others looked at one another and he took out something from his pocket. I don't want skill cards. Lindu saw a man taking out a diamond skill card and he shook his head. Battle suits. Weapons too. Of course. If you have odd crystals. I don't mind, but I want rank 8. Lindu continued. Hey, we can't give you rank 8 odd crystals. Chen Yong was very happy because Lindu was willing to trade, but Lindu wasn't interested in many things and it was a challenge to look for items to exchange. I have the rank 8 odd crystal. At this time, when the atmosphere became cold, the man next to Chen Yong suddenly said, Dalai, you fought with your life to get this. Chen Yong looked at the man's movement and looked like he wanted to stop him. It's fine. Anyway, we can't use this crystal now. Dalai shook his head. The energy of the rank 8 odd crystal couldn't be absorbed by ordinary people, because the energy inside was too pure and could only be absorbed through slow extraction. But if you want to absorb it quickly and your body is not strong enough, you could possibly die. If it was not directly absorbed quickly, it would be better to absorb a low-ranking odd crystal. I can accept this. Lindu looked at the rank 8 odd crystal in his hand, and his eyes narrowed. But, Dalai looked at Lindu, then clenching his teeth. I want 5 challenge cards. 5 challenge cards were quite a number. After all, once you got to the higher floors, the rewards of successfully getting through a challenge could include rank 8 odd crystals. There might even be rank 9 odd crystals. Sure. Take them. Lindu nodded and tossed 5 challenge cards over. Dalai was stunned, but still managed to catch the 5 challenge cards that flew to him. He didn't think that Lindu would be so straightforward and the challenge cards were thrown directly to him. For you, Dalai saw that Lindu was so cool, so he also threw the rank 8 odd crystal in his hand. Lindu caught this rank 8 odd crystal and its strong energy could be felt. But compared to the odd crystal he obtained from killing that green dragon, it was still inferior. If you guys have more rank 8 odd crystals, you could exchange it for the remaining 5 challenge cards. Lindu said to Chen Yong and others. You were not afraid of challenge failure. Listening to the words of Lindu, Chen Yong couldn't help but ask, I want fail. Lindu shook his head and laughed. Seeing Lindu's confident look, Chen Yong was stunned. As Chen Yong left, another group of people walked towards Lindu even before he could cultivate with the rank 8 odd crystal. Hey, it seems that you still have a lot of challenge cards. At this time, the man leading the group looked at the rank 8 odd crystal in Lindu's hand, and the remaining challenge cards greedily. Why? You also want to exchange something with me? Lindu said faintly. No, I don't. The man laughed and shook his head. I am Yang Jian, and if you give me a few challenge cards, we can become friends. If anything happens in the academy in the future, you can just use my name and it would be fine. Yang Jian. Lindu raised his brows and then shook his head. Haven't heard of this name. Hey, it seems that you are still a freshman. Never mind. Others know my name. Just give the challenge cards to me. Yang Jian continued to laugh and then reached out to Lindu's silver box. Swish. But just then, a swishing sound resounded and Yang Jian felt a painful sensation from his hand. Don't touch it. You'd better not touch it. Chapter 573. Is it a violation to kill someone? Chapter 573. Is it a violation to kill someone? Lindu was already holding the dark edge spear and was pressing it against his palm. although it did not go through his hand directly. That sharp spear tip pressing against his palm was still very painful. A trace of blood began dripping down. Young Jian seemed to be frozen and he didn't dare to move at all. His face became a little pale, and if Lindu used a slight force, this sharp spear would pierce through his palm directly. Still Lindu looked at him, and then said indifferently, "Courting death." When the remaining people saw Lindu so arrogant, they were enraged and wanted to attack him. Boom! Lindu lifted his foot and sent Young Jian flying with a kick. Then he did not dodge, but counterattack those who were attacking him. Dang dang dang. The metals colliding sounds could be heard, and within a short moment, these guys holding weapons were all knocked out by Lindu. Still want to continue? Lindu scanned the few men, then said aloud. Lindu pointed the dark edge spear at them. Looking closely, there were no longer any weapons in the hands of these men. At this time, they were standing before Lindu in cold sweat. Just a moment of confrontation. Lindu actually sent their weapons flying. If Lindu wanted to kill them now, it would be very easy. Brother Lin. Not bad, huh? At the same time, he heard a familiar voice from the other side. He took a closer look and realized that Tingting had walked out of the Tower of Trial. She seemed to have reached the end not long ago, and there were still traces of blood on the body. Lindu smiled, then said to her, "In the Tower of Trial, it's against the rules to kill people." The moment Lindu spoke, Young Jian's face changed drastically. This madman, he wants them dead. Ah, I was wrong. Please let me off. A guy saw the murderous look on Lindu and couldn't take it any longer. He went on his knees directly and said with a trembling voice. Young Jian and the others saw him kneeling on the ground and their legs went soft. Then they knelt as well. In theory, that is not allowed. But if you must kill, then... Tingting words were a bit ambiguous, which caused Young Jian and others' faces to become uglier. They were so afraid that they almost cried. They weren't very strong from the start, but always liked bullying freshmen. Now that it was the other way round, they finally reflected on their mistakes. They did not want to die here just like that. You mean I can kill? Lindu raised his brow and looked at them as he spoke. Lindu's tone made their bodies shiver again. Forget it. You guys may go. But the next moment, Lindu shook his head. What's the point in killing these people? They were around rank 6 only, and he wouldn't gain much experience. And this was outside the Tower of Trial. Not in the tower. It wasn't good for him to do it so publicly. Hearing Lindu's words, it was as if these people received the general amnesty, then quickly got up and said thank you loudly and ran. And those who wanted to trade with Lindu were shocked to see the scene. They already felt that Lindu is strong, but did not think that he was so strong. Which floor did you reach today? Tingting said. 60th floor today. Lindu smiled. 60th floor. Not bad. It's the first time a freshman reached the 60th floor in one day, but it would start to become challenging. I can tell you the key to the 60th floor. No need. I can get through it. Lindu grinned. Tingting was taken aback. I was feeling a little tired up there, so I didn't continue and came down directly. I know how to get through the 60th floor too. Lindu sat cross-legged on the ground, then laughed. Xiao Bai and Rolly had finished eating the odd crystals in the silver box, and at this moment, they were lying in the box and seemed very satisfied. You really are a monster. Tingting widened her eyes and said. How about you? Which floor? Lindu smiled and said. 65. But I can't get through it. Tingting said with some frustration. What is there at the 65th floor? Seems like Chen Haoran was stuck on that floor as well, which was why he wanted those challenge cards from him to rechallenge. 65th. Tingting thought and her face became cautious. Nothing much. Nothing. Lindu thought he would say some high-ranking evolved beast, but she actually said nothing. It's fine if it was a strong evolved beast or an intelligent robot. But at the 65th floor, there's nothing. Tingting was upset at this time. Could there be a mechanism? Lindu thought. I think there is, but I cannot find it. Tingting nodded. I'm going to go take a look tomorrow. Lindu laughed. Sure. I'd like to see how many floors you can get through. Tingting also chuckled. She thought that Lin Zia's results were already great. As for whether Lin Ziu could reach the 100th floor, she never thought about it at all, because nobody had reached the top floor for about 8 to 9 years already. The most talented student of the Sacred Region Academy had only reached around the 90th floor only. The top was very, very difficult. Oh right. Did you meet Murong today? Tingting seemed to remember something, and then asked Lin Ziu. Murong. Lin Ziu heard the name and found it familiar. I do not know, but on one of the floors, I did encounter a few warriors and had a conflict. That should be them. Tingting nodded. Those people were looking for you when they came down today. They are probably in the tower now, but they are stronger than those people just now. Chapter 574 Sneak Attack. Chapter 574 Sneak Attack. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. But those people, in my eyes, are no different from the ones just now. Lin Ziu smiled and continued to sit cross-legged, ready to cultivate. What a stubborn kid. Tingting shook her head helplessly when she heard Lin Ziu's words. For some reason, she was very comfortable with Lin Ziu, so she was willing to tell Lin Ziu more about the Tower of Trials. At this time, Lin Ziu seemed to be preparing to cultivate, and Tingting didn't bother Lin Ziu anymore and went to the other side to prepare to practice. After all, the purpose of the people who came here was very simple. They wanted to challenge and sharpen themselves, and at the same time, they could also get rewarded. Lin Ziu sat cross-legged on the ground, then took out the odd crystal just now. Feeling the majestic power of this odd crystal, Lin Ziu had a smile on the corner of his mouth. After absorbing this odd crystal, he should be able to gain a lot of experience. Thinking of this, Lin Ziu took a deep breath, put his hands together with the odd crystal. The cultivation technique worked with the system's engulf skill, so even if Lin Ziu didn't directly swallow the rank 8 odd crystal into his body, he could quickly extract the energy inside. After some time, with a continuous absorption of energy, the numbers in Lin Ziu's experience column were rising wildly. Moreover, Lin Ziu could clearly feel that as he absorbed the energy of the rank 8 odd crystal, his body's cell activity began to strengthen. A large amount of energy was gathered in the cells in his body, and the cells divided and reproduced again. The bones and flesh in his body were slowly changing quantitatively and constantly evolving. Although this change was very slow, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. One day, Lin Ziu's power might have a growth surge. It was the second half of the night very soon. There were already bright lights on this side, so it seemed that the surrounding was not dark at all. Another group of warriors began to walk down from the Tower of Trials. Damn! Only reached the 60th floor. At this time, several men walked down and looked like they were cursing. Young Master Murong. That kid looks quite familiar. Just when they were about to find a place to rest, a man saw Lin Ziu sitting cross-legged on the ground not far ahead and said aloud. Hearing his words, Murong raised his brows and followed his fingers, and he saw where Lin Ziu was. Their vision was perfect. Seeing Lin Ziu, who was sitting cross-legged over there, obviously cultivating, Murong's face became nasty. A sinister light flashed in his eyes. Lin Ziu, who robbed them of their money and silver leopard at the time, caused them to redo the challenge, and they still remembered it in their hearts. When they came down in the daytime today, they were looking for Lin Ziu but couldn't find him. They didn't expect to find Lin Ziu so easily when they came down this time. Moreover, Lin Ziu is still in the state of cultivation, and now it seems that he has no defense at all. Although it would be a little troublesome to kill people here, it didn't matter, Murong said to himself, then looked at the men standing beside him. When those men heard Murong's words, then saw the look in Murong's eyes, they quickly came to their senses. Holding the weapons in their hands, they stood in an arc formation and walked slowly towards Lin Ziu. Their eyes were fierce, and their bodies burst out with undisguised murderous aura. Some warriors saw the scene from a distance, and secretly laughed in their hearts that something good was about to happen. What are you guys trying to do? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Taking a closer look, Tingting had come this way. She looked at Murong and the others coldly and said, Tingting, I advise you not to meddle in our business. Murong knew Tingting. At this moment, He looked at Tingting and said coldly, "You guys want to kill people under the Tower of Trials," Tingting said with a cold snort. As soon as she came out of the state of cultivation, she saw these people surrounding Lindu, so she hurried over. Lindu was currently in a state of cultivation. If he got attacked in this state, the chance of death was very high. "It's none of your business," Murong said disdainfully. "Isn't this kid your lover? You were talking nonsense." Tingting clenched her hands tightly when she heard what he said. "Get away." At this moment, Murong let out a loud roar. Then holding the long sword in his hand, he stabbed directly towards Tingting. When Tingting saw this scene, the pupils in her eyes shrank slightly. Then she also held her long sword to resist Murong's attack. Dang dang dang. The two instantly clashed. And at this moment, the rest of the people also held the weapons in their hands and attacked Lindu. "Be careful." Seeing the scene, Tingting said quickly, but before she finished speaking, Murong attacked her again. Murong's offensive was very fierce, so the current Tingting had no chance to help Lindu at all, because if she was not careful, she would also be fatally attacked. "Go to hell, kid." At this time, the others attacked Lindu's body with the weapons in their hands at the same time. And Lindu didn't seem to know what was going on around here, and he was still in the process of cultivating. But just when their weapons were about to attack Lindu's body, a dark red light burst out from Lindu's body. Boom! Their weapons seemed to be blocked by something, and there was absolutely no way to hit Lindu. And some electric currents were passed to their bodies through their weapons, making them feel a sense of pain and numbness all over their bodies. "What is this? What's happening?" At the same time, Murong Zun stopped his attacks, looked over to Lindu and saw that Lindu had unfolded sphere already, and this sphere was different from theirs. It was actually dark red. This strange scene shocked everyone around. Sneak attack. Huh. Isn't very nice, eh? Part 7 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.